Hello, production. Are we live?
Yeah, I guess so.
Did the bald guy, is he out of the building yet?
Security escorted him out earlier. They didn't recognize him.
Thank God I can take these off. Good God. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro League. It's North America, and we're live with Season 11. You probably missed Season 11 start for EU, in which case, watch the VODs after this. Great matches. We might talk a bit about them here and there, but that's for later. Welcome back, and now welcome to North America. Every single season, this region gets better and better, and this season, it's even hotter. Welcome again. I'm Ghassan Milosh Finj, and this is Mr. Devin Emzo Becker. I haven't seen you in ages.
I know. I'm pretty hyped for this, too, because I just came off USN, and that was, a good majority of these teams. Pretty exciting to see how roster changes have shaped up over time, and of course, we'll get into those the individual teams, but I'm pretty hyped for North America because we had a big shuffle this season.
Yeah, well, here's our 8 teams participating in the region. Evil Geniuses with their new logo. Luminosity, Reciprocity, Team Solomid, or TSM as they're known. Nobody likes to hear that. E-United, Tempo Storm joining the region as well as Dark Zero and Space Station Gaming. It's really hitting up in North America. We saw last time with U.S. Nationals, a lot of these teams playing, but also Space Station being able to qualify to 6 Invitational off of the online quals. If you're a North American fan, you got to be proud of their performance overall. And this season, it's going to be even better.
Absolutely.
Here's the schedule.
I think a lot of these teams have found their groove with their new rosters as well. They had USN to warm up, both the online and the LAN part of that. Yeah. So they're looking a little stronger, I think, coming into this. But you also have teams that didn't attend or didn't perform as well as they wanted to. So I think it's going to be really interesting. Today's the day to test that. But also, something different than we had then is new operators that are allowed, that were not allowed at USN. So those strats likely to come out as well. So I think it's going to be spicy today.
Yeah, I think you have a thing or two to talk about when it comes to Goyo. Let's take a look at our schedule for the evening. Evil Geniuses versus Luminosity kicks off North America Playday number 1 for Season 11. Reciprocity versus TSM. E-United versus Tempo Storm. It's kind of the big matchup of the rookies. You'll see the mixes that we have in store for you. And then Dark Zero versus Space Station Gaming to cap up the evening. We talked about, at least before, Vitality versus Empire being this hugely hyped up game. Spoiler warning, it's right now. Empire ended up destroying Vitality 7-1. Kind of a disappointment in the end, especially with the power roster that Vitality has. I hope Space Station Dark Zero won't be like that.
I don't think it will. I don't see a blowout. But if this was LAN, it'd be more, I think so, because Dark Zero's really struggled there. But online, both these teams have done quite well. So I expect that will be a good match. I am, oddly enough, hyped mostly for the First Blood for the New Blood. I want to see how those teams perform at this level, now that it's not Challenger League anymore. However, they know each other well. Yeah. But they've also had to, they made some roster changes. They've gotten ready for the Pro League season. So I think they're going to play at a different level now, especially Tempo Storm, given their experience at USN, probably wasn't what they were hoping for. I think it'll be good. I mean, all these matches should be good. I really want to see if Evil Geniuses, for example, in this first match, have worked out their kinks. They seem to have struggled a little bit since losing Canadian, whereas the flip of that, Canadian found his spot finally on SSG. So it's EG's turn now. Luminosity have kind of had their thing going for a while, and I think they're in a good place now that Slash has found his place on that team. So I think Evil Geniuses have the hill to climb today, despite being somewhat of an incumbent from before and only really losing one player, but that was enough to shake the whole team up and how they play.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty hyped for all these matches because it just changes around.
I think ever since the Sao Paulo finals in 2017, that was what, season 5 back then?
Probably. We weren't calling them Season X back then. It was like year 2,
season 6. It was Season 6.
Yeah.
It was year 2, Season 3 when they signed with Evil Geniuses. From that moment on, Canadian was part of. We could never imagine him not playing.
You couldn't separate those two.
They were literally part of the same thing when you thought about it in your head. And yet when he left, a lot of people were saying, he really messed things up here and there. Maybe this is the move that EG need.
I never thought he would, honestly. I thought the entire roster would be changed out before Troy would.
And yet, this is what happens. You land yourself on white stairs with the CSAT 75, and suddenly you're winning U.S. Nationals, you're qualifying for 6 Invitational, and you're playing out of your mind. Canadian has definitely been a big part of SSG, as everybody would have expected, and here he is. He's meshing real well with them. I mean, Bosco now has been completely unleashed on the team. There's a lot to show on there. I really want to talk about Necrox, for example, for Evil Geniuses, because of how consistent he is. In my opinion, the most consistent player in the history of North American Pro League.
Well, you go back to when they won some of their first LAN wins. Necrox was a big part of that. This guy's been around since, the original Season 1 days. Take a look at LG's roster, though. Speaking of them, Doodle, Hyena, Rex, and Slash, the newest member, of course, we just talked about him, and Factor, who's managed to, he's had some really hot and cold matches. Factor sometimes just not much of one at all, and then at other times just going off.
Yep.
But I think Slash, bringing his experience to this team, has really helped some of the other players be able to find stronger roles, because he can take a lot of weight off, and he's so flexible as a player.
I mean, we've seen Slash doing so much work, even with the Boss GA cog.
That was nutty. Pulling the Boss GA cog, of all things.
And there are people in APAC that have been doing it, people in EU that have been doing it.
APAC, you could kind of expect it, but
they were doing, people are doing so much work.
Yeah.
People realize that actually it's pretty good if you run it well, and he's been doing a lot of work with. Obviously, Rogue no longer are the team that we knew them as. Rogue now are in EU, and they won their first matchup for the evening. So here it is. Now Evil Geniuses. We were talking about the squad. Young, NVK, Mo, Necrox, and Gotcha. Gotcha making his way back onto the roster. No longer a coach as Ranger. The old coach from Rogue.
Yeah, interestingly
is
enough.
now the EG coach.
It's always the mix between EG and Rogue and things like that. Like, these are actually these are former teammates of Slash's from back when he swapped, back and forth to Continuum time. So, they all know each other, and then Ranger being here now, bringing his knowledge of, what they've done successfully on Rogue, which is use G2 strats. I think EG have a chance to step it up now that they have that coach. But, I mean, that's on Ranger to just do whatever he can to ship things and ship. I got to wonder, though, if Gotcha is still, like, in coach mentality, or if he's fully in player mentality and just, like, Ranger, you do your thing.
Yeah.
It's, there's got to be some kind of, they got to find the right vibe for that, right? Is Gotcha going to feel like he's coachable? Sometimes coaches come in and they don't feel as coachable because they were in that role formerly. It's a dynamic that they have to find, so I hope they've already found that, and that we'll see like a really good start from them this season. But if it starts off rough, I won't be terribly surprised.
Yeah, and for a lot of games, when you're going to be playing against teams that are going to be a big threat later on in the season, this is why we started off by talking about Space Station Dark Zero, is that in these matches, when you get later on in the season, it can really bite you. As for EG, they haven't been able to qualify to a LAN finals ever since Milan. So it's been a bit of a while now.
It's like G2.
Obviously the last season. Yeah.
Similar, like
at least
Titans
EG
falling.
were at Milan.
Yeah, there you go. They're technically better than G2 then.
Yeah, you hear that, Spencer? Right out of the horse's mouth. But with EG, they still have an uphill battle. You were talking about it a bit before, is that they come in as favorites, but you're never really sure of how EG will perform. Will it be the standout, oh my god, they're doing everything so perfectly, which is what we're used to seeing in the past? Or will they just falter and sidestep? Because even against a team like LG, you cannot do this sort of thing. You have to be very concise in your movement, and maybe having Gotcha will be that answer.
Well, it'll depend on which map they're playing, of course, because these teams have map preferences and things like that where they want to play, and of course that's why we have the map veto to see where that will be. To decide it was still best of one, of course, as we are not on LAN or playing any kind of best of 3 format, so just down to one map.
Yep, 14 Playdays, 7 before Invitational and 7 after, so that's what we have. And we're playing on Consulate, so that's actually pretty sweet.
I mean, honestly, at this point, all the maps are so well known. Like, I don't know if any team really has like a map they just don't know well. It's more just like playing to their strengths and weaknesses on maps. But at the same time, a lot of these rosters go back so long, they should all be well versed on most of these maps. We didn't have any map pool changes this season, so nothing new for them to learn. I mean, Cafe was the last new one, but Clubhouse also, everyone's adapted to it now. So let's see what you guys think, though.
And
seems about right.
Yeah,
somewhere in there.
I get it. It's like, okay, how do EG perform? This is why I really like things as we're doing it in the 6 Invitational qualifiers, where after like 1 or 2 maps, we would see what people think again.
Yeah.
Because things might have shifted over those 2 games. And you kind of swayed people's opinions one way or another. But hey, who knows? Maybe halfway through, this might change. But here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off with our first matchup of North America Pro League Season 11. I can't believe it.
It's crazy to think. Like, I started in Season 2.
Yeah.
It has been so long. And these are longer seasons now, so it's just been a while.
Yeah, I started since Season 4 finals, and yeah, it's
nuts.
It's been a while.
This game keeps on trucking.
Yet still, the desk we sit on right now is even older than my casting.
I know. I carved your name into it a couple of years ago. It's still there.
Thanks so much, Devin. Well, here we are, Nomad with the first ban. Doesn't surprise anyone. It's Consulate. Nomad, it's so great at controlling runouts.
Yeah, honestly, this map, too, you really need flexibility as a roamer, and a lot of teams are really strong at that, especially teams like Reciprocity that can really kind of run over the map. So, yeah, you want to allow yourself that, but of course, you deny your ability to do it to them. Now, the big question here is Goyo bans. I mean, Amaro, we don't expect to see banned a lot, but Goyo, it's worth it, honestly. And Echo, of course, one of the stalwart bands here. They're still going to be running IQ, likely, regardless of whether Echo's banned or not. Especially on this map, you want to spot those Valk cams when Valk's not banned. But is it Goyo? Is it Maestro? Is it Valkyrie? A lot of choices here. There we go. Not a big surprise, though, for this particular map. But still, that means Goyo and Maestro. Now, that is a combination that is so strong because you can hit the shields with your Evil Eyes.
That's true.
A lot of line of sight positions. For those of you who saw my tweet a while ago, could see quite a few of those being used in the Invitational qualifiers, especially by North America, but a bit by Latin America as well. You really want to set those up in good positions. I can't imagine him not getting brought out at least once today, just because teams have had time to prep strats now.
Now, because you see the Echo and the Valkyrie being banned, IQ won't be such a big pick.
Yeah, with the Valkyrie off the board, you don't need it as much.
Yeah, but I mean, both operators really benefit things very well. It gives you the flexibility as an attacker to go for another type of operator. And so we'll be seeing the selection from the attackers here.
It's interesting to me, though, is they went with the Mute instead of the Kaid. That's going to be a little bit less of a hard now because Kaid had the upside where he could hit 3 panels now. He was very strong in the site. But interesting that they would choose to go with the Mute because, well, that's not going to deny the walls nearly as because you can get piano. But, however... Go ahead.
Because you have the Thatcher in play.
Yeah.
You're like, we sacrifice.
They're going to open it.
It makes sense.
But the other thing to consider is Mozzie Mute combo is so strong right now.
That is very true.
So I think if those are well placed, combined with Slash providing intel as they push to know where to actually be able to rotate the roamers, the roam play could be extra strong on this particular site, especially upstairs where you see them doing some setup. I want to see where Slash is going to end up playing as well, because, if he channels a little bit of Canadian-style pulse play, he'll play a heavy roam, or if he plays a bit more on-site, or maybe to help guard piano.
Well, right now he's going to be guarding in backstairs, and actually he's going to drop down, so playing in servers, something you usually expect just to check for any spawns.
Yeah, this is standard below Visa play.
Yeah, and now there's at least one player you're spawning outside of Visa as a sledge. You're confirming now that he's on drone because he hasn't moved. As people come in, you'll be able to spot 3 players that are coming up there. In the meantime, Necrox is going to go up to the roof, and might be rotating away. No, he's going to be pressuring balcony. And as we speak, NVK is actually going to dive in, but he is spotted. He's already been spotted. Slash has given up the information, and this is completely normal. Attacking garage, clear top down.
With NVK as well, I imagine he can win his gunfights even if they know he's coming a lot of times. He's been so strong since the changeup. I mean, I don't want to say Canadian was the problem for him, but since Canadian leaving the team, NVK has been on fire and playing a lot more to his strengths. So him on Ash here seems like a good choice. But he's got to deal with these Mozzie drones. You've seen it twice now. He's got the warning indicator of those pests. He's got to deal with that because a lot of Ash players like NBK here are going to be droning for themselves, so they know exactly where to pre-fire.
Oh, this is beautiful here. NVK getting so close on the yellow stairs. Nitro Cell will miss his position from below. And there's a shotgun below. It's trying to do some damage, but it's opening up holes around him and not directly onto him.
Nice
and NBK, that's a great shot onto Doodle. And, well, another Nitro Cell has been expended. Luminosity are just throwing everything they've got at EG to slow them down. But taking that, 45 damage on an Ash for a kill on the Mute and so much utility expended.
Worth it. You heard how many C4s went off.
That's 2. That's 2 that went off, plus pushing people out of position. Now do you know that
midair?
No drones in to call out for Rexon. Well, actually, there was one, just not spotted for some reason. And that's Factor's drone.
Mozzie has one. looking good here for them to hold this out because 56 seconds, they still have the bathroom. Modiga's got to use both those grenades likely. Tyrell takes out ADS being cleared by the Thatcher as well. Oh, nope, no one in here.
It's done. They all drop down the hatch, and Rexon will collect another here on the gotcha. It's trying to pre-fire into the hatch in the bathroom, but a bit enough to buy him some time. You'll see Young bringing out the gridlock here with a 249. Pick up the diffuser as the garage has already been opened up by the Thermite. He might be dead, but he's done his job pretty much. It's a 3v4, and the big advantage here.
Oh no!
Oh
Flash.
no! Mistimed. Nitro Cell is going to go up. Now it's just going to be placed up there, and Rexon is taking a lot of damage in the meantime. Something EG can capitalize on, but right now there's so little time left, and Rexon just being a hired gun here is going to be more than enough. There you go, denying one diffuser, and just watching the yellow stairs. Slash doing a ton of work for the team. Factor and Hyena collect the last two, and that's the first round done and dusted. LG winning off of EG, missing their information gathering.
It's not just them missing as well. Luminosity played a fantastic information game because it wasn't just the pulse starting around. You saw how often Factor was using that drone to provide additional intel for his team so that they were safely making rotates, they were anticipating pushes, pre-firing those corners, being prepared. Not only that, but you kind of know how they're going to push. They're going to take bathroom, put some pressure from above. They're going to push garage door, yellow stairs. They're not doing anything highly unpredictable. Yes, they try to go for some smoke push and things like that. But just having the intel absolutely worked in their favor. Luminosity definitely playing to the strength of that. And that just shows the strength of Mozzie as well, having those drones like that. But also a little bit of possible poor droning there. You saw the Ash NVK drop down the hatch into piano. As you said, there was a drone in there, but likely didn't see him on the other side of the piano. So it's just sometimes like a little bit of sloppy droning, not to mention losing your drones. And I think that's a factor as well, is that you have the mute jammers and the Mozzie, it's going to make for sloppier droning. So we'll see additional information here this time. They're not going to go with the mute Mozzie, but they are going to bring a Mira. Something you do occasionally see here for upstairs for this particular position inside this break room facing into admin. We will likely see them try and hold admin push against as long as they can. But it's tricky. At some point you have to give it up. Similar to the bathroom pretty much. Rexon though going to set up some additional intel potentially here. This is an interesting spot to play.
Is he gonna do the go mine on the window?
Fade-in play?
It's a great play, but seems like she's gonna stick to the side. He's close to getting the.
I think he's waiting for some repel sounds.
That's true. He's just waiting for the last second. No, he's actually going for the quick peek. Okay. Fair enough.
There's the one on the window.
Throw him in the edge.
And keep in mind, for those of you who don't know, if you repel up and touch that, it will hit you and you'll be mid-repel, unable to pull it out of your foot to all the way out. So let's say, for example, NBK, with that low of health, hits it, he might even die before he gets to the ground, depending on how fast he gets down or up with the new advanced repel as well.
Yeah, there you go. No, they spotted it, so Mo's going to destroy it. Well done. Gotcha's going to come up. He's going to be able to open up the mirror window there from Doodle. This is going to force the defenders back for just a bit, but that's the whole point of the setup from LG. This is the onion, basically. We are pulling back bit by bit. It's not just, you know, the political jokes on and news.
I got to imagine, though, the way EG been playing, it might be them who end up crying as a result. They're really struggling to pin down Luminosity. Luminosity, this is a map for flexible roamers, and they're playing into that. You saw them, they did give up break room, though, facing admin. So good on EG at least pushing him out of there.
Right now, that ban on the Nomad is really helping out Luminosity, that's for sure. Oh, the pre-fire Slash hits it. He's been playing extremely well here for Luminosity, and who can blame him? He's always been an excellent player, and he's definitely shining on the team. Everybody's gone down to that bathroom. Because of course, this is defense onto the lobby. So you wasted as much time as humanly possible. You got Young off the board, smokes away.
That's the board kill, the smokes specifically. Yeah. I'm saying because that lobby really needs smoke to plant well.
Exactly, and Slash now will collect NVK. That's 2 kills for him and 2 important kills. Your Spearhead and your Flank Watch are down. No smokes, no more ways to control the roamers. It's all working well for LG.
Good cook there, try and take out the evil eye that's going to be watching. Doesn't matter as much now without smokes available. but that definitely is a problem to deal with later on.
Oh!
Flash, though, the real problem to deal with. 3 for him.
Another one!
4. He could get the ace here.
Oh my God!
Just low Digga left.
He's just collecting them all. He goes in for one last one at the top of the stairs.
He's feeling it.
He fires around. He wants the ace, and he fires in.
He gets
Slash! The ace to a flawless round from Luminosity. He gets it. LG. Oh my God! Evil Geniuses, what is happening?
Slash on fire. Apparently 8th best LAN player. He's feeling that, and that's what I mean by Slash really doing some work for LG. NA chat, always lively.
This note won't stop me because I can't read. Oh my God! Here we are. We're back. It's been a while, but
yeah,
gosh darn it, we're back.
Slash he's not without smoke, the available operator there, but that definitely is a problem to deal with later on. Slash though, isn't that adorable?
Oh, it's adorable. There you go. And he still gets the 5th one. Perfect from Luminosity. Slash the only guy that takes any damage, and he still is able to collect that. That was a potato fest there.
Yeah,
here we are.
Long desk is trouble to fight around for exactly that reason.
Actually, the pistol kind of benefits you over having the SMG.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people forget how good pistols are now. Once they change how they recoil and they're pretty strong overall. You just have to hit your shots. That's it. We will see them go archives into lobby as well, though, Visa. So this should be interesting. See whether we get a rush or not. Because that's generally sometimes the best way to take the site is to just rush it. And that's why you see the castle coming out from Slash to slow things down. It is somewhat of a must, I think, honestly, for playing this site is using castle. But, I mean, EG have been playing somewhat of a slow, careful game, trying to not lose people early on, and it's not been working. So I do wonder how they're going to play this. Are they going to take their time and be careful? They could just go for the whole rush, cut off the rotates with the gridlocks, nade everything, clear out ADSs, smoke, it'd go for a plant. But that's risky to make that play because you do usually have C4 from below. However, oddly enough, we're not seeing a pulse for this play, where it would be useful. But you do have the mute Mozzie combo to deny the intel, and that's going to come with 2 C4s as well. So that will definitely be helpful to do some good denial. I imagine Factor also likely carrying the C4 as well. They are going to clear one of the castle barricades with the X-Kairos. On the window, they want some nice angles in towards this Visa stairs here.
It's great to have the castle in general, you know, it really forces out the utility, also it slows down your opponents.
Luckily they don't really need hard reach for the most part this time, so it does offer that opportunity to, from a safe distance, take those out with X-Kairos.
Exactly, it's mostly about having that soft breach to open up locations where, hey, we can hold on to the back stairs, for example, the service stairs, make sure that nobody's moving in through there. Otherwise, you don't really have to worry about much. You have to clear, though, in servers, I find. So coming in from garage would definitely help EG, but it's something you have to do very early on. Otherwise, you kind of give the defenders a lot of space to breathe.
And this is very top-down of an attack, too. So they're like, Archives is going to be last on their list to go to. Right now, they're just cutting off and securing the top floor from rotates. There we go. Gotcha, though, taking down Hyena. That's the Maestro down. A good early pick. I mean, C4 is still going to be available, but Evil Eye is now going to be less of a threat. And they have extra utility to take those out because the X-Cairo is being used to open that castle barricades more so than Ash recharges. Slash, unfortunately, unable to find the head there.
Oh, perfect grenade from Mo. And that's the revenge that they wanted, that's for sure. Ichi now with 2 kills up will have to plant, but there's 3 nitro cells they'll have to work for. And this is really the most difficult part of this site. You have to play this correctly as the defender, not mess up your nitro cells. Here's one more coming up. It does not connect. Another one yeeted up the floor, and here's the third. Will it hit? Doesn't matter. The fuse is already set. Right now, you're just throwing, and Rexon will still find Necrox. But you have to all come up in a conga line here to fight. And unfortunately, there's already 2 players in Visa. Doodle is on site, though. He'll find one more kill, make it a 2v1. Oh, he goes out the window, but watching it is Gotcha. Will collect the last one, and that's great positioning from him. Very difficult to deal with anyone on this here window, and that's the mute dead. And the round done for EG. But this is the weakest site.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's why it's their 3rd bomb site.
Yep.
So
overall, great. If you're looking at this from LG's side.
I mean, honestly, simple fix for that round, bring Pulse next time.
Yeah.
Because you saw how inaccurate the C4s were because they just didn't have the intel on it. They lost the evil eyes that were going to provide that additional intel. Valk's banned, so you're not going to have any of the black eyes. You need the pulse. You need that extra intel to be able to hit those. When with 3 C4s and you only hit 1 of them after the diffuser, it's not the way to play that site. But they are going to bring the pulse again for Garage here. No mute Mozzie combo again this round. They're going to go with the mirror, which I imagine is going to be set up in security, but looks like we actually have a very interesting mirror set up there at the end of the hallway facing into the garage itself. That is an interesting choice you rarely see played. That will face into the cafeteria doorway as well. If anyone tries to push through the usual rotate hole, interesting. We'll see how that plays out and where the other mirror ends up, but definitely a non-meta choice. Usually it's in security just facing out. We could still see winners as well, but it looks like Factor could be setting up for that break room admin defense again. This is very different. I appreciate it. I don't know how effective that mirror is going to be, but the upside is it's unlikely to be popped anytime early just because the canister is going to be the position. Maybe if they take the bottom of spiral or if they come from the top of yellow stairs and happen to get an angle on it. But otherwise, it's not like they're running the Twitch or anything like that can take it out. So I imagine it might stay up. I just don't know how useful it's going to be in a gunfight here.
All right, well, how did EG progress through this? They've had an uphill battle so far. It really is tough, and because of the side rotations, it really benefits LG. You know, the Habana's not there, right? You can't just deal with that mirror window so easily as you saw a few rounds ago.
Yeah, I mean, you just got the thermite for the garage door, and they're not expecting to deal with the mirror upstairs. This is an unusual play for this particular defense.
Why would you? Let's be honest.
I mean, they want to hold admin. They don't want to let NVK in for free. He's coming in downstairs.
This is huge. This is the entry that they need. They might not even have to care about that mirror at all at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, with C4 off the board, always a good start here because, you know, they like to throw them from below, and then Rexon, can't get the finish on the kill. Factor saves his life. But in the meantime, Plant is going down.
Opening up some holes is going to go. Nice. Deny it. Beautiful from Factor, but it gets shot. That's Mo and Necrox getting a kill each. But it's a 2v2 with Hyena and Slash the head. Necrox taken away as Mo is the last man alive. Is there a Nitro Cell left here for Slash? No, there is not, but Hyena is on cams, and he's Maestro, so it's a great operator to have later on in the round when you're in a clutch situation.
2 nades left, though, to potentially take out an Evil Eye.
We're in a minute and a half, and everybody's pretty much dead. Mo has all the grenades necessary, but Slash has the angles. My God, this is why this player has just been so great through the entire history.
Yeah, honestly, Slash was a really good pickup for this team.
He's one of the OGs.
Absolutely, going way back. It's just he was the right. He picked up, or they picked him up for the right team. He's definitely been doing where, and I think that was the thing. As much as I hated to see Rogue go, it really benefited a lot of teams to scatter those guys around.
Yeah, I think their cohesion was definitely was faltering.
Their chemistry wasn't there,
and. You know, Rogue now, of course, picked up the Giants in EU.
So they still get to be in Pro League as an org.
They get to be there. You still have their skin and everything in the game. But now it's, you know, the old squad that went places, easily tweeted out a bit earlier that is going to have something coming up soon. So we'll see that. These are our stats for this map. These stats, however, are not just for Season 10. It's literally everything since the Raleigh Major until now. So it includes US Nationals, it includes, you know, all of our events that we've had throughout it, as well as an online play for the pro.
Well, then it looked like they picked the wrong bomb site according to those stats, because this is statistically the best attacking bomb site, if I was looking at that correctly.
I think that's why LG didn't play it before.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you know, hey, they don't want to go back to lobby just yet, even though they can, interestingly enough, because they did just fine on lobby. But obviously they're not going to go back to Archives Visa. So NVK using a breach charge on a window early. It's an odd choice. Open up connector window early, which of course you do need to take some control of connector to be able to fight that, but he's not even running an ACOG, you know, he's on the R4C hollow, so.
Was that a castle barricade that was set on the connector?
It definitely could have been, because Doodle isn't here. That would make more sense if it wasn't a wooden barricade. I think it probably wasn't. It makes a lot of sense to put that on the connector window, and having that open actually is a good choice here. Slash, though, again with the ump.
That's
Just
one.
laying him out.
He's going for 2. Nitro's out. Connected. Oh, no, it's Gotcha and
so
MVK. They'll find a kill each. Did the Nitro get shot in the air?
I don't think it did. I think he was hoping that that he would get pushed because they would push him while he's, so he didn't trigger it. He instead went for the gunfire. Didn't work out, though, unfortunately. But hey, Slash has already gotten so many kills. He's kind of buff. He's met his quota for quite a few rounds.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, Rexon is watching. Is being shot from the outside on the rappel. He's kind of held up here, and NVK perfectly timed to come around spiral stairs. He'll get 1 kill for himself. The Maestro pre-firing, and Rexon will get 1. Again, still firing through, but he's cornered. Young is going to keep shooting through the wall and leaves Hyena on his own for 3. He's the Maestro, so kind of basically the second best operator to play in this clutch position. Then the Echo being the first. But since he's not a play, it's basically the best you can get. And is there an opening? Yes, perfectly done as EGA brought the Habana back, so it works very well for him.
Yeah, this bomb site just getting torn apart. The saw on Young actually helping out for a lot of the pre-fires you saw through the soft walls. Yep. And that's going to make it a problem for Maestro because it's LMG versus LMG. So he can't just outshoot them in that, especially against 3 here. And the connector window now being open exposes his side. He doesn't have a safe place to sit except for maybe behind the shield, and they'll expect that. Goes for a pre-fire, doesn't win it, does get the down, but that's not enough. Young does win the LMG battle there.
Yep.
Oh no, it was actually Gotcha from the side, getting the down there through the window. So, Evil Geniuses, despite the struggles at the beginning, have at least found 2 out of the 5 rounds. Not bad so far, and again, that was, according to the statistics, if I read them correctly, the best site to attack.
Was it like a 61% for attackers?
I think it was 58.
58? Fair enough.
I don't know. I'm not a numbers guy in terms of memorizing them.
What?
I don't
numbers go.
I like to write them down as opposed to memorize them. It's too easy to transpose numbers and mix them up. They're going to try CEO one more time here for their last defense. Try and work out the kinks. They saw what didn't work last time. Slash's alibi, if he sticks with that, it'll be interesting. He is. That's going to be an interesting choice. He's definitely going to be playing a little bit of a different role. They are going to be very low on intel in terms of not having the Mira, the Valve, the Mozzie. They do have the Butte, at least in a nice but I think the Mozzie underplayed here. I think he could be played a lot more because there are a lot of good choke points you can deny the drones on, and we saw how that benefited them earlier. But we'll see if Slash maybe even can get some intel if they shoot through the holograms. He might be able to provide a little bit of intel on the positioning of the attackers. Connector being sealed up again, this time without a castle barricade. A lot of reinforcements on the doorway as well as the usual one in the middle of the wall into CEO. Some Barbar coming out as well here to try and slow things down. They know it'll probably be an admin push again, likely, but there's a lot of push from a lot of different sides, it seemed last round, and that benefited them quite a bit. They were really not able to hold as much as they like to on the admin side. Slash, they're up there with 9. It's like doing some work.
Yeah, definitely so. And right now, I think the big reason of why we're not really seeing any plays from Yellow is that you're not seeing the Capital buff combination because Capital was banned.
Oh, they lost the drone from the fire through the window.
Oh, reverse repel, and you fire in. Fortunately, NVK does not connect there. Yeah, you still have to remember to click the button to get out of the rappel now.
Yeah, it definitely throws you off at first when you first switch over, but it's a really nice advanced feature. It's like the advanced.
I like it.
They switched to the advanced gadget usage as the default as well, because this game's getting more advanced. You have to make a little bit more skill plays.
Tell that to the Ash mains out there. You hear that, Stokes? Not calling you out or anything, but Ash Jaeger mains. But sure. So here we are. It's Mo that's going to open things up, and actually pressuring from Yellow is going to try to nade. Probably is waiting for a drone to give him info.
They also have those tracks down at the bottom of the staircase that were thrown in essentially through the doorway from Young to stop rotations up or down. So that might benefit him in trying to trap someone upstairs as well. And NVK waiting for a rotate down at the very middle there. And Necroc's potentially going to clear off some ADSs here.
Is it going to clear? It should be able to clear it out.
I see at least a one go, if there wasn't a second one around the corner.
Yeah, they confirmed there's nothing around the corner, and Rexon is tricking them, so he'll be placing the second one. Grenades, any of them sailing through the window will not do anything. Doodle's going to be forced back here. Nobody firing through the windows just yet. NVK trying to corner him, but there is a bit of cover for the lone defender. Here's the Ash charge, and bam, NVK takes down Doodle. All that was required. Factor spraying in, and there's the kill. And Rexen is still alive. It's a 4v3. Big advantages for Evil Geniuses, but they're not using their flanks correctly.
Yep.
A lot of time has been expended here. With 50 seconds left, you have some repel positioning, but you're still not actually on the side, and all your utility has been wasted, unfortunately, due to those well-placed ADSs.
Yeah, if LG win this round, it's on the back of Rexen. Just really holding those stairs down, forcing them to waste so much time in utility. I don't know if he'll live. Nope, he's not going to. But still, it's down to 30 seconds to Hyena trading one, but Diffuser going down here and canceled.
Oh, they're unsure of where their opponents are. Hyena takes some damage. Well, he'll get a bit down the range, and there's Mo taken down to turn into a 1v1. He's going to get that 4K to win things out as the Diffuser is far back. They know Necrox is lower on HP. He's the one that has to recover the Diffuser and plant it, but there's an Evil Eye that's covering everything. Hyena's going to have a lot of time to rotate back up if needed. Necrox, unfortunately, unable to figure out where the Maestro was. He'll lose out the round. He just doesn't know.
Yeah.
And there's an Evil Eye. He can't deal with any of these.
Really well played by Hyena making that call because he had to choose. He's a slow operator. He's a 1-speed. He has to choose, do I fight this and try and defend, or do I run for it knowing I'm slow and I have to start running now? I can't run late or I'll get shot in the back by a faster operator. So smart choice on his part, just knowing that they were going to go for the kill. Because, like you said, the Evil Eye trapping that Diffuser made it so he wasn't going to make that choice.
Everything worked out well because, first of all your grenades and EMPs were eaten up by the ADSs.
Leaves you nothing for the Evil Eyes.
You had no time. You focused so much on clearing out the Jaeger. Sure, it worked, but the Maestro was the last thing on your mind.
Well played by Rexen, and then, yeah, Hyena was right there to pick it up.
The fact, I believe it was Doodle playing the smoke. Think so?
I think so.
Was it?
I think it might have been on
Factor.
Mute. I think it was Doodle.
So somebody was downstairs on the smoke. I think it was Factor.
Yeah.
And he was the one that was able to get a refrag, down a player, finish them off. That's something on yellow stairs that gave a bit more flexibility for AG. You know, it left Rexen low on HP still, but he was delaying. He played it so well. As you mentioned, off the back of Rexen, it allowed the Maestro in the end to save the day, thanks to some quick thinking on his feet. Beautifully done.
Well, here's what's going to be interesting to me. They've brought two drone denial operators with the Vigil and the Mozzie. So what does Luminosity bring? A Jackal, who doesn't care about either of those things. So he'll be definitely very vital here. Doodle needs to not die early. He needs to make sure to get his team in first with some drones and figure out where the holes are in the drones, and then come in and ideally track down Mo Digga, so that way they can find him, and then also try and clear out the pests best they can. They have a decent amount of utility here. Gotta imagine you're gonna be running smokes on the Jackal to help with the plants as well. They're getting Garage open early, which is always good. First 30 seconds, definitely an ideal time to have Garage open. Let them figure out the rest here. See all three members squatting and or standing, droning here into the Garage to get an ideal. Everyone just hanging out on their phones outside. But that's what you should be doing. That's why you get the Garage open early, so you have time to do this. They spot the Evil Eyes, they spot the barbed wire. They go, okay, here's where we hit our nades. Nice thing is, you can potentially clear out both the barbed wire and the Evil Eye with the nade if you hit the right spot there.
That's true. Just depends, do you have the...
Yeah. Playable shield stacked up on the box there. Interesting choice.
We haven't seen Goyo yet, so...
No, it surprises me because we know he's strong, and we know teams have had more time now to figure him out, but NVK with an aggressive play loses a lot of health, but absolutely worth it. Still has a C4 in the pocket, as well as, I think, a Pest.
So he's doing work. He's slowing things down, making sure that Factor isn't able to clear out those late round rotations. And well, he's going to be spotted, but he's still upstairs. He's going to deny any plants that come down. So LG need to either smoke and go, or they need to clear out the Mozzie. Unfortunately for them, they have eyes on him. So he might be able to just walk on up and pre-fire into him, but this is what Necros is trying to stop, and he actually drops Slash on the floor.
Well, that's going to be a good bait at the very least and slow them down here. So he has to crawl away to get picked up, and he is going to get picked up now, but that gives Necrox a lot of freedom to position himself now.
The Mozzie's still watching, and NVK, there we go, finally dropped. Hyena, beautiful angle, playing it from below. And Necrox help. Wonderful on a Rexen, but it's Doodle to come on in. Young with a refrag again on a Hyena. Turns it to a 3v2. Now, can he find it? No! Gotcha! The beautiful headshot here. The SMG-11. And Slash is last alive. He's been picked up, but he's got a lot of work to do. So little time, they're waiting around the corner. He gets one off the piano. No, it's Mo already cleaning him up. That's the Vigil doing the work, coming in clutch later in the round. It's kind of an asset that you can always have to use whenever you want. And in the end, the Mozzie did all that he needed to do. NVK really opened things up for the team.
And that's why I feel like we should see Mozzie played more, because he can play a very aggressive roam as well, because he's got a great gun. Both guns, the Roni and the Commando, strong weapons. And then you've got the C4 to be able to help yourself as well. Combined with denying a lot of intel, should be played a bit more, honestly. But teams have their strats that they want to be playing with, operator-wise. So far, this map has been a bit defense-centric. Some of that benefiting from the attack operator bans that we had, of course, taking out the Capitao and the Nomad. It takes a lot of gadget-based map control that the attackers would have. So attackers are still struggling a little bit, but different bomb site now. They're going to be going to lobby as they won garage. We'll see how lobby goes for them. That was the second bomb site as well for LG. So far the same order in terms of bomb sites we saw from LG. See how they set it up maybe differently. They are bringing the mirror. I gotta imagine Young probably going to set up one inside the bathroom to be able to watch into piano, but doesn't necessarily have to. You can set these up a variety of different ways, but one in the bathroom is always really useful, especially combined with the pulse here. That provides them a lot of intel. There we go. He's going to set that up to be able to watch into piano there. Keep the wall next to him soft. Fire it on. It also gives him an angle to the doorway to piano, or to yellow stairs. Sorry, that he can play with through the doorway. See how that goes here. If Young's able to hold that for a long period of time, that will help. But top floor is really the goal here for attackers initially.
So what's the play here from Luminosity as they want to keep their lead? And for me, the lead is not just the one round. It's when you have flexibility, when you have one or two rounds that you can play.
They've only lost one attack round so far, though.
Yeah.
So they're still in a good position. I think they played a pretty good attack last time. They had some good plays. It was lost gunfights that really cost them. They had the intel sometimes, just didn't hit the shot at the right time. For example, Doodle missing the shots on the player in cafeteria doorway, even though he's holding that angle, stuff like that. But he is getting some good drone work in, not to mention, I imagine, his footprints later.
Yeah, of course, the changes for Jackal are in play, so the longer those footsteps have been around, the less they're going to last when it comes to pings. So, hey, it's a great balancing factor, I have to say.
Speaking of factor.
Yeah, he'll take down Mo. Actually, I did not notice that. Very well done.
Got to keep the segues fresh.
The master of the dad jokes in this. There you go.
Well, that's Mo Dig off the board. I imagine most of his ADSs were placed, but if he was playing that yellow stairs juggle kind of thing, that's definitely a good initial pick in terms of the first minute 30. Now they've got to find the rest of the players. There is still the mute to be able to provide, or not mute, but the mute is in there, but the pulse is what I was thinking in terms of providing the intel. Oh, there we go. Sneaky play here by Factor, but he misses the grenade. That will, I guess, act as a distraction at the very least, but unfortunately for him, the player on the other side of the white van knows he's there. So does Factor. They're waiting for it here.
That second grenade was so close, but unfortunately the mute did not run back.
Yeah, Necrox is playing smart.
He really is ducking and weaving around everything, and this is something you can only get off of, well, thousands of hours of experience.
Yeah.
And there he is. Now he's going to come around the side, going up from Banana, and he's just wasting a lot of time. He wasted on his own a solid 40 seconds.
Yeah. That helped make up for Mo Digga's death early, for sure. Like, as it stands. Unfortunately, Rexon, though, just not peeking correctly there. Gotcha, getting him. Not a single scratch in Gotcha as well. So not only is this evened out, but now defenders surprisingly had a bit of advantage, especially after Necrox picks up that kill, because time working against them. Doodle at least picks up Necrox in the trade. However, 3v3, 30 seconds left, and they're just now taking control of Piano.
You're going to have to go for a plant at some point in time. Factor is upstairs, and he wants to spray through the wall and maybe find someone, but all those bullet holes, Doodle's going to walk on in and try to plant right next to this soft wall. They hear him, but Factor gets one. He gets shot from the side from Gotcha. Diffuser. Gotcha, he's literally right next to you. Doodle will find the kill, and it's a 1v1. Slash is watching from outside. Oh my god, Gotcha, you might have just messed this entire thing up. He was right next to him. Oh no.
He's going to have to update the prescription on those glasses.
Honestly, man, just call me up here. Young is going to try to fight, but he's been spotted, and Slash is now upstairs. He's going to watch the diffuser. He should have clear angles on it. He can drop at any point in time.
He hears it.
Yeah, you can hear as many beeps as you want. He's going to drop fire in on the Mira. Slash wins it, and Young will go down.
Maybe as an optometrist, you can help Gotcha out.
Oh my God.
Because he was just, I mean, I know in the heat of battle, he was concerned about the doorway. He was focused on that.
Yeah, he's going to rewatch.
And we're going to give him crap anyways. Like, you know, it happens, but it's hilarious when you see it. Just not for EG right now.
It is. It's like, do it, Renton.
You're right. That's his Renton drop moment.
Oh my.
Yeah.
It's it's as you said, it's hilarious. We're going to give him crap for it, but in the heat of the moment, it does happen to them.
Like you said, that unfortunately did kind of cost them
Yep.
because the diffuser could have easily been stopped right there. I imagine he was in the smoke and then the smoke dissipated. You got to keep in mind, though, it is a
the
little
smoke was off for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, while it is a little bit client-sided, he wouldn't have seen them potentially earlier, but he absolutely should have seen them by then. However, that puts Luminosity closer here to taking this, and now it's going to be Archives Teller's play from EG. Will they play it any better than Luminosity? Because this is one of the bomb sites Luminosity did not win. Like, they only lost 2, and this was one of them, so they are going to have the pulse, though. Something that I said was a crucial factor they were missing last time from LG. We'll see, though, if the Jackal can do a bit more, because the problem we saw was Luminosity were bringing the Jackal, but EG are able to kind of run around the map and keep top floor control, at least last round, despite being able to see those footprints. They are going to have at least the Mozzie did a nice droning. The Mira as well could be useful for providing some coverage of downstairs to help hold Archives while Young plays for below. They both have shotguns in terms of the Mozzie and the Mira to kind of open up the floor as needed. And I don't think the floor was open enough for LG last time as well. So EG might open up a little bit more.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it.
You really need it open, at least on the default plant spots. I mean, unless you really think you trust yourself to purely hit the C4, you want to deny a lot of spots and force them to go up on top of furniture.
But you know, this whole time we were talking about the gridlock, the smokes and everything. But right now, we can tell in the previous round that without those smokes, we wouldn't have gone down.
Absolutely, that's what I mean. The lobby plants, whether it be piano or the lobby itself, smokes are essential for that because you're having to deal with 2 different floors potentially contesting you, not to mention that bathroom being such a strong play. There we go, though. NVK, again with an opening pick here, killing out Factor. And that's pretty good. 2 grenades lost, the only grenades they have, but Rexon gets his revenge on Necrox. And a second one for his trouble on the rappel. Mo Digga down now, too. That is a C4 loss. Good kills, good trade back for the loss of the grenades and a man advantage now for LG. They've just got to make sure they keep their time management good to be able to turn this into a win. They've got top floor control now. Start to push their way down. See some stun grenades in the pocket of Hyena as well to be able to help clear out any utility they might have, although there's no actual Jaeger in play here. So those grenades would have been extra useful from Factor had he been able to stay alive. Now they're taking control of the middle floor and near Tellers itself. But NVK is aware of that Claymore. He's just got to choose his time correctly. He's got the impacts and he takes it out without an impact. Nice and quiet. Sneaking around now. They're not going to be expecting this, so it's just a matter of timing and winning the gunfight. Almost sees the tip of the gun there.
Now Doodle's looking the other way. They have no clue that NVK is here. You're not expecting him at all.
No, especially when you put a Claymore down.
Oh my God, he's so close!
He's waiting patiently.
Go for it! There you go. There's the finisher.
Shots.
NVK runs back. Slash is unable to clear him off. There's no way to use the Habana charges right now. Hyena, can he? That's so weird.
Hit one on the hatch there, it looks like.
Yeah?
It might open up a little bit of the floors, maybe.
What?
Don't stand too close.
NVK
going for the 3.
He's gonna go
Maybe
for
4.
it. He's gonna watch him. There's
Maybe
one.
4.
He's gonna watch him from above as well. He's got those 2 impact grenades as well. He can collect them all with so many goo mines left. But Gotcha's gonna collect Rexon. It's Hyena now, the last alive. Gotcha having taken so much damage. He's gonna turn around, checking the mirror window, but there's just so much work to be done. There's little time left, and right now you're just going for the Hail Mary. Unfortunately, those mirror windows really make it a lot more complicated. 1 kill coming in. There's the flashbang that'll go into the Mira. Young turns around at the right moment, though. And on the sprint, he'll be caught. That's Hyena dead. EG. They'll be able to win out servers, and this is how you play it. You go for a mix of top and bottom, and because you did not clear out the roamer early on, it allows NVK to do the work. And honestly, 200 IQ play from NVK to realize when to rotate around. I'm really curious as to how EG were feeding him the info to get up there.
The difference, too, is that when EG were on attack, they were running the gridlock.
Yeah.
And so they're able to shut down rotates a little bit better, whereas we have the Jackal instead for the smokes coming out. And while that can catch roamers, I don't necessarily see Doodle picking up a lot of footprints. Now we may just be missing them. And I'm not seeing a ton of pings from that either. I just don't know if his effectiveness is as high as we saw from the saw-bearing Gridlock of Young. But we'll see. It's still advantage to Luminosity here at 5-4. I honestly thought going into looking at the community vote that it should have been higher for a draw percentage. And I see the strong possibility of a draw here. However, LG have maintained the lead for quite some time. So if they can just close it out sooner, then, you know, that's fine. That's all they need to do is get to 7 before EG gets to 6. That's all they need to do, right? Easy does
10
it.
seconds remaining.
You're great at math, Devin, aren't you? That's how you're an analyst.
That's why I became a programmer, so I didn't have to do math, so the computer could do it for me. That's literally why.
You got to be somewhat okay at math, at least to do it first.
Do you know? Do you know?
Sure, with GitHub, you can do whatever you want.
Copy paste doesn't require math.
You can ask my brother about that. Here we are now. That's the programming engineers for it. But there's Luminosity now setting up on the outside and just running around, seeing what they can do. This is where you saw Gridlock, for example, setting up her tracks before when EG were on the attacking side. But as you said, maybe the Jackal isn't having the same amount of impact as you would expect. Maybe we're just not really.
Yeah, I don't know if we're not catching it. This is the thing, is we only have a limited perspective, so there's that shield up against on the boxes again as well. Same setup pretty much they went with last time. That worked for them, so I don't blame them. EG don't really need to change much. They just need to make sure to deny Jackal or deny a push into Garage. They pushed pretty heavy into Garage last time and got in a lot of gunfights trying to make that happen. They are getting some good intel, though, to set this up this time. Necrox not being able to hit that drone is definitely going to hurt him a little bit here. He played very well from that position last time, though. So they were expecting him there either way, with or without the drone. But the Mozzie upstairs from NVK, that's what they've got to worry about. If they can shut NVK down, I see this being a much stronger possibility for an LG attack win this time.
Guzmot's being set up here around the corner. Oh, far around it, but no damage done. It's Factor that'll be taking a bit of damage early on. Oh my god, that was a stun at the wrong moment. It pushes Necrox back for just a second, but he already collected the kill. It was just not timed well.
Well traded, though, from Rexen, but NVK, again, they need to stop him. Him and Necrox were the two to kill. They got Necrox, but NVK's still alive up here, and Rexen knows it.
Oh, there's one more collected. Two more make it, and Rexen is the last alive. Diffuser's on its own. And this has EG written all over it. Try to spray around to take down the Maestro, but it's still NVK doing so much work. I don't know how you can resolve it. You're going to need to push players against them ASAP. What I really have to wonder is that, unlike the usual, Luminosity are not taking top floor down when attacking Garage.
Yeah. They're just trying to push a lot more from that bottom part as well, trying to push into the Garage. I mean, they think it'll work, but it hasn't, clearly. Now we finally get the very first deviation in terms of mirroring the bomb sites from LG, because LG played Garage, Lobby, Archives, Garage, and that's exactly what we just saw from EG. But now they're going Lobby instead of going CEO. That was, unfortunately, something that didn't work out as well, as they only won it one of the two times when LG went there. So we'll see how Lobby goes this time. This is one that they lost before. The only attack round that LG have won was on Lobby. So EG either are just really feeling confident that they can make their adjustments, or this could be a mistake here in terms of making this play, because they were almost better going Archives, although I imagine that was a one-off kind of strat. You don't go there as a consistent bomb site. Usually, that could, you know, the meta could shift, but it is a difficult site to hold well, because you have to hold multiple floors at the same time. We'll see if they can hold Lobby this time. Is LG need to make sure they clear the top floor well. They did it last time. They were able to take this bomb site, but that was off of Gotcha's blindness in terms of getting that plant down a piano. So the smoke's definitely playing.
The mistakes were all on Luminosity's side until that happened.
Window. They had a mirror window on the next to the door in the bathroom on the soft wall. If I was seeing the animation correctly, that was an interesting choice. NVK and Slash, the two top contenders here at double digits. Both those players really coming alive, doing well. It's just sometimes the team isn't there for enough support to make that turn into win.
Oh.
Nice C4 attempt. Rexen patience paying.
How does that barely do any damage to him.
Shrapnel.
Oh my god. Oh, he's playing Zofia, so that's kind of a thing. You can just eat up all the damage. It'll still be... Oh, okay. And just, you know, come in reverse.
You know, Spider-Man style.
It's Australian style. There we go.
Doodle, there we go. A good initial kill, whether
That's
he wins or
huge.
not. That's MVK. That's the Maestro. That is a great initial pick to open things up here to potentially take it to 6 first. So we are tight at the moment. Things do slow down a little bit after that, but now he has some room to breathe. They can start to take a bit more map control, knowing they don't have to deal with the Maestro anymore. They still have to deal with those Evil Eyes because you don't want them spotting you out, but a little bit less of a problem, especially in terms of denying plants. You saw one just there in the Circle Desk lobby. Drone denial a little bit here from the Mute Jammers, but not enough to really stop them from getting the intel they need.
Yeah, you see they're spotting all the Maestro cameras and making sure they can at least pinpoint them for their teammates here, LG. Once that's done, then they can take them out once they get to the site, once the Sledge is in a better position, or Slash can throw in his EMPs and do the work with them. Though Mo has entered the top bathroom off of the yellow stairs, and Factor setting up his drone to catch any rotations off of the hatch. See there, but Rexon is going to be able to...
You better drone bathroom, Rexon.
Honestly, you should be expecting... You don't have clear on yellow. So, because of the... there you go. So you spot the Jaeger,
Saw
ADS,
the rotate. He knows.
the rotate, the ADS, and you know there's going to be somebody over there. Just
He's expecting the rotate to be used here, and it is.
Oh, there's Diffuser actually. No, it's going to be stopped. Hyena will get 1 kill on Gotcha after Gotcha take down Doodle. Oh, that's the peak of the century. Mo onto Slash will clear him out. But Hyena now has to contend with 2 angles. He's unsure of whether or not he'll have some opponents coming in from the staircase. Oh boy, frag grenade. One of them has been taken out thanks to the ADS that was pre-placed. And Mo is still pressuring. He's going to go and get down Factor. It's a 3v2 now. Hyena trying to go for the plant, and he'll be successful. He's going to run away. Beautifully timed and played. Oh, no, that's the kill that was needed. Mo will find out Rexon. And Hyena is waiting for any jump outs.
This has to be well timed. That's it.
3v1, you got at least 1 Nitro Cell. Are there 2, though? They're going to try to delay him. He's going to turn around the corner. He'll get 1 kill, but then shot down from Necrox. As all 3 players speak around from different angles. That was the play. Evil Geniuses secure the round.
Their very first lead of this match.
Yeah. It works out 6-5. It guarantees a minimum of a tie. And honestly, going into this game, I expected it to be kind of a tie.
Yeah. The big problem for me was getting the plant down without post-plant setup from Rexon. Rexon was in the middle of the map. He was not getting outside without a gunfight. That was a big problem because they got the defuse down. That was what they needed to do. Had Rexon been able to be in a better position to cover the plant and just bait them into it, they would have had to try and just win their gunfights to make that work. And then they could have covered each other in a crossfire. Fortunately, since that didn't happen, so Hyena just stranded outside. It's just a matter of timing. At least he got 1, but that's not enough to win it. Archive's going to be repeated, interestingly enough. They do not want to go CEO or console, whatever you want to call it. Interesting choice. They are going to go with the Pulse again here. They're going to have NVK on the Vigil this time to go for a roam in combination with that Mozzie once more. Again, I hope Doodle is able to get enough footprints to shut down NVK because NVK has been a real thorn. But Mo Digga last round especially was the big thorn. Just the great Jaeger play in terms of getting a lot of kills. Like you said, the kill that was needed on the Rexon as well. Just, he seemed a bit more on top of his game in terms of making the peaks. You saw Rexon seeing him and just not quick enough on the trigger. Whereas Mo Digga is just like jumping out, shooting. He's ready to take his gunfights. He's going to be on the Mozzie this time.
I mean, he's warming up. Mo has been known to be a great, just aggressive fragging player.
He can frag out when he's on.
Yeah, you watch his stream, it takes a few rounds, then he warms up and he can demolish everyone. So I'm not surprised that he's coming into his own in this matchup finally, and it's at the right time. You'll at least be able to guarantee yourself 1 point if you're EG, but if you're EG, you really want to go with the 3 points.
Absolutely, especially because you never know how the season might go.
Yeah.
A lot of unknown variables.
I mean, for the past couple seasons, qualifications really went down to the last point or two. So. Yeah. How
you don't want to be like G2 and have to spend the entire second half of the season trying to make up for.
Yeah, they got close to it. They're like a point away.
Yep, and that's what happens.
It's 1 point is 1 point.
Well, Doodle in a precarious position here, but doesn't know that the Vigil was just right there. Could have been caught part way. They need to get on their drone game here. There isn't the mute, but the Mozzies, as you can see the pest indicated there, making it difficult for him to peek around these corners. But luckily, he can check most of the corners without having to go in the room. They give him a safe entry, but still, you have to be ready for this. They're doing a lot of droning for themselves rather than droning for each other, though, and that worries me a little bit.
It's been a problematic thing here with LG, just not droning far enough. They kind of seem content at some point, like, okay, we have the information and that's fine. But you saw in the previous round,
there we go.
They knew nothing about yellow stairs. And in this case, they don't know much about the service stairs themselves.
Luckily, that pre-fire at least gave away the one on Visa.
And that's not something that they were kind of planning on. Right now, Rexen is trying to stun lock any players that are inside of admin. One of the Gizmots has gone out, and this is just wasting so much time.
Yeah, half the round gone and nothing has happened for LG. I mean, you have roamers like NVK and Modiga just able to run around the map here, do whatever they want. Additional intel from Gotcha as well, giving them the information they need to make these rotates. They go for a pitch and then just get hit by their own stun. NVK able to turn that into a kill on Factor. Again, falling early, losing some grenades. Slash at least able to make that up. The NVK down now. No more worrying about Vigil. Drone's going to be a little bit more effective now, especially now that they've probably sussed out where most of the pests are to be able to get around them. But they've got a lot of time to make up for it. Now they need to turn this into an execute on 2 floors down. Modiga as well. Nice play there. Some of his intel.
That's
down.
Not great.
That's an important kill with how Slash has been able to frag as well. Duo going to have to make up for it a little bit here. A lot of castle barricades denying some entry, but they're going to try and clear it as best they can from above and from the side. However, they've got to open these castle barricades to start making things happen. They could use them a little bit to their own advantage as well, to deny some rotates from the defenders. But they've got to clear out Visa first. There we go, Doodle, as the C4 goes out and does a whole lot of damage, but not enough to kill. He knows someone's down there on the stairs. Rexen's going to have to try and cover the flank. They can use this castle barricade here, and Hatch to help.
This is actually great now. Because you wasted the Nitro and didn't get a kill off of it, you can be a bit more comfortable if you're LG, but you have to plant right now. He has to go for it. Perfect on to Gotcha. Now it drops on in. Rexen is looking for the last player downstairs. No, he's going to get shot by Young. Is there a Nitro cell to throw up? No, there. Oh, no, they shoot it from the side.
Just hit him at the very last second. But that's enough for the GGs to come out for LG, or EG. Too many Gs.
GGs.
Yeah. Well played by EG, though, taking Archives twice when LG couldn't even win it once.
It's so odd. Gotcha was running this exact pulse skin when he couldn't see the blind pulse skin.
That's appropriate.
But yeah, he couldn't see that there was the jackal planting right next to him.
He's trying to channel some Jedi powers and it's not quite working.
So yeah, it happened, and I think once we got to that attacking side, it wasn't the same LG that we saw really popping off on the defense.
No, their attacks were definitely a bit more scattered. The roam play was strong from both teams, but I think EG was able to kind of inch out a little bit better. However, that being said, it was a 7-5. It was very close. Yep. You saw that plant almost went down. It was that close. One bullet away from potentially being a 6-6 tie. So that's sometimes what it comes down to. Literally a bullet grazing someone's like shoulder on the way up through the floor.
The Habana in the end was too slow to go for the plant, and Rexen dropped, which
that wasn't the play.
It would have helped, but it really wasn't.
He played a little too aggressive on it, honestly, was the problem, because he actually slightly saw the head for a second in Archives there, but probably didn't even like realize it till it was too late when he got shot from the side, because he was playing very aggressive to try and maybe even make it look like they were going to push Archives and just try and deny them from denying the plant from below. But that's the thing, is he needed to play a little bit more passive to do that. Stay inside there, hold some angles so they can't rotate for angles onto the Habana planting. And that might have been able to do it. Rexen might have been able to stop that one shot from going off. They would have been in a post plant even if Rexen would have died. It might have happened there, but you know, those choices come out, and it still almost went in the favor of LG potentially. So well played by EG, though, and definitely a very, very close match. The community vote kind of indicated that early on, and they did pick the right winner there, the right horse.
Yeah, we expected that it would be close because you're like, okay, this is LG, they're not some rando team.
Yeah.
And EG definitely played better later on in the matchup. I think if you want to sum up the mistakes from LG, in my opinion, it was droning was not effective.
No, it was
a lot of times you would not just go all the way and confirm opponents' positions, number one. Number two, you're losing players early because of especially what NVK was doing, just popping off, and he's not doing anything special. He's literally in the same spot every single time.
But a credit to the Mozzie players on EG as well, because they did a great job denying a lot of those drones. You saw how often they were struggling with the pest indicators, trying to get intel, having to peek around doorways. And I mean, like you said, they weren't able to get a lot of the drone coverage, and that was a factor in it as well. But yeah, they could have done a better job of droning. It's not like a mute jammer where you can just jump over it, though.
All right, well, we have our interview, so let's go ahead and have a quick chat with EG. Gotcha. Welcome back, and congratulations on your first victory here. It's the start of Season 11 of Pro League, and you take the first W against LG. You're back on the squad. You're now playing. How does it feel to be in these shoes now officially?
It feels good. I'm really happy with the progress that we've been able to make as a team. We've had quite a few role swaps and this and that, and I think we're starting to get in our groove. So I'm very happy with how things are going so far.
One thing that Emzo was mentioning in the pre-show is, you've been spending the past year or so more of a coach position, right? How is it for you transitioning from the coach mentality to a player one now that Ranger is handling that?
Yeah, so obviously playing and coaching are quite a bit different. Coaching, you kind of take a backseat to everything, and you're able to see the bigger picture and add input and this and that. And playing, I'm more so focused on just my own performance and making sure that I'm doing an effective job as an IGL and as a player. Ranger's a great coach, and he's doing a great job with helping with a lot of the analysis. And we still develop strats together as a team and all of that. So, yeah.
So when I want to specifically mention your guys' defense, because it was way more active than what we were seeing from LG. Now, NVK, we saw him being enabled so many times. How was it with the team trying to give him the required information for him to capitalize on the open flanks of LG?
Yeah, I mean, we noticed in general pretty early on in their attacks that they're keeping their flanks pretty open. So we mentioned, hey, like, we could definitely abuse that. And so we try to get on as many cams as we can and try to just coordinate pushes together so that we could retake map control and make some plays off each other.
Do you think the Valkyrie ban ended up actually benefiting you because LG were not expecting these sorts of plays because she was banned?
Yeah, I guess potentially. I mean, I think we were fine either way with or without Valk. MVK is just a monster, and him with Modiga roaming together, they synergize really well and they play off each other really well. So it's good to see.
All right. Well, again, congratulations on the 7-5 victory. It's pretty big here against LG, and especially picking up those 3 points will help you a lot. At the end of this, anything you'd like to say to everybody watching there at home, all the folks?
Just thank you for all the continued support and love. We really appreciate it. I know we haven't been getting all the results that we wanted, but hey, we're kind of a brand new team, and we're looking to make sure that we're back in dominant form. So we're going to do our best these next couple Pro League matches. There's lots of competition in NA this season, and best of luck to them out there as well.
All right, gotcha. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. We will see you in a couple of days for your next Playday of this week in North America. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
One thing I'd like to find out as well, next time we talk to him, is whether or not he moved into the team house. Because it didn't look like he was in the team house in Seattle. So he might still be, I believe he has a family, maybe in the Bay Area, that he has to be with most of the time. So being a little bit more remote, I'm curious how that affects that, if that is the case at the moment, if he wasn't in Seattle. With the team dog and everything. Gotta have a team dog. Didn't work out for Rogue, but it's happy to have it. Some stats there for Gotcha as well. I am a bit disappointed, I have to say, no Goyo so far.
Yeah, actually.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, I assume we're going to see more of Goyo when we head down the road here with Reciprocity and Dark Zero.
It might depend on the map, honestly. Like, there's a lot of maps where he's really strong and some maps where he's maybe not.
Right?
I mean, it depends. Like, on the bomb side as well, there's definitely a lot of open area that the shields might not be as effective, but we definitely saw it, for example, Latin America played Consulate with Goyo quite a bit as well in the qualifiers for SI. So I don't know. It's anyone's game. We got 3 more matches left, so we'll find out. Hopefully we'll see some today.
Of course, EG come back to play on Wednesday night. That's their game against Space Station Gaming, our last one of that evening. However, as you said, we got 3 coming up. Of course, Reciprocity versus TSM, our game of the evening, coming up right after the break. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pro League Season 11. Playday number 1 here for North America. We already saw game number 1, Evil Geniuses versus LG. Close game. In the end, you make a few mistakes, your opponents will capitalize on it. That's the highest level of NA play, and everybody's really at that so far. 7-5 victory for EG. We start off with game number 2. It's the Rec Pack, the Gucci Gang, playing against TSM.
This will be interesting to see how Rec plays, given their roster changes as well. TSM, they have not performed hardly at all last season. So I'm really curious to see if they can fix that. They really struggled.
I mean, they were able to make it to the Tokonami finals, right?
But they barely avoided relegation. By 1 point.
Reciprocity?
No, TSM. I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Reciprocity. No, Reciprocity are doing fine. They're good. They're good. They're Gucci. I'm not worried about Reciprocity.
They're a non-specific, not-so-luxury brand.
Yeah. NA. What can you do?
He said it. He said it, not me. I'm not biased. That's what they say. But that's TSM. As you said, they barely survived at the end, and they're able to make it into this season relatively unscathed without having to go through the trials of relegation.
The thing, though, is they managed to poach Geo over from EG.
Yeah, well, here he is. Bolo, Geo achieved Merc, and Pojo Man. Everybody's been asking, when does Bolo play? Here's Bolo. I don't know, chat, can you help us understand how you spell Bolo's name? Because I don't know if this is correct.
I think it's pronounced Balo.
Balo?
It's got to be Balo. It's the only way to pronounce it.
Whatever. I'm sure Twitch chat always knows how to.
Geo, interestingly, going by geometrics as opposed to just keeping it Geo.
I mean, this is the original name, right?
No, I know. It's just funny to see him kind of sing with that. Team Reciprocity, though, have managed to pick up the new player in Nyx, who came over from Dark Zero, but the rest of them still there, as well as Vertical from Rogue. And then Retro, Laxing, and Fox. But Vert is definitely a great pickup. He is still fragging out just like he was on Rogue.
Yeah.
But doing it for Reciprocity now.
Mark, obviously, off the board.
Yeah.
And then, you see Skies moving over to
I hate
Dark
to see
Zero.
Mark go, though.
Yeah, honestly, Mark was definitely a highlight for a lot of people.
Him and Easily, we lost a few.
But at least from what Easily posted, he'll be back soon,
I imagine that. Definitely a very reliable player.
That's something, but Vertical has definitely been an explosive player over his career, and now we get to see him with Reciprocity. I think this is an even scarier Reciprocity than it was before. A lot of people are sad we don't have the Skies Laxing combination anymore.
Well, we have Nyx with a stand-up desk, so there's that. Let's see if that helps.
Somebody leaked that. So we have our matchup. Which map we'll be playing on? This is our best of 1 map. Ban, of course, goes, well, ban.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to see Consulate again, that's for sure. It's interesting to see Clubhouse out early, but Villa, this should be an interesting match. Reciprocity have an interesting record on that.
Would you say it was very interesting?
It's very interesting. I'm interested to see how they play interestingly on this map.
Interesting. This is a strong map for Reciprocity.
And it's been an interesting map, too, in terms of how it's swayed sometimes between being very defender-sided and then very attacker-sided.
It really depends on the matchup. You're like, oh my god, EG, you're playing this. Why is this attacker-sided?
It's been strange, and I feel like more so lately, and I don't have the stats to back this up, so I could be totally wrong, but
we'll see.
I feel like it's more skewed towards attackers lately.
Yeah, we'll see this, I think, and after the first couple of rounds, how things pan out. What do you guys think, though? Because we always care about what you have.
Is that the exact same numbers? From
literally exactly
I'm pretty sure it is the exact same numbers.
Is this... It's wrong. There we go.
That's why it's the exact same numbers. So, what do you expect? There you go. We remembered numbers this time without writing them down, so progress.
Yeah. It took us 2 years, but we got it.
Still pretty close, though. A little bit less for rest.
Not much for TSM.
That's fanboyism. I mean, unless you guys see something in TSM that has just drastically changed, because I haven't seen this TSM come alive in a best of 1 pack. In a best of 1 format, they have not shown up.
Yeah.
Yet. So that is the issue for them, really.
Reciprocity show up no matter what.
Yeah, Reciprocity, I mean, they struggle sometimes, but they manage to make it through. I mean, Laxing eventually just kind of bites down and just does it.
All
right, everyone else is dead. I guess I'll just clutch this out one more time. That's how Reciprocity works sometimes.
He's the chef. I was talking about this today. I imagine Laxing is the guy that wakes up at 6 a.m., the only guy up at the Reciprocity house, gets up, goes to the gym, comes back home, prepares all the steaks, put them in the fridge, takes a nap, wakes up, does the cooking because no one else can do it the same way.
You spent so much time thinking about that, obviously.
I had like 3 hours.
Yeah. That's what we do for prep, is we fantasize about what the players do when they're not playing.
Let's not talk about how we fantasize about Uno. That's something for another day and another stream. But that's our matchup, and we saw we're going to be playing on Villa. I'm very excited about the operator bans because we saw how important Jackal is on this map.
And we could see Goyo on this map, I think, a bit more than we would have on Consulate.
How surprised would you be? On a scale from 1 to 10, how surprised would you be if you saw no Goyo in this game?
We'll go with a 5, just because I know it's the start of the season. Teams are still working on their strats, but it's not that hard to figure out. Put a shield where you don't want them to be. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, the armory pushes into border with like 5 shields in front of you.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
like,
Luminosity
why am I here?
Rocked that in the qualifiers.
Why am I playing this game?
Yeah, it worked so well. Buck going out here, not a huge surprise. He is very strong on this map from below. And apparently Fox is hot. Good to know.
I mean, that's kind of... I mean...
I thought we
already know that. Like,
dropping facts.
Sorry, Fuya, but everybody kind of already knew that.
Right.
Thatcher is going to be banned, so it's not going to be the Jackal. Huh.
Interesting. Yeah, there used to be a pretty constant ban against Reciprocity.
No Maverick, no Habana, no Thermite ban.
Oh, Laxing can't swim, so he's definitely not hitting the pool at the gym. Maestro. All right, so
Maestro?
Goyo, Echo.
Mira?
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here. And that's what I like about additional ones being added to the pool, because then it spices it up.
Goyo or Mira. And it's...
Again, all right. There's a lot of choices available. I mean, Maestro's gone, unfortunately, but... So the combo with the shields is, no, Merc, we can.
We can.
Do some leaks while you think we can't see it. Leak some info.
Super's dad owns all of Pro League.
Yeah. Shh. They were supposed to leak it, not you. You should have texted them. I assume Fox is not talking to us, unfortunately. No. Clash, are we actually going to see it played here by Nyx? Let's see, 6th pick.
I like how everybody just has fun. Look, not many here have been to a LAN event for Siege. I highly recommend you do so, because then you just get to see the players that are just joking about having fun.
Yeah, I mean, while they probably talk a bit behind each other's back, in person to each other, they're generally pretty fun and not really as toxic as they may come across. I enjoy most of the North American crowd. But, a lot of the players have been around for so long, too, and all know each other very well at this point. I mean, you do have a little bit of freshest blood, but everyone here has been around for quite some time.
Yeah.
This matchup, so.
I think I'm still... Like, I know Nyx has popped off really hard in the past year, but I think he has so much more still to offer.
Oh, absolutely. I think he was a great pickup for this team.
Oh, yeah. They have to be really proud. Unfortunately, it kind of breaks the whole family mold that they had at Dark Zero.
Yeah.
But, hey, Sing Sky's entering the team. And
imagine Christmas was awkward.
Yeah.
Family time.
Imagine, like, trying not to share strats with your family.
Merc with a quick entry, though. He wasn't even scanning before he just went in, take out the camera. Now I'm finding these batteries. You don't see Bandit played as often anymore, but Laxing is a great Bandit player, so I guess I'm not terribly surprised, but it's interesting that it's combined with the Kaid. They're really going to stop things from being opened as best they can. That's what the Thatcher ban was for. However, that was from TSM, so Rec really just abusing it.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, what do we want to ban? The Jackal, fine, we still have the Thermite to play with. It really does come down to what TSM have in store, but I'm sure teams have scrimmed as well quite a bit leading up to the start of the season here, so it might have been where, this is something that they constantly do in scrims, and we want to play off of that. Grenade will sail over the head of Laxing and will not do any damage to him. As he falls back, though, he'll be shot from 90, and there's just the entry there. Merc will find Laxing. That's the first kill of the game. They're just scanning around for any utility that has been preset for yokais. Very specifically, you heard that Echo drone go off.
You can see one right there a second ago.
So it's a bit further away, but hey, right now the biggest thing that is kind of unusual is that nobody from TSM is really controlling the bedroom, excuse me. Usually for this sort of attack into statuary.
This is also not usually a primary bomb site.
Yeah, but it's just so strong because you can hold off against people in bedroom. And TSM realized, like, okay, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot by banning the Thatcher. We need to go in from another position.
Right, because they know that walls aren't getting opened. I mean, they did take out the ban. It says he's going to be tricky anything, but I don't think that was the intention anyways. Vertical actually shutting himself into the bathroom there, probably to keep the smell contained. Bolo, though, trying to find someone having to jump his drone instead of moving it. It's a lot of slowdowns here from TSM as they don't seem to know how they want to approach this just yet. Little pre-fire through a soft wall, though, might help clear out bathroom. But they seem, again, stalled out. 37 seconds yet left, and they're still trying to find their way into that master bedroom. Merc, the one really doing some work here, trying to push forward. Unfortunately, C4 cannot be shot in time.
Yeah, that's going to be a loss there. Geo is going to peek around the corner, running the Capitao. They need him to open things up here, maybe lock down some of the players in position. And yeah, he's going to be switching around to the firebolts. There's one. It'll go right into the face of Fox as Pojaman will be able to go for the finisher. You have to walk in. There's 5 seconds left. Where's Diffuser? It's in the hands of Geo, but he's low on HP. A singular bullet can kill him right now. And he's going to keep on planting. Bolo will find 1 kill on Retro. This is great here to finish off anybody on the flanks. And Nick's not on his Yokai. This is all going in the way of TSM as Reciprocity muck it up so bad off of having a huge advantage. Yokai nowhere to be found. The Diffuser is planted by a player that was low on HP. Everything went so well for Reciprocity, including time, but TSM capitalized.
I mean, it was a really good push from players like Merc to really get a lot of map control early, and then they were able to try and pinch then from the bedroom. You said that they, why aren't they attacking from the bedroom? They're kind of leaving it, whatever, the bedroom's not really being defended very well. But the way that they took map control early of the other side and then used it more for a pinch absolutely paid off that round. They had man advantage. It was time management that they were really struggling with towards the end there, though.
And because you're pushing all your players from a singular position, you can really cut and clear very quickly. This is why you didn't see the 2 players that are playing in Aviator and Games Room really surviving for long. And we're going to go downstairs here for the play in the kitchen. You'll see the stats as Season 4.
I think it's kind of funny. You see TSM banning it more, but also winning it more.
Because Reciprocity love to play this map.
They apparently don't love to win it enough, as it was 3 losses, 0 wins and draws.
I want to go back and see who they lost it to, so give me a moment.
Yeah. I mean, they play it very well. They just, I guess, don't close it out very well. Laxing going to be on the Mozzie in combination with that mute of Nyx. And then the intel from Fox. It's a good lineup. We saw in Consulate how effective that could be. See if it'll be as effective on Villa. But there's a lot of map to clear. So we'll see if that helps the roamers play around and just really slow down TSM again. Because again, that was a bit of a weakness for them. But Geo actually pushing in fairly early towards Laundry here to try and take some control around the bomb site. They're actually clearing downstairs pretty heavily. Interesting to see. They are expecting, potentially a player to be roaming down there.
So one of those times this map was played by Rec, it was against AG, and that was a 7-5 victory.
That was a good one.
That was in September, though, so that was a while ago, and it's a different team. So it doesn't, obviously all these stats count for the past 6 months.
Well, I mean, both these teams have new players. Achieved, though, picking off one of the new players of Reciprocity early. Great initial Geo following it up on a Fox as well. Laxing might have to clutch this one out again.
This is the top floor clear. This is what TSM should be doing. And they're doing it well. Again, this is Villa. There's a map that's just so strong for the defense, and Reciprocity historically have been really darn good on their defense. On average, they're winning something like 3 or 4 rounds on the defense. So losing 2 early on is not going to be great. If they lose 3, that's just no bueno.
Like I said, I feel like lately it's shifted a lot more towards attacking favored for whatever reason, in terms of the way that maybe there's a lot better strats for attacking and a lot more utility available, things like that. But nice firebolt there from Geo. It actually leaks through the wall there. He's going to have to struggle with it himself, but he is doing a good job trying to control this area, and then Pojo going to try and set up for a plant here. When the smoke comes out, see if they can sneak this plant in quickly. One more firebolt just to make sure if they try to run into the smoke there.
Oh,
wow,
Nix!
From above, though.
What? How? Where did he come from? Didn't they have top floor control? Bolo will still walk on in. He'll find one kill on Laxing. Merc from behind. He gets one more as he comes in from that painting room. And now Nix is watching, but the diffuser's already been carried away. It'll force Nix to drop. Should be heard now. Not sure if there's a drone to confirm this, but Bolo's looking the other way. And diffuser's going to be set. Nix, no nitro cell. Terrible position for him to be in. And the Guzmot's actually going to be thrown to the opposite end. There's the second one, and unfortunately it does not pop in Nix's face. Should be spotted, but he finds the head of Bolo. That's one. It's a 3K, but no. Merc is ready, and he's doing so much work for TSM. He hits the last one, and Nix will be shut down. Look at that. Oh my God. The fact that he just instantly tapped the player in the pantry. That was beautiful.
I mean, that was a nice three-piece for Nix that round. He almost single-handedly saved the round in two respects. First off, by taking down the defuse plant when they were going to go for it, and then second off, almost being able to clutch it out there.
I think he snuck around the mid-stairs behind Merc.
It was a similar situation what we saw in Consulate coming out from EG, just those sneaky plays, retaking areas they're not holding. I mean, no one's bringing map control ops in terms of Gridlock or Nomad, things that can actually hold an area with gadgets as opposed to Claymores, which, let's be honest, Claymores are not that effective at this level of play because most players, unless you catch someone on a run out that's like poorly prepared, most of the time they're able to find an angle to shoot the Claymore, and it's one quick tap that's quiet enough that they don't give their position away. So we'll see Buck, though, actually the least banned of the four for this. Valkyrie Maestro, though, highly banned, and they are very effective on this map. Again, it's a big map. Having a lot of intel on it definitely helps being able to play aggressively on the roam, and they are, again, bringing the Mute Mozzie and Pulse combo. See if they could do a bit better this time in terms of those early trades, especially. And I wonder if TSM is going to go for the same push, as they are playing into the dining and kitchen again. That push was a decent idea. If they controlled that hatch above, they could have pulled it off because you don't know exactly where he's going to be planting, and it's just down to a C4 throw or smoke throw to be able to try and stop it. They do have a bit of C4, though. I imagine 3 probably on Mute, Mozzie, and Pulse. Oh, no, Mozzie's carrying barbed wire. Sorry, I just realized he's on the screen right there. So maybe just 2 C4s then, interestingly. Well, they really want that barbed wire to slow things down then to be able to pick barbed wire over C4 really shows that there's certain valuable spots that they really need in this defense for that barbed wire.
Yeah. You see Bolo with the Kickstar charm there.
Yeah, make sure to get those. Make sure to sub to.
Go to sub to Kicks so he can take us out to dinner.
Yeah. Absolutely. We need like a goal though, right? Like if X amount of people sub, he takes us out to dinner.
Every night.
There you go.
Thanks, Michael. He's such a generous man.
The Kicks starter fund?
I love you, though. I really have missed you. I really have.
It's been a while. I literally haven't sat here since mid-October. Ooh, nice initial kill by Fox, turning it around. Chiefs had some good plays last time, so that's a great start from the Pulse. Players have gotten so good at the ump. There's just some people that are really skilled on it. We saw that last map as well. They are trying to at least do a better job with the intel this time. But they're getting a lot slower map control with the exception of Merc, who's really just been balls to the wall getting into the map on Villa. He seems to just be very confident on the IQ with the G8 of all things.
Well, just the G8 just gives you that extra maneuverability, right? Because you have more ammo, plus that angle grip that was added to it in previous patch.
That's what I was going to say. His ADS time is a little rough, but the angle grip does help with that.
Exactly. I really think that once you've gotten beyond the recoil, you can do a lot of work with it. Bolo is using the breaching charges as we've come to expect. Breach charges on one of the players is kind of the staple right now. And there you go. Quick shots, and you can control so much here from the top floor. Plus, because of the breach charges, you have so much line of sight into the site itself.
Unfortunately for TSM, they're just looking for picks now off of it, though.
Huh.
Because they have man disadvantage. Time's running away, and unless they find some early picks, I don't see them getting this plant down without just trying that cheeky smoke plant again.
And the problem is Reciprocity have taken a lot of damage, but no one's dead. And even if they're low on HP, they can still be a big threat for you later on in the round. Laxing and Fox and Nix taking a decent chunk of damage each, and Nix will be the entry here for TSM as, well, he actually tried to come up those stairs, at least from what I could tell in astronomy.
Make it again.
Yeah, ends up dying. Geo preparing himself for the play as with top floor control, TSM are very comfy in going for this plant, something that they were failing at in the previous round. Vertical with one, but Mark on the refrag here. The G8 doing work. It is going to start popping up, and it gets shot in the back. Laxing doing the work. Now Geo is going to watch for rotations. He knows there's one player around the corner. Diffuser's going to get planted, but Retro has gotten a kill on Geo. Pojo Man firing away as there is one crossbow bolt to help him out, but there's a 0v3. It's all been done. Reciprocity rescue the round, and they'll be able to pick up their first one on Villa.
Much better patience there from Reciprocity. They were in a lot better positions to just deny the diffuse plant. You saw, for example, even them setting up with 20 seconds left before a smoke went out in the doorway at the laundry, and there was still the barbed wire there.
It's just the flanks were lost by TSM.
Well, they were so concerned about shoring up what they did last time, which is losing that top floor control to Nyx.
Yeah.
They were so concerned about that their bottom control was really weak, and most of the players just retreated downstairs. Yes, they did lose Nyx trying to rotate him up again, but at that point, so much time had been burned, and they were not giving away any free picks from above. So it just came down to a few trades downstairs, and they mostly went in the favor of the defenders' Reciprocity. It was not a great defense. Aviator Games here with Mira, though, on the 6th pick. That should be interesting. So he's interesting to see how those mirror defenses work of Aviator, because you can see into study, and that is so strong. Yes, there are some ways to deal with it, but the Kaid definitely makes it harder. So we'll see how this goes for defense as Reciprocity really needs another point. They put a lot into dining, going for it twice early on, so they're definitely not playing the normal meta. The normal meta is Aviator Games, then Trophy, then Dining. Instead, they went Trophy, then Dining twice, now finally Aviator. Similar to Constant, where we didn't see CEO till towards the end, and only on one of the teams. So definitely the meta has shifted on these two maps in terms of what the primary bomb sites are. I mean, we'll see when we go to the defensive side for TSM where they prefer, but it has been interesting to see those shifts in terms of primary stuff without the new operators factoring into that. A window getting popped early, I hope that was intentional. Because I gotta imagine that was intentional.
It seems like it.
It's an odd choice, a crouch height hole right there. It's definitely an odd placement. It looks like is the canister facing into study as well, so that does mean it was intentional.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that happened.
They want to fight it from behind bar.
Yeah, and setting up the window the way that they did means that you actually have a bigger angle when you're playing it from behind the bar compared to anybody that's playing inside of the
It helps you control the doorway, so that the opposite doorway there into Aviator is generally where a lot of teams try and push from. The thing they have to, or the thing they can do as well now is if Habana tries to hit the wall on the Aviator, they can shoot it from that hole, the mirror window hole that they made. So they can shoot off those X-Kairos.
Obviously, as a very wise man said many times, these holes work both ways. I wonder who that person was.
I don't know, but I hope it always stays true. I would hate for they to see them only work one way. So, well, I guess with the mirror windows, they are sort of like holes that work one way, but...
Kinda.
Okay, Merc again. Just the bravery of this man.
He's always the spearhead.
It's honestly working pretty well for them.
He sets up the Claymore in the way that it is right now because you have the red carpeting.
It's similar to Cafe, right? Red on red.
Yep. It really makes it difficult to see it. You really have to experience it yourself. This is meant mostly to protect from any late round flanks, so you're not going to always be so focused on checking, and the angle to get to it plus spawning it is more difficult than you would think.
It's a staircase you often see roamers try and rotate up later on, like you said. That will definitely factor in, because even if they have to even if they shoot the Claymore, that's going to burn a little bit of time. And if that's a post-plant scenario, that's very important.
It gives you the information, and because Villa is such a big map, you're not going to see players just rotating.
Well, yeah, we've seen no one's really been able to maintain good map control.
So what's the play now? Pojo's going to walk on in, and the drone is going to get shot and destroyed. You really have to keep that drone economy in mind.
Here we go. They're going to shoot those off.
It's a bit of a higher set of the X-Kairos there. Is there an angle? No, they're afraid of anybody shooting. No,
there they go.
No, that was a trick.
Yeah.
So Nyx is going to be able to set up his Electro Claw, but Vertical finds Pojo Man. That is actually a hell of a shot.
Yeah.
The fact that he landed it is pretty crazy there, all the way down to the window. You lose the Habana, your hard breach is all down. What do? You have to go for the Hail Mary push. You're at 30 seconds. TSM need to go for the push.
Geo seems like either he's getting a lot of different calls or he's really not sure what to do.
There's the smoke, and he's going to get up closer to the bomb. And unfortunately, this is not a great spot to go for the plant, but does save him from a nitro cell. One has come up, and Geo's so close. Oh, so close to take him out of his own teammate there. So still, Nyx will find Geo. Diffuser's been set. It's a 5v3, but Merc will hit one headshot. He goes for the second, and Merc is all on fire. The pre-fire here around the corner, but Fox will win out and remain at full HP. A 3v2 now. A big advantage for Reciprocity. Try to walk out, and there's the Claymore.
There it is.
Merc does it. Laxon's going to get taken out. Another one for Merc. He's looking for the ace, but no, he gets dropped by Vertical. It's now a 1 versus 1. Vertical at half HP. He's going to need to stick it. Doesn't have much time, and there's the last kill achieved. He'll guarantee it. Beautifully done by TSM, but all Merc, all day,
I'm telling
every single round. The man is a monster.
He is. I mean, I almost don't want to see him play any other operator because the way he's been playing this is amazing. I mean, even one of them's a Claymore kill of all things, like right next to him.
We had just talked about it, and like, really, because it's a late round.
And I just said post plant as well.
Yeah, it's a late round Claymore, and it's a Claymore that is way more difficult to spot than you would imagine. Yeah. It's just the red lines mix so well with the carpet.
Here's what impresses me though. They got that plant down 5v4. I think it was 4 at the time, or 5v5 at the most. All of the members of Reciprocity were up.
Yeah, full HP. Smokes have already been used.
He even ran through toxic smoke.
It ended up also being by the time the diffuser was set, Capitao already died. So Geo was down, and you were kind of really...
I love the living room library stat. Because no one wants to play most of the time. It is a little more attacker-sided, and like I've said before, I feel like dining room is the better site over trophy, and you can kind of see that in the stats there. But yeah, attackers have definitely had a better time lately. TSM, especially Merc, being a big part of that so far here in this matchup. Reciprocity just struggling. They're finding some picks, but they're just not allowed. They're not able to shut down a lot of these plants. I mean, Gio's doing a great job on the Capitao, especially combined with Merc. It reminds me of when we saw, I believe it was USN, was Canadian and Bosco, kind of the plant duo with the smokes in the plant. And we're seeing this kind of a similar duo here from Merc and Gio. And it's working out pretty well. Although, oddly enough, it's the guy that's smoking is also the guy planting, as opposed to the situation I'm talking about where Bosco would smoke for Canadian.
Yeah, allowing him to enter and, go for the play himself.
But Merc's gunning, keep him on the gun.
He's doing work. And, of course, he's going to be sticking to that IQ. There's something to look for in later matches for any opponents. You see Achieve the way he's walking in means there's no drone to cover him and give him any info on those astronomy stairs. He's just going to be clearing out as much of the utility as humanly possible. Seems like Reciprocity set up a lot of it to try and slow down TSM, but that sort of trickery is not working.
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 4v5 when they got the plant down, so it doesn't seem like they necessarily feel like they have to clear everyone out. They just need to get in a good situation to cover post-plant.
What I really want to verify is where Laxing is playing right now, because I think he's downstairs, and I'm not sure if he's set there. Yeah. So this position is great for 2 reasons. One of them is, of course, you can just walk up the mid-stairs and fight from there. But the second is having a nitro cell to fight against your opponents from below. Unfortunately, Laxing does not have that option, as he has brought his set of barbed wire. And you see, that Claymore is just way more difficult to spot than you think.
Oddly enough, there goes the barbed wire as well.
Yeah, this is just spectator for the Claymore. And this makes it way easier to find anyways. But there you go. Nitro cell is going to go out. No work done. That was probably your only nitro cell. I'm not sure if Nyx is bringing something on the cotton himself. But yeah, that's done. Oh, around the corner, Gio.
Yeah.
Missing the shot as Pojo takes 25
It's really
damage.
too bad Laxing isn't bringing the C4, because he could have been in a great position to throw up a C4 without having to cross that Claymore. And he's likely to know about it this time, but he can't do as much about it, because he doesn't have the utility to clear it easily. Pests are doing a good job at least stopping some of the droning, because TSM does at least need intel. But the fact that Merc and Geo stacked up just outside bomb site again, it's good. But I got to imagine that Reciprocity are going to be better prepared for that plant spot this time. So it's unlikely to work a second time. He might have to change up plant behind the usual spot in the display case, but he is anticipating going for a plant here. Trying a little bit of pre-fire, smokes are coming out again. Somewhat early from Retro, but still only 20 seconds left. We saw last time him just run straight through the toxic gas, not even care. Could see a similar situation here, but there's a lot of opening.
Oh no!
He's able to take down Nyx.
That's not a great spot there. Nyx really gives himself up. Merc will find another one. Fox is going to be stunned. We'll find one kill, but a refrag from Pojo Man. Even better this time around for TSM, but they're going to lose out on 2 players of Vertical, finding those 2 with his Vector there. Nitro Cell thrown out, but he's solo on health. Ezekiel there for Geo. It started off in the previous round with TSM being a man down, and then another one right after the diffuser was planted with 5 full HP on Reciprocity. This time, it was a 5v5 and actually turned into a 4v5 very quickly as the plant was still happening. I'm not sure about the kite play from Nyx. I don't think he should have peeked and challenged.
That was the problem, is they saw 20 seconds left in the smoke going out, and they thought, you know, let's be aggressive because they're going to want to go for plant soon, so we'll push against that. It worked for Vert, but not really for anyone else for the most part. Fox did, pick up one, but because he was so instantly traded while the plant was still going down with no real plant denial, it kind of didn't matter. It was an impactless kill for the most part. I mean, yes, it's one less person covering post-plant, but they had such a man advantage at that point that it was all in Vertical to try and do something. Like you said, low health, getting shot through the soft wall as well. It wasn't great. They're going to try dining one last time here. Not really trying trophy a second time. So far, they haven't really had great success on any bomb site. The only one they've even won on defense is dining here, so it doesn't make sense to try and go back to that. They are going to try and stop that push in, that that Merc Geo combo plant again. So they're going to be better prepared for that, but they also are going to want to try and keep that top control that Nyx used so well the first time they denied that plant. But this is kind of both teams trying to counter each other. We know that TSM's using similar attack strats. Reciprocity's using similar defense strats, but they're both trying to outplay each other towards the end of the round. And it's interesting how few early picks we're getting in this matchup because of that. They're both kind of dodging around each other, trying to find an advantage. And then it just comes down to a lot of gunfights towards the end. And TSM are winning a lot of those, 4-1. So far, Merc, look at that, 11.
Yep.
Highest you have from anyone else is 5. He's literally twice anyone else, +1.
I mean, he has as much kills as the entirety of his team right now.
He's a beast right now.
And TSM are leading 4-1 on attack on Villa.
What I want to see, though, is how they defend. Because we could see a switch up like we saw in Consulate, where it was pretty defense heavy and then switched up to the other team. Could be the similar situation here. This might end up a lot closer than it looks.
Honestly, I just love how TSM are controlling the roam game. And also how Reciprocity aren't even doing any... Oh boy.
Spotting pulse. Fox. In the leg even, it looked like.
Yeah,
Fox, he's out of the game.
Yeah, he was crashing. That was...
Yeah.
He shot him so bad, it kicked him out of the game. But no, you could see him walking in place.
They shot him with the Alt F4.
But unfortunately, because it happened after the first 30 seconds.
We'll probably have a rehost if he's not able to get back in.
There you go.
Yeah, nothing to do for this round. He's just down and out.
No.
It's too bad, too, because he was pretty good late round in getting kills. So that's definitely going to hurt things, not to mention a C4 off the board. So this might just be another round for TSM off that because, well, that's one of the earliest kills they've gotten.
And here's actually
Nyx.
2. Nyx, he finds 2 kills for his own, and he's looking for a third one, but he's going to drop that every single time. Reciprocity are just able to run up and play in the bedroom. TSM just have everything. How does this keep happening? This is the third time. Third round that Nyx is able to do this.
Important thing is they've lost Merc now, though. That's a big blow, given how he's been playing.
Of course, this round will count. We're just confirming this because Fox dropped later on after the rehost.
Yeah, obviously we're not the admins to make that call, but I'm pretty sure that's within the play this round out.
Yeah, this is just a standard rule set, so this is confirmed right now by our production team. There's Pojo Man dropping into the pantry. He has the hole to play around with. He has to be very careful. Nobody's in B, and there is indeed one player waiting for him. Flashbang thrown into dining hall there as Bolo still clearing things out. There's 28 seconds, and he hasn't used all of his utility yet. Not even ready to prep Pojo for this push. They're 3v4, and Nyx has taken a bit of damage, but All the utility's been wasted. We're at 15 seconds left. You have to go in. Bolo finds a big one now on a Nyx. And do they know that there's a player right on the side here on B? Yes, they do. Geo finds one. They turn around to take down Laxing, but it's Retro from the side. He got 2 with the SMG-11. And Kitchen is where all those bodies collect. Unfortunately, that smoke wall didn't really help.
It was impressive, though, for Reciprocity to take that back after losing Fox. But that was down to Nyx killing Merc. Really, that was all they needed to do to save that round is we lost Fox, but you know what? I'll kill Merc, and then we win.
Yeah, basically it. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rehost our matchup here as Fox not been able to come back in during the allotted time in the round itself. We'll make things easier for everyone. But yeah, here we are. I assume that everybody's back at the rec house.
Yeah, they're all, I imagine, at the Vegas rec house, so I doubt it's like an internet problem or something like that, or you probably would have seen the team drop.
Usually fun to know who's in Vegas right now we call Blue. I saw everybody at this Korean place.
Yeah, he actually ran into LG right after they won.
Invitational quals, right before their last game. They had won the second to last one for playing, going up against Space Station. He's like, yeah, dude, they just texted all over. Like, yeah. They were all partying.
Vegas is popping because, as you mentioned, LG were in the last match. They are in Vegas as well. Yeah, EG in Seattle. Let's see where else we got. Sonics, they're gone, but they're over off on the East Coast. I'm trying to think of who else. We had Rogue in Vegas. They are not there anymore. Obviously, Rogue has got a new team somewhere else.
I think most people are in Vegas.
But some of the players from that, like Vertical, obviously stayed in Vegas to be with Reciprocity, I imagine. So
Dark Zero in Houston, right?
So Nyx obviously had to move over to Vegas.
How far of a drive is that?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know how far it is from like places in California, but I'm not sure about Texas.
It's like 7 hours.
Probably something like that. It's like 9 from where I live, which is, it's not bad.
Did you drive to USM?
That was literally the only, I've been to Vegas like 6 times, and that was like the only time I didn't drive. I flew. Just to save some time, but it's like, yeah, usually drive. Love just seeing that big empty desert and the nothingness of Middle California.
At least it's not on fire.
Yeah. But I mean, it is great to see a couple teams in the same place. We had 3 in Vegas before, and now it's just 2. But it's cool because then the players can kind of hang out with each other, talk smack. I think it just helps NA build up some camaraderie. I mean, they are more within physical proximity.
Where are United based right now?
Not entirely sure on that one.
And Tempo Storm, are they based anywhere?
Well, I mean, you'll get to probably talk to one of them to ask. Although if it's a draw, maybe not. So just keep that in mind, ask her in the interview where they at. Because you never know. I mean, it's great to
Congratulations on your victory. Where are you at? Like,
yeah. We should have said that to Gotcha. Then we would have known.
That's true. Gotcha, if you're listening, which I know you are.
It's all the day one interviews are just where you at. Just to know.
How the boy's doing.
But I think it's important to know because like these kinds of things in terms of team houses, living together with your team, the camaraderie, being comfortable there, those things do factor in. You know, it's something that factors into your play specifically. And I don't know if TSM even have a team house necessarily. And they've been playing for a while here in Pro League, so it's interesting to see. I mean, hopefully they do, because I think it's great. Although I'm a bigger fan of the apartment style, where you have everyone in their own apartments, so they don't get on each other's nerves, like real world style. But at the same time, I mean, Dark Zero seemed to be fine living in that one house.
Yeah, but it's a pretty big house at that point.
So hopefully
like having an apartment
often. I mean, Rec had a pretty big house before as well when they were Cloud9.
This is why we have separate apartments. Imagine if we lived like one huge house and I had to deal with like...
Let's not do a caster house.
Intero on one side, Kicks on the other, you on one. And
okay, well, back to the game.
Honestly, you guys would just let me sleep in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like, Milos, you take care of all our food.
Yeah. Why not? Well,
no more frozen pizzas for you, mister.
You can cook those as well, I imagine. They still involve the oven. So that's cooking, right?
That's not how it works.
Well, interestingly, we're going to start on the same bomb site. Trophy for the defense here as the sides have switched for TSM. So seems to be the meta at the moment then, in terms of where people want to start for these two teams at the very least.
Now, round number 6 does count, as you guys can tell. It's a 4-2. TSM, huge advantage, but You mentioned it before.
Yeah, we had 4-2 split going in the console as well.
It really does matter how you start off on your defense. And if TSM are able to show, like, yeah, we're actually really comfortable, specifically on this site, which is Trophy. This is the most attacker-sided site on the map, like probably the only one as well. It really requires you to not mess things up. So should that happen well and TSM win this round, then they'll be looking good when it comes to the theory. 5-2 gives them a lot of flexibility. They'll only need to win 2 rounds. They have 3 rounds of buffer before they really have reciprocity breathing up their necks.
Interesting too, we're going to see Fox back on the Jackal. Now, they were the first team to play Villa back in the day, and Fox was on the Jackal, playing it Buck style from below. So it'll be interesting to see if he's still got that. Usually, like we said, Jackal often gets banned against reciprocity here on this map, so maybe this is where they can make up some points. Vertical just popping into windows, just in case.
Now, I'm not surprised that Nyx is bringing the Twitch here with the Philosophy. Even with the nerf, she's still very strong.
Not to mention Mira has been in play sometimes.
So that helps. Plus, I think the Twitch play on this map was really popularized by Canadian. Still back then on EG. He was able to really clear roamers very efficiently
because it's a quiet drone.
The F2 just shreds people.
Yeah, that's the thing is because the drone is relatively quiet, you can kind of sneak it up on them. Do it similar to the way Ashe players do often, where the drone find out where the player are and then push into it.
Yeah.
And like you said, the F2 just melts them once he actually has their position down. So it definitely is something that works pretty well. Although it looks like he has someone droning for him. He actually has both drones in pocket, interestingly enough.
And just to use later on in the round, should it be required.
I mean, that's very efficient, though. Have someone else drone for you, get in, take some map control, and then use the drones yourself. But that means you have to have someone watching your back while you're on drone, because you're going to be inside the map droning. We are going to get some footprints picked up, though, by Fox. We didn't see a ton of usefulness from Doodle's Jackal on Consulate that we were able to see. So far, we've seen a little bit more here from Fox already, so it's a good start for them. But they need to pick up the pace a little bit, as over half the round is now gone. And we're not seeing Merc-style play where someone's already up against the bomb site right away.
Now, it might be Nyx doing that in just a second. And you see how not the entirety of the wall is reinforced. And the big reason for it is that TSM banned the Thatcher. And probably all of this was planned. Because, well, now you kind of expect reciprocity to be coming in from the opposite end of the map, clearing up from Aviator Games Room. It takes a lot of time just to be sure, droning, going through things.
But it is funny with Thatcher Band that they would not bring a Kite or a Bandit.
Was that an FO12? Yes, it is. Oh my,
even
this
with
is
the nerf. Still strong gun.
It's
Polo,
so strong.
Taking out Fox already. That's gonna be some footprints safe now.
Oh, Geo with a Nitro Cell hitting here with the Mozzie. The smoke takes a bit of damage, but I'll assume also that Nyx is down on the floor. Yes, he is. So that's a huge Nitro Cell there. Merc will find one more. And that's laxing out of play. Retro is basically the last man alive, and this is
the only one even taking any damage.
Reciprocity have just been smashed to bits here in the round. Pistols are peeking around. That's the Elo trying to contest, and well, not even actually. Achieved will take a bit of damage, but he's still in this. And yeah, Retro is going to save the op. There's nothing that he can even do in the round. Unfortunately, that'll be TSM to grab their first defensive round. It's 5-2. This is how important it is. Not only do TSM win the round, but they win it so convincingly that it really will knock Reciprocity on their side.
Reciprocity, I think they need a Merc-style player because it worked so well for that early map control. Yes, they didn't always cover their flanks well, but they got towards bomb site very quick, and that bought them a lot of time to actually play around that.
Well, you know what the craziest thing is that Nyx is that sort of player, and Skies before that was that sort of player too. So you talked about how we see sometimes laxing popping off, but usually, as you also mentioned, it's when it's needed. It's
almost always in
to
clutch
save the
positions.
round. Yeah, exactly.
It's because he's very good at staying alive during a round and providing additional intel and map control, as opposed to getting into fights early. Because he's smart about that. He wants to be alive to make sure the team's able to pull things off. Interestingly, though, I was talking about stats for Living Room Library earlier. We're going to get to see it here and see if it affects those stats going forward and ruins that 100% win rate.
Let's see if TSM have got that knowledge required to win this one out. Again, this is the site that should not work, yet somehow it does. because it's so out of place.
You know what TSM's doing, though?
What?
Something that we didn't see from Reciprocity. Now, Reciprocity didn't have a Maestro, right? And they didn't have a Valkyrie, so they had no cams.
That's true.
What are we seeing from TSM? We're seeing a bulletproof camera. You just saw Pojo put it up. Last round, Castle had the bulletproof camera. Doesn't have it this round, but they are bringing bulletproof cameras for additional intel because the 2 defender bands were the 2 other sets of cams. And I think that's benefiting them. I think that's part of what helped them do so well in their defense last round as well.
Yeah, bulletproof camera, Echo, plus the
Mozzie
Mozzie
mute combo.
Mozzie mute combo. Yeah, all of it is just great. As usual, the entire point of running this is to deny info plus to gather some yourself.
Yeah, Laxing's really going to have to spot a lot of that stuff out early, especially the Yokais.
Well, they even have this half wall here opened up. So usually what happens is that you fully reinforce that bathroom, but when you're TSM right now and you really want to put Rec on their toes, you leave it soft, and you even have a rotation hole there, as you can see. So yeah, you can tell there Fox was able to drone it.
It's really stalling him out, though. He's still outside.
It actually,
there we go.
It's way more scary than having it closed, because you have to always watch for something.
Well, it's so easy to just jump in that bathroom and then work on the doorway. Now you got to watch 2 angles, and that's the bomb site there, so you know there's going to be anchors playing it.
Ooh, vertical
shot,
though. That's the hallway cleared. Achieved is down and out. Okay, so the Zofia is running the Claymore, and already used up the 2 explosive charges there with the Gzmot. Fox might be prepping for some smoke grenades there to be used, but Bolo is rotating his Yokai. There you go. First smoke's going to go out, and unfortunately here for the attackers, they're going to be tracked here. Flashbangs are going to be thrown in as they'll be denying the diffuser plant. Nyx will go in for the second time, but there's the flank. Pocho Man is ready to close it, and he finds one. Close to Tekken. Yes, he does. That's the headshot. Polo with one more. The MP5 rattling off against Retro. Hear the snake-like shots there on the suppressed weapon. Laxing coming around from the mid-stairs. Vertical has little utility left here on the Zofia. To deal with Pojo in this position is very difficult, but it will open up the site for you. Vertical is walking in slowly. He's making a bit of noise. There's one player upstairs also making a decent chunk of it too, and trying to use some of the debris here to your advantage. Smart play from Pojo Man, but Laxing has come down. And there's the shot. Vertical gets Bolo. That's the Echo off. Can he find the mute, however? He's lying down on the floor, and he's so close to getting it. Yes, he'll be able to do so, but Vertical takes a lot of damage, and he does not have any ammo left on his M762. Now he's going to reload in the meantime. Not going for the diffuser plant. He finds one more on a Merc. He's a 1v1. Turns around the corner, but Geo's too fast. And there's the headshot. TSM secure it. Reciprocity so close for the comeback. That flank from Pojo Man was excellent on the mute. Diffusers dropped, and that is match point.
I really like that Bolo used the smoke to cover his Yokai rotate too. Because he saw him go across from the doorway into behind the desk where the plant was going to go down. He knew that was a run for a plant, so he rotates the Yokai and gets an angle above the smoke again to sit and hit him. That stops the diffuser. It gives the chance for Pojo to make the flank, and then it just falls apart from there. Also a quick flick from him over top of the desk to get that second kill and stop it from being a trade. But what a great attempt by Vertical. Luckily for them, because they made the plant attempt early, they had a lot of time to try and recapture it, and Vertical used that. But Laxing unable to find a kill to help on the flank. Definitely cost Vert the play there.
Defenders,
he tried. Certainly tried, but now it's guaranteed 1 point for TSM. Not looking good here.
This might be the recovery of TSM. One thing I want to highlight for everybody watching right now is that you might be watching all of the regions, either EU, NA, Latin America, or APAC, and thinking like, hey, this team played against this one in the very first or second Playday, and they lost, and this player didn't perform very well. What should we be thinking? Was this player the problem? I really want to tell you right here, right now, to get those assumptions out of your head. I would implore you to give things a couple weeks before you start making any judgments.
It's essentially a best of 2 spread out over 6 months, so this is just one of the maps of that.
Yeah, plus right now we just came in. A lot of teams had these changes in their rosters. Give it these 4 first play days, so over the next 2 weeks, to kind of have people walk themselves into the pressures and the new environments, and then we can talk about who's not performing very well. I think by Playday number 4, it really sets up for the start of the second half of the season very well. But right now in the first Playday, I think it's way too early to make any assumptions.
Yeah, but the good thing is we are seeing TSM doing quite well in the best of 1 here, guaranteeing 1 point.
That's unusual.
This is far better than they did last season already.
Very unusual.
Looking good on this map, essentially. And Reciprocity, really, again, maybe shouldn't play Villain anymore. Their record so far is pretty bad. Good drone work here coming out, though. They are trying to isolate this Elo player of Achieved and get him early. He was an early frag last round, or the round before, I don't know which call it was. But Laxing taking down Bolo early, the smoke player. A great initial pick here. That's really going to make things easier for a site push potentially. However, a lot of flank rotations coming. Really, Achieved just burning time here. Everyone kind of afraid to push him. And now that Merc's protecting him as well, it's going to be hard to get him out of there. You see ADS as well trying to help protect him. It looks like they might even be just considering rotating rather than fight him. But if they continue to put pressure on him, he won't feel like he can move. So they do want to leave one person there, in this case Vertical, to try and put pressure. And you get that the Sistel rivalry kind of thing going on. Oh, nice attempt by Merc. But Merc, you got to finish that kill on a Nyx. But you know what? He's like...
He's still got a vert somehow as he dropped in.
Almost finished the kill there as well. Nyx just barely getting out alive. Pojo also providing some intel here. Unfortunately, can't hit the shot, but does get the drone. Now, again, Merc coming to back him up.
There is support here from Geo, but that's the kill from Retro.
It was Geo.
Goes around the corner. He gets 1 kill. He gets 2, and that's diffuser dropped. One player come around the corner. Laxing as well, trying to pinch alongside Fox. But that's one for Geo. He's collecting them all. Triple kill and achieved the last one. That's the game done and dusted. TSM absolutely demolished Reciprocity to 7-2 victory.
Flawless defense side. Played 3 bomb sites. Library of all things, win rate still good. TSM looking like a different beast with Geo on it.
That's Zeronic.
I feel like it took him a little bit of time to get Geo in there, but man, you see, obviously, MVP there, but still, the real MVP to me is Merc.
Yeah.
Because obviously this was the MVP for after the rehost.
Yep.
So,
he still got 6 kills in those 3 rounds.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, fantastic work from TSM. They look much more solid as a team in these best of 1s now. Reciprocity look a little shaky, but, you know, they have a poor record on that map, so it's not surprising. I'd like to see them play something they're stronger at, like Consulate.
And again, when we say poor record on the map, it counts everything from Raleigh Major until now.
Literally just talking about the stats that were on
So just the stats, we look at just purely that. We're not talking about how close those games were, who were they against.
Yeah, obviously, they could have been 7-5s.
The roster, there was at least one of them, and the rosters were very different, most of the teams that are in play right now. So we're talking in general.
But in general, looking at that, maybe don't play that map for a while till you get it settled. Because Reciprocity looked almost lost on it. And we didn't even see those like Laxing clutches that we come to expect. Fox had a few good, run-outs there to try and save things towards the end, but just overall, it was a bit sloppy, and TSM looked really tight, especially in the roam game there. And just players like Geo and Merc just going off.
Yeah, I have to say, they both played excellently. Pojo Man had the important kills that were necessary. Bolo playing more of a support role, and he did it excellently himself. You're not supposed to see him popping off.
Achieved had a few good plays in there as well. He just got lost in the mix a little bit. So overall, the whole team really performing.
Yeah, I mean, this is what ends up happening when the team is working well. 7-2 victory. It's been really a while since TSM were able to win something online.
Yeah,
it's specifically a best of 1. Everybody's been talking about this for a while.
You'll have to ask them about if they have the team house thing going on, because maybe that helped if they did get a team house and they're able to be all together in person, just because they do so well at LAN when they're all together in person. That maybe that's a factor, maybe not. Maybe they just got it together this time. Because, I mean, it was disappointing to see such a strong team doing so poorly last season and just narrowly avoiding relegation. Because basically they sent Rogue into relegation by just barely leapfrogging them. And, well, they managed to poach one of the players out of it. Or not, I'm sorry, they didn't. But Reciprocity did manage to poach one of the players out of that. And most of them have gone to new homes, much like a litter of stray puppies.
Technically, you could also say that a Reciprocity were able to take out Redeemer from it, as Redeemer was signed as Rogue's coach later on in the season.
At the very end.
Literally the last 2 weeks of the season, and that was after Ranger had kind of left the team to later on.
I think that was when Ella the Dog was coaching. at that point. Bark, go over here. Bark, work together, guys. Come on.
I sound like a chicken or a dog.
It's not bark. It's supposed to be a bark, but you know. Animal impressions aren't my forte. Sorry.
Finally, we find a flaw in you. Honestly, it took so long.
That'll be my next role. Animal sounds.
But here we are. I mean, the Reciprocity now have Redeemer as their coach. They officially announced it. I'm not too sure how long he's been kind of helping them.
Yeah.
A lot of teams really waited until the last second to announce things. You saw today the announcement with Rogue taking up the Giants team and then Rips joining the squad for EU. It literally was like, 4 hours before the start of EU Pro League. So
that's how it is, though. Generally, we find out all this stuff officially right before the start or right just before the show.
Don't worry, guys. You all act surprised.
Yeah.
Nobody knew.
Anyone who follows the Reddit usually kind of has an idea what's going on.
Reddit always knows everything.
Yeah, they think they do.
Is somebody's going to make a thread now like, oh my god, all the casters are attacking us. They hate us.
Look, I go there for strategy. Obviously, they are definitely the strat
I check the subreddit all the time.
Yeah, it's important. Research. Especially on meme weekends.
Oh, dude, I miss... Okay, people have to really step up their meme game.
Yeah.
Because
everyone's gotten a little lazy.
I've been disappointed recently. But we'll see as Pro League has started. We have our interview ready, so let's go have a quick chat. TSM. Hey! Oh, is that a great Pojo face there? Oh my god. Pojo man, congratulations on the victory. 7-2 against Reciprocity on Villa, a map that they're considered to be very strong on. With their new lineup, though, didn't seem like it was the case. You guys came in really very well prepared, and starting off on the attack, collecting 4 rounds is great. How does Merc do it?
Merc's just nasty, to be honest. And he was playing his role. He was watching the flanks, he was doing everything he needed to do, and he's still killing everybody. So, he's kind of like our semi-flank watcher while we're going for those takes, because that's just what Villa's like. And then just cleaning everybody up. He got a Claymore kill too. Reby, take it.
I mean, he put that Claymore on the mid stairs on the red carpet, and it's just way more difficult to spot that Claymore than you'd even expect it. It's not until you're in.
It's broken. Yeah. It's the Ember Rise Claymore, basically. You can't see a red Claymore on a red carpet. Doesn't work.
Let's just be happy that Ember Rise skins are banned, right?
Thank God.
We take our victories where we can, and then we go in rank to play against them. We're like, why am I even here? Can I just alt F4? Yep. That said, you guys played really, really well on your attacking side, but also on your defense. You're absolutely flawless. Now, that Thatcher ban, was it all prepared for you to play that sort of semi-flex on Marble?
The Thatcher ban was mainly because we knew they relied on it a lot. We felt like we could just kind of play with it pretty easily. And if they bring a Twitch, when you do a Thatcher ban, you know you did something right. So I think that kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, it really forces them to go for an operator that's kind of doesn't always work well for you, especially when you don't have anything else to snipe. Now, we were talking about that Mozzie mute combination, but it seems to have worked even better for you guys this time around. What was the combination that you were looking for to stop them? Because it didn't seem like Reciprocity were able to gather much intel on you.
I mean, you can't really argue with mute Mozzie when Thatcher's banned. It's just super hard to get rid of. But the way we draw on the map and everything, and big shout out to our coach Bagel, we picked up just before this. He's not on our official roster, but he's definitely been putting in a crap load of work to help us. So he's kind of the one that devised all of this. So.
All right, and finally, I want to talk about that 8th round. You guys went for the library defense, and it's definitely unusual. You don't really see it. It keeps the 100% victory rate on it. I really liked how Bolo was able to maneuver his Echo as the smokes were coming in, but what was allowing you to kind of rotate around in the center hallway? Because it's such an open position, and you're the mute, you're the one with the SMG-11. It's difficult to go for those longer gunfights should you be forced to go for them.
So those gunfights in that hallway weren't too bad. You're relatively close, but I just saw, I kind of checked the hallway and I was like, okay, there's nothing there, and nobody was really covering the hallway, and I was able to just walk in and kill the guy for free. So
you think that was
kind of had my cover from White. So
you think that was a mistake from Reciprocity to not have anyone watching the hallway?
Oh, 100%. But that was kind of the idea, was to burn. They would take study, burn their time, and then they'd come there, and then what do they don't have a whole lot of time, and they didn't have the manpower because we knew somebody would be crouching on the other side of the map. So
yeah,
we had the opening and we took it. So.
Well, in the end, it came down to 1v1, but it was very much a victory for Geo. So here we are, everybody popping off in the squad. Though, that said, anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there after TSM seemed to have recovered from the best of one syndrome? It's a pretty big win today against Reciprocity.
Just thanks to all the fans for believing in us. Thanks to TSM for supporting us like crazy. Like, they give us anything we need, anything we want, we get pretty much. And big shout out to Bagel once again for like really putting in the work.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be seeing you in the next couple days for your next matchup in Playday number 2 of NA. Pojo, congratulations. We'll see you soon. Good night.
Thanks. You too.
It's good to hear picking up a coach might have been the difference maker there, because they were talking about, we were talking about how they struggled last season, and then Pojo just gave a lot of credit for those attack strats they used, and maybe even the defense strats to Bagel. So definitely good to see that someone was able to help shape things. And given that, as well as their performance right there, I definitely am looking towards a much stronger TSM this season, I think, or at least the first half.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they end up playing. Again, for me, it's all about, looking things up in the next few days. And there's Merc's stats. Oh my, that's a
nearly
14-5.
2 KD.
That's still pretty good, even with a plan on top. And as Pojo was saying, this man's job is holding flanks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's... by flank, I think Pojo means literally the entire map.
Well, it's just funny because like the way he's trying to explain is that when you're flank watch, you're not necessarily expected to get kills unless people walk into you. You're expected to cover the plant and then maybe cover post plant, but he covered it by killing everyone, and that is a great way to cover it if you can succeed in that role. But it's weird to call it flank watch, because you saw how fast he got in the map. He played a flank watch like an entry. He's like, I'll watch your flank after I walk up to the bomb site in the first 30 seconds.
All right, well, those were our first 2 matchups. A close game number 1 between EG and Luminosity. A runaway victory for TSM versus Reciprocity in game number 2. And now we're ready for game number 3. It's Tempo Storm versus E United. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 coming up. It's E United playing against Tempo Storm. The two teams are finally being shown here in Pro League, so we'd like to extend a warm welcome to the organizations.
Yeah, they're new organizations.
Their debut.
These teams came in as different teams and then got picked up by the organizations. Of course, that's always the big thing you're looking for when you come in from Challenger League is who's going to pay us now? Got to make that money to stay in, and orgs have definitely been doing a good job. I think player salaries are pretty good in NA. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but I imagine pretty decent as well. So it's good to see that the game.
It's like APAC looking at them is like, you guys are getting paid?
Well, I mean, you remember back at like year 1 when like there was, no one was really making any money playing for the most part outside of the occasional prize.
The casters were barely making any money.
Right, so it's definitely come a long way, and I think it's exciting to see, the new orgs come in. Let's take a look at Tempo Storm's roster. Saw them try and put up a decent fight in USM, but struggle a bit with that. You got Dream Butters creators, Filthy and Crazy Butters, who also had been in the hospital recently. Hopefully doing well now.
Yeah. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, hope so. I hate to see players go down health issues, of course.
Oh, yes.
This is, you think people are just sitting at a computer all day playing and they don't need to take care of themselves, but you absolutely do. Just because you're young, you think you can get away with everything, right?
Oh, you're not.
I'm yours and everyone but me. E United, Yeti, Grixer, Reed, Collat, and Forrest. Reed playing temporarily for Alfalma, and I love that that they managed to bring an EU player over to a team abbreviated as EU.
I mean, it makes
Seems appropriate.
lot of sense.
So then EU could finally win Pro League with an EU player.
Yeah, but because this way EU can win NA.
Right?
Oh my God!
I mean,
We've
they tried
gone
with
to the
Sonics.
next dimension.
No, I mean Sonics obviously did that first, but they're gone now. So it's up to the next team to bring in a foreign player.
They might win Challenger League.
However, you never know. We'll see. Watch Reed do so good. They're just like, Alfalma, can you wait? But as far as we know, they are waiting for his visa, and we don't want a similar situation to what we had last time with Avian having to play from an internet cafe and all that.
Visas take time, and they're complicated.
Yes, you definitely prepared for that, bringing Reed in. So
I don't have half an hour to explain to you how visas work today, unfortunately.
if you could do it in a half an hour, I'm impressed.
You could make a documentary about
Yeah.
me just off of visas.
Yeah.
Here's our maps, of course, best of 1 series.
No repeat of Villa or Consulate. Those early to go. I was going to say maybe Clubhouse, but nope. Maybe Bank. Border.
So Border.
All right.
Okay, we're going to have, so off of our potential 8 matches today, we've seen 1 repeat map, Border. So every single game has been a new map.
Yeah.
Except for this. Cafe Dostoevsky is the only other map that has not been played.
So it'll be interesting to see.
Maybe our last game, Dark Zero, this is G, would be on Cafe Dostoevsky. Who knows?
I hope so.
What do you guys think, though?
Yeah,
I always
who's-
appreciate your info.
Wow, a lot favoring United, maybe just because Tempo Storm, since qualifying, has not done so great in pretty much anything. So I can understand why there's a little lack of faith, but United also hasn't been up to a lot either.
I mean, to quote Stokes, Yeti is the one that wants it the most.
And maybe that's what it is because Yeti wants it the most, and because he's apparently the hardest working player that Stokes has ever met. I mean, the fact that Stokes has been a player is already impressive. But Yeti, definitely a player who's managed to come into Pro League, leave back to Challenger League, and come back multiple times. He's definitely persistent, though, and see if he can reign in this game here.
No trash talking, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I do hope Reed is going to be a good stand-in, though.
Yeah, I'll see.
Given, I don't know what he's playing for at this point. I mean, I imagine he's getting paid, but he's not playing necessarily for a permanent spot on the roster. An IQ ban, interesting one you don't see often.
I hope that the way he's playing doesn't really telegraph things and makes the way United are playing more of an open book for Tempo Storm to read into.
Book's not here. Interesting bands, though. IQ to go, so I gotta imagine Valkyrie's gonna want to be played.
I think
Echo maybe as well.
100%. You have to. Well, okay. Now
we know Goyo's really strong on this from what LG did during quals, so that could be the last ban. But you're gonna want to consider Valkyrie.
You have to. Honestly,
well, no, obviously not, because this is a team that banned IQ already.
Echo, Valkyrie. Yeah, I think United might just ban the Maestro at the end.
Maybe Echo or Maestro. Yeah.
I think they'll go for standard ones. Yeah, Echo makes sense.
All right, we'd better see that Goyo on this map. Come on now, it's 2 maps now. You guys have disappointed me. Why do we release new operators if you're not going to play them?
We didn't have Goyo in the last game, did? Oh my God, Devin, you made
Frustrating.
that video for nothing.
Trying to encourage it, okay? Just play it. The exploding shields are fun to watch. Everything's on fire. Bring a Capitao and a Goyo, and then everything just burning up. It's fun.
Pro League commentary brought
Monty.
to you by who?
You waiting for me?
Yes, I know. I'm looking at you like,
Like, I think everyone knows who we are at this point.
Michael Bay explosion. Blam.
Yeah, that would be interesting. There is a helicopter on this map after all. Nomad is expect there. That's always a very useful one on this map, and why you often see Nomad banned on border. But instead the IQ got banned, so Filthy's going to take advantage of that 6th pick.
All right.
We got
Workshop.
Valkyrie there as well.
I think that Valkyrie is going to be really tough to deal with.
Oh, it is tough to deal with. I mean, you've got, for example, the old coconut bra throw and the smoke on the car spot. It's really difficult to deal with, for example, especially with an IQ.
I mean, you can literally call any Valkyrie position a coconut bra position. Also, anything that has to do with tarps.
Yeah, there's no more of that. Maybe next new map will have tarps.
I wish. Honestly, I actually really like the position.
Yeah.
Can we just add tarps to all the maps?
Yeah, let's just throw them up. That would be weird on this map. I mean, there is the one bird's nest. It's kind of interesting. That faces towards CCTV window. They are going to be going vents first, though. That is an interesting choice. I mean, it's not as uncommon as, say, starting Trophy on Villa was. But, you know, Armory Locker's Archive is still a strong bomb site. But that might be why we're not seeing Goyo, right? Because they're not playing that site yet. Because he's so strong in Armory Lockers.
Yeah, you just put him on the main armory wall, and you're just going to have so many. Oh, boy!
I see. 4. That's probably over the typical Kanto spot there.
Yeah, it was thrown over the top rope, and nobody looked up below. And next thing you know, you were on the floor.
It's a good first round thing to do because, of course, you don't have to repeat it after that. But, you know, you haven't done anything yet, so they don't know what to expect. Another bandit play as well that we're seeing here. Thatcher is available this time, though, so that will probably be... Battery's gone. He's got 2 in his pocket, but he's more concerned with fragging. It's Yeti, after all. Let's get them kills, and he's getting ready for it.
He wants to go for the run.
He wants to. He doesn't have a lot of intel to work with, although there might be some Valkyrie camps. There is a pest right there as well. You can see, stop him from being dropped.
Oh!
It doesn't work. Butter's on top. It takes no damage, thanks to the pillars.
Of course, this setup is really low on reinforcements because this is armor is not the focus right now. The defense is downstairs in workshop vents, so this is why you don't have much to when it comes to utility.
If you can
can't
burn 2
afford it.
minutes for them to take upstairs, that's a decent start, and they're on their way to doing that.
Well, three reinforcements we've been able to see have been used here upstairs, and at least slowing down Tempo Storm for a bit. We're down to minute 20 left. You exchange the Zofia for the Bandit. It's a pretty good exchange. Unfortunately, the Thermite there still is alive. It's not the most important operator to have later on to breach in because the defense was forced to put those reinforcements upstairs. So it's more about having the Zofia in that case, or the Sledge. Actually, the Sledge, funnily enough, he's gonna be the one that's lost. Forrest will walk off for just a second. Nobody spotted on the rappel. No! Creators on the reverse rappel finds Forrest, takes him out. Now it's Reed. Gets 1 kill, and it turns it into a 1v2. Will they walk right into his sight? Yes, but it's Dream that's ready, and he hits the shot. That's Reed dead, and Tempo Storm secure their first round. A bit hectic here, a lot of frags and a lot of kills. Not much happening on the site itself.
Yeah.
All the work and all the effort was upstairs.
2 of those kills from almost the same rappel as well. That was definitely not the play. The aggression from the C4, sure, it worked, but the aggression outside of that really didn't help them, and they threw a couple of bodies away in trying to take out players outside. Unfortunately, didn't pay off in the end, and Reed is stuck in a 2v1 position at the end. Obviously not ideal, especially with the at that long of a range. It is difficult to hit that. We will see them go to Armory Lockers, though, having failed down vents. You know, they were trying something, didn't work, so they're going to change it up. Again, no Goyo, though. Maybe they're expecting it to be banned, much like no one wanted to play Mira even when Mira wasn't banned, just because, well, it was always banned for the most part, so you didn't expect it. See both teams really not liking this map too much, so it's funny to see them both go on it. Obviously, they try to work on their weaknesses and shore up how they play this map. But it does seem like it is a well-matched map for the two teams based off of that, although one of the teams having won it once. Despite no Goyo, though, we are going to see a deployable shield from Forest on the Alibi. Of course, Mozzie is going to be bringing no mute, but they have the Alibi to help. So they can potentially stop some drones from spotting whether or not those Prismas are real early on. So it can be helpful to Alibi. They will, of course, take advantage of the Maestro being available.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
So when Pest being set up downstairs in the workshop, you can hear him launch that. Classic Maestro cam there to be able to watch basically all of our archives from above because it can see the door as well as the fountain side. So far, Creator is the only one really kind of unevening things. Most players either have 1 or 0. So binary looking scoreboard for the most part.
Is it on or not?
I wonder if he threw an Alibi outside.
He did.
That always makes it fun for runouts. So because you're so used to seeing enemy detected outside, it doesn't trigger you the same way, and you don't react the same way. So if someone jumps out outside while that's already going off, you don't think about it as instantly. You give someone an advantage. Because you saw, for example, we had players being spotted outside last time. Interesting that Callout's going to take up the Bandit instead of Yeti. Yeah, switch roles, but hey, he's already doing a better job on it.
Perfectly done. There's nobody nading from the skylight. And that is a position that is so strong.
That's the counterplay to this Bandit, is you down the chimney. This particular position right here that you see Butters droning from, he needs to be the one to throw that. He has 1 grenade left in pocket, but is he gonna catch up at the right time? Come on, you know he's there. Just do something about it with your grenade.
I mean, you have 1 hard breacher, right? You only have that thermite, and he's already used 1 of his charges. It's already a lot, considering the fact that you need the second one to really allow you to enter into archives, unless you're just gonna go for a rush. So, yeah, I'm already very happy about all of this. If I'm United, on top of it, not just okay, hey, there's no more thermite charges available, but also now Fountain is gonna be way more difficult to deal with because United fallback. They have their bandit batteries that are now set on it. And, well, finally, the Alibi is actually going to lose out on... No, it's just going to be there. It's going to be so annoying to just look at it, and Arita will find the first kill. This is huge, taking down the Zofia. No stun lock possibilities. It's going to be extra difficult to clear out the Maestro and the Bandit in the back, and there's the shot from Yeti! 1 kill for him, but he'll get shut down right after. No more grenades available, so for the Zofia and that the Sledge, it's a good trade.
Good flash push attempt there. Thermite actually wins that without taking any damage in return. Probably completely blinded, but Reed trades it. Still 3v2 advantage as, there we go, Filthy goes down. Creator's not much he could do at that point. Reed getting a couple kills that round, trying to show he deserves a spot on this team. After being stuck in that clutch position last round, they definitely were a lot more effective this round. Callout, I think, did a great job on that Bandit, tricking it, and like you said, falling back and not getting grenaded allowed them to hold Fountain for so long. Yes, he eventually lost the fight, but they held it for so long. They were able to keep the Maestro alive as well. He had his position spotted, so he rotated down. Will we see it stick? For Bathroom Tellers, interestingly enough, I can see the utility there. There's quite a few good choke points to funnel that. Now, this is problematic for the players on Temple Storm. Because
finally,
there's the Ash. That's what I was going to say, is they only have 2 soft breachers in terms of the grenades from Sledge and Zophia's to take out those Goyo shields, but that's why they bring that Ash 6-pick there.
The fact that you still have to use all that utility to deal with the shields, the Volcan, it's reason enough to bring Goyo, right? Just the fact that you're using up that utility. And I know you're the man with a plan when it comes to Goyo and how things are right now, so please.
I mean, right now, there's pretty much 2 ways he gets used. His shield's either there for denial of area, usually the plant, or, for example, the spot Callout's at right now, similar to that position, a little bit further over towards the window, does deny planting in the typical corner spot if it were the upstairs bomb site, which it's not, so they don't need it there. But it's either that or it's for angles to play and then be able to retreat and set them on fire. Castle Barricades as well. This is a great combo. So we talk about the amount of soft breachers they have. What's going to suck up other soft breachers? The Castle Barricades, and they don't have a Hibana to hit it with the X-Kairos. The Sledge is available at least, though that will help possibly preserve some utility if they can get up and close to those.
I think Tempo Storm are really leaning into that Thatcher, but I don't know how much it helped them having the Thatcher, considering the fact that the previous round, not only did they have the Sledge but also that Thatcher, and it still wasn't enough to push back the singular bandit.
Yeah. It's lack of coordination on those takes. I mean, you really need to practice taking against bandit tricks, against Kaid tricks, things like that are so common. You have to have your timing well. We see even Pro League level teams still struggling with it on maps like Clubhouse, how difficult it can be. But they at least have control of CCTV, trying to set up here. Filthy also has control down below in Workshop, trying to make sure no one rotates and drops good cover there. Creators does take down Yeti in the meantime, so that's Jaeger off the board. Again, Yeti struggling early, but caught. Trades it back onto Butters. So there's that sledge down. That means these castle barricades much better at sucking up utility now, as you see them playing behind them. Filthy, unfortunately, doing the Ash holding an angle thing really isn't contributing a ton other than cutting off the rotation. But if they don't use that rotation, it's not necessarily accomplishing a lot right now. But they still have a minute 40 to work with. There's one of the lifeline impacts used on Castle Barricade. As of course you have to barricade that door pretty much if you're playing this site, as you need to control above and offices here. And so far, it looks like they're headed towards the take of offices in the first minute 30, which would be ideal, especially with the rotates cut off by Filthy.
Forrest, though, will be the one to find that kill, and it's a second one here for United's. Tempo Storm will lose Dreaming Butters, and they're so close. You know that there's a player here watching. This is the usual rotation hole for a smoke. Well, in this case, it's the Mute actually playing it. Grixer will take down Crazy. That's one more, and you're Zofia. You can just stun there and check. Use your utility for it if nobody's going to be droning for you. And there's one more. Lots of creators dead on the floor. Filthy's last alive. He's got all his breaching rounds left, all stun grenades. It does not matter. Tempo Storm are not really, first of all, dictating the tempo, but number two, not using any of their utility. That's how you lose. United outplay them off of just actually using what their operators have in store for them, and otherwise, there wasn't anything really special that was pulled out.
We didn't even see a ton of use of the Goyo shields, but it was just, there was so much utility they needed to burn, and losing the sledge early made him a little more desperate for that. Definitely was a good setup. Overall, it worked quite well in terms of just forcing them to push in to the players of United. And of course, Grixer being able to stay alive, like you said, without them stunning him or doing something to take care of him, just lack of intel there. Yes, they kind of knew a player was back there, but I don't know if they were, like, you saw him looking at the wall as if he's thinking, do they have the rotate there? Because sometimes a rotate is put there to be able to rotate in and out of that spot.
To locate and defuse bombs.
But no, the wall was completely soft but unopened.
It's so weird because as bathroom tellers, right, you kind of have to have this mindset where your push is into office. Use your utility to clear office, to clear armory. Once that's done, you're relatively safe going for the plant, right?
You just have to have good flank coverage.
But what's the problem in the previous round is that they were too afraid, in that case, Tempo Storm, too afraid to use their utility because they wanted to keep it for the actual site.
Yep.
You're like, that's not how this site is played.
Yeah.
You need to clear before you even think about the site.
Well, so far this is the only site that EU United have lost, and they're going back to it. But with how they played the last two rounds, and like you said, Tempo Storm just kind of seeming a little more lost in how they want to coordinate their utility and droning. This definitely does look like it could be EU United taking it 3-1 here to make up for the loss the first time around. There is, again, the Ash being brought this time, I think, not as a sixth pick, just the extra utility and soft breach being very useful for clearing the castle barricades. They don't have to worry about the Goyo this time, but they don't necessarily know that yet until they drone it to make sure. And if I was United, then I'd just even kind of fake that out and bring a deployable shield to use somewhere that they might be worried is a Goyo shield. Until they spot all 5 players, they don't necessarily know that there's not one in play as a 6th pick. Although it wasn't even a 6th pick last round, which is even funnier.
Yeah, the 6th pick was the castle?
Yeah, that's what they didn't see coming. It was a great combo, though. I mean, they smartly 6th picked to the Ash to have the extra utility either way, but yeah, it just didn't work out. There's one of those cams outside, very useful for Forrest. Be able to call out anyone repelling, playing on the vent window. Good attempt from Crazy, but just doesn't land hardly any shots. Forrest lives through a lot of that. He's trying to use this camera for a run out there. They are going for the usual armory wall take here. Even though that's not the bomb site, you still have to kind of work on it the same, especially when Yeti is putting up batteries. try and slow that down, because you got to be careful, because you can easily lose min trying to take that top floor, and then all of a sudden end up at a disadvantage when time crunches down, and Yeti is still holding this fairly well. Crazy in the meantime does find Forrest finally on I assume either a second attempted run out or catching him on a rotate.
Regardless, that was the entry that Tempo Storm were really looking for, and Filthy is trying to hold on rotations from below. I'm not sure what he's looking at and checking right now. Maybe just probably has player say, teammate.
Oh, what?
Oh, I can't believe he actually did that flick. He actually hit it as he went for the default cam, turns around, the Zofia smacks Kala in the face. That's the kill. Filthy with another one on the Grixer. Reed is last alive. They know where he's at. He's might be able to get one kill off of this, but it's done. Flawless for Tempo Storm. Man, this is Storm's a brewing right now.
Yeah, obviously Vent's definitely the weakness for United. That's twice now they've lost it. But they can go back to Armory Lockers now. Definitely worked out as a much better bomb site for them. I can imagine they're going to, and there we go. No reason to keep doubling down on Vents, just not working out. We might even see tellers, bathroom tellers again after this if they don't want to go to Vents, or could see custom hold. We don't see 4 site rotations very often, even when there are 4 decent ones.
Yeah.
Just because a lot of teams, you have to come up with so many alternative strats for sites that you can't afford to do that for 4 sites. It's already like 8 strats minimum. Unless just one of the, the 4th site's just a pocket strat and you don't have any other alternatives for it, but still. Fortunately, no Goyo for this. Too bad. If you want to see it, go back and look at how LG played it in the quals against SSG. It was interesting and it worked for them pretty well.
No. I'm still very curious as to what the point of the alibi is.
Some people like to play it as a roamer with a gun that's pretty strong. They have the extra ability to open up rotate holes with the Bailiff. He's got the deployable shield to assist as well. And it's, some people just feel really comfortable playing it. And the extra delays that you cause with the holograms, especially when you stick them on windows, can be pretty helpful. But, if Forrest just likes it and it works, it doesn't necessarily have to be a heavily strategic pick.
Now, you saw there in the percentages for the map overall, it's one of the, it is literally the closest map, 51% for the defense to 49 attackers. So, ending up with a 3-3 half on border is definitely a completely normal thing. It seems like when you're able to gather a couple rounds advantage in a row, it usually propels you forward. Yeah. But it's just chaining the rounds on border that sometimes gets a bit
especially
more complicated.
On defense where you can't, if you're successful, you can't play the same side again. Attack maybe a little bit more so, but...
So you have to have kind of a bit more flexibility in your pocket when it comes to those, when it comes to the sites.
There's a playable shield actually helping him quite a bit here, unless Butters can clear it. So the Thatcher ADS, or to going off to try and clear any ADSs. But the nade, it looked like he wasn't aware of the shield there. He went to nade the spot behind. That was a bit of a waste, because now the shield's still up. He's still got a frag grenade to go, though. But they need to drone this again now to find out where he's playing.
There you go. Now he spots everything, but unfortunately, they might just have to go for the face check. Grenade's going to be lobbed around the corner, and Butters will... Oh, no! Crazy will get one, but Reed on the refract. Filthy one more on the call-out, and Filthy for another one. Okay, this is how you clear CCTV, I guess. Face check it.
I mean, it's Nash holding an angle and then just pushing in for the trade. It's not a bad position to be in, but Reed really trading it back.
Oh, that's
low health.
That's 2. The Ash could barely survive, and another one for Reed. He's leaving everybody on red today, and no, cannot get the ace.
Still, Reed's like Alfama who?
Is definitely playing very well right now. The Grixter is the last man alive for United, so it's going to stick down to the site. In a 1v1, you really cannot predict much, but there's so much time left. This is a soft wall defense because you're running the Maestro. This is the old Team Liquid strategy.
I mean, I don't know, especially with the health advantage, I favor the Mozzie in this here, especially time. However, I don't know how much intel he has on this plant attempt. There we go. Good night.
Can we get a good night in chat, please?
Good round, at least, from callout. Good C4 throw. And that's part of the reasons I favored Mozzie in that. It's just because he has a C4 to deny. And when you're planting, you're a 0v1 at that point. Bathroom Tellers, there it is. They're going to go for it again. Goyo again, looking like he's being picked, possibly the 6th pick to the castle again. I mean, they're going to read into the bomb site for sure, then, especially with the Goyo there being visible. But will they go with the castle? It worked pretty well last time, but I don't know if they need it. Then they're going to go for it. Reed's going to switch off.
Not surprised.
But he was so good on the Maestro. We'll see.
I mean, anybody is good on the Maestro.
That's true. He is.
It's the Alba. You're not playing Maestro, you're playing the Alba.
Yeah, it's true. You're playing a gun with a person attached to it.
It's literally a railgun that fires 81 rounds.
Yeah. And they're all homing bullets.
With long-range sighting on it. It's actually insane how good the Alba is.
Yeah, it is a very strong gun.
I think what we're trying to hint at is, like, maybe it shouldn't be that strong.
Probably not.
Probably
But
not.
you know what? There is the option to ban Maestro. So there's that.
Fixed it.
That's what they said is they wanted, especially after Lion, they wanted to allow the players to be able to control the meta a little bit more. And that's what those bans are there for. No one's banning Goyo, so hey, play him. Why not?
So there's the Goyo.
Oh, there's one.
That's pretty standard
I
one.
like these spots. It forces them to take from office or to try and waste utility and time burning those up early.
Well, the second shield is definitely to block out anybody coming in for the default plant.
Yeah,
So
you almost have to hit that from sandwich if you can even hit that from there, which I don't think you can.
you cannot. The angle is just
It's too tight, yeah.
Yeah. So if there's somebody on the window, it shuts you down completely.
You might be able to hit it like with a grenade from there,
Yeah, but it's just,
but you certainly can't shoot it from there.
and that's a difficulty with Goyo, is that not only do you have to think about putting the shields in position, but also how do you take them down without overexposing yourself. Obviously, you can just peek around the corner and fire into it, but a lot of times you want to keep yourself a bit safer than just that.
The thing is, though, you can't leave them up. They almost always backfire on you if you leave
That's
them up
true.
because they have the angle to shoot them. Not to mention if Maestro's in play.
Goyo shields work both ways, right?
They certainly do, but more so for the defenders. See? There's one down. That's going to slow them down on their entry. Gives Reed the chance to move out of there without getting pushed, but they are droning him. Barbed wire there as well. Call out's going to rotate back out. Pull out the CSG and get demolished from below. Filthy again watching those hatches. Same as he did previously. Worked out better this time. Butters as well picking up Reed. United start to fall apart. Those Goyo shields going off, but they're the ones getting burned.
Yeti turning around the corner. He's got a mute jammer to help him out, but you're definitely not expecting Filthy coming in from below. And that's the spot that you wanted. Pre-firing through the wall. Bit of damage done. No, none of it. Some bullet holes that are being used by the defense as Yeti will take a bullet as he falls back into Fountain. Forrest is watching the hatch, and oh my god, Richter is so close. So these are bullet holes. You can't see actually the player behind it. They're looking at one another, and he'll be able to get the down. That's one. That's the sledge out of play for now. There's still a defense down below, so
It's the second time in a row the sledge is the first to go down on this attack.
he's not actually doing much. That's the big thing about it. But at least they'll be able to pick up the sledge in this case. Keeps on firing. There's the EMP being thrown out. Grixer and Forrest are here doubled up. The castle barricade in support. This is huge, but because you have the sledge and just operators in general, you can deal with that barricade relatively easily. Grixer is trying to play a bit more aggressively here. Nitro Cell will be used up, but oh no! Force turns around at the wrong moment. There's a 1-to-1 trade. Grixer will get one. Grixer with two. Grixer with three before he gets taken out by Creators. Diffuser's going to be held up here, but the Ash turns around the corner and Filthy does it. Yeti's dead. Tempo Storm secure around.
There's that 3-3 we were expecting. This is going to be a close match between these two teams, especially on a map that both of them seem to not like.
I am just not surprised at all, but this game has definitely been a slugfest so far. Frags has been the name of the game.
Things could turn here, of course, once we go to the other side, but never know. See, armor lockers, will we see that Goyo? Probably not. Ying. If he sticks up, that is a very classic way to push armor lockers. One you don't see too often anymore. It's still somewhat viable, but no, Capitao is definitely a better choice. I agree with that. If you're going to be trying to go for shock and awe, fire works a little bit better, as blinding you does no damage, but fire certainly does.
Yep.
So, We'll see here. I'm a big fan of the Goyo shield when they're going to bring Capitao as well. We saw it work out somewhat for LG, as I was saying, because Capitao's going to try and create fire for their benefit, but then you can create fire back and literally fight fire with fire.
It's like Clash versus Monty, right?
Yeah. Well, then you just deny the whole room, and that works for defenders' advantage rather than attackers. We are going to have Filthy on that pulse, so we'll see how effective he's able to be in terms of either playing upstairs or down to try and help protect this here.
Yeah, I'll be quite intrigued to see how they set up the Maestro for this one. You'll see the first Evil Eye has been set up here. It looks all the way down into the armory, and you can set things up for it if you just open up the top of the wall. Of course, one of the two soft walls that connect between archives and armory. I wouldn't be surprised to see that opened up at some point. A lot of players will open up maybe at the foot level, but right now we haven't had any plays coming in from the ventilations window.
Yeah.
There's barely been any pressure from there, which, you know, is kind of surprising, but still. This time, United, of course, have switched sides. They'll be playing on this attacking side, and Grixer avoiding any shots coming his way.
You'd be surprised how often just a pre-fire through that kills someone trying to approach on that bridge.
Randomly, someone will be just walking through, and you're like,
it's
what?
Worth a shot. He's doing some droning down below. He's maybe looking to cover at least, or take below. Try and kill that pulse, I imagine. He's going to be trying to hunt down Filthy if he can. IQ being banned means they can't hunt him down by just looking through the walls. So Filthy is at the advantage then with that ban in place, which was done by E United. So they're now paying the piper for that, if they were to use that. They are going to try and get Armory Wall here open rather quickly, and looks like they will succeed. No successful bandit tricking coming out, so good start for them in that it's less than a minute and a half in. They already have that open, and it looks like possibly no one behind half wall. So that's the other checkpoint, but they have Forest on the Capitao. Makes it pretty easy to clear half wall if you can peek in and hit that fire arrow, and they can't peek back fast enough. They get burned out, and you can usually hit them on the cross when they try and rotate out. So it is definitely difficult to play that, so probably best that they don't play back there. What they really need now is someone on sandwich window. Once you have that position, it's actually somewhat easy to make this plant with the Capitao hitting the smoke and the fire, someone holding the cross, the rotation from the sandwich window, and then just a lot of utility burn and plant going down. It usually works out pretty well. They have a lot of time left as well to be able to take care of the additional utility device for Evil Eye and also burn out some of the smokes from Crazy. However, Crazy doesn't look like he's throwing them early, so that's good on him to have that control, make them burn a bit more time. But like I said, in the meantime, they're getting down utility, but call out getting downed here. Not great. Now they're going to have to rotate over to pick him up potentially. That's risky to do so. Might kind of have to leave him for a minute, but that means the diffuse planter is not going to be up to setup for this plant, but they do have at least Yeti now playing sandwich window, and that's what they need here.
Yeah, Yeti is really the important linchpin of this attack. Butterstone will find a read, and there's call-out, though, with the refrag on the Butters, taking down the Jaeger. You take down the Thatcher. It's not really the most important operator at this point. There you go, all the utility being used on in, and this will block a lot of the rotations. It'll really help things out. Yeti will find one kill, and he's watching. Maybe somebody will just jump out the window, but he goes for the reload at the wrong moment. His creators will get one on a Forest. Call-out will find one kill, and Grixer for the second. 10 seconds left. Yeti will walk on, and he'll find the head. That's Filthy dead. Excuse me, he'll get shot in the body there. E United, again, winning off of frags. You might see a bit of coordination, but I think for both teams, it quickly falls apart and degenerates into a pure knockout fest.
It's really hard to deal with that sandwich window pressure when you have the Capitao doing what he did. You saw him hit a smoke right by the sandwich window area, as well as a firebolt. Smoke to cut off the rotation in the small office, along with the firebolt. So not only can you not see, but you can't move. And it's, once you have that sandwich window coverage, the only downside of that, of course, is where you had Yeti miss the rotate that killed the diffuse planter. The Capitao trying to hold that. But that was also because Thermite had gotten down. So you didn't have Capitao able to cover for him as well, because that might have been able to stop the kill on the fuse plant. So, I mean, it was working out a little bit for Tempo Storm, but because Yeti was pretty much on top of it for the most part and able to clean stuff up towards the end, there's not a whole lot you can do. I mean, mostly all you can do is kind of go for a run out, but you see how risky a run out is. Honestly, they almost need to go for a jump out from vents below, because you saw the way that Yeti was looking, right? You have to watch the jump out from archives. But you can't watch the jump out from archives and vents at the same time. as watching the sandwich window. So you have to find some way to almost maybe use the archives hatch, drop down to workshop, rotate over to vents, and jump out while they're distracted with the execute. If you could pull that off, you can counter that. But outside of that, it's difficult.
So this is why, as an attacker, you want to put a claymore on the ventilation.
And Impact can take it out still, but that's going to kind of telegraph it. So you have to do that early.
Also, one thing I didn't like about the Capital play is that the crossbow bolts were set in a way that it actually smoked off the...
Yeah, they could have gone a little bit deeper, just so that he had the edge when if someone was crossing small office, the bomb right there, they'd be exposed just before they got to the end of lockers right there.
Exactly, which the whole point is don't smoke yourself, smoke your opponents. And unfortunately...
It's a great philosophy for life.
It is. It really is.
Don't smoke yourself.
You get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, don't throw the smoke grenade at your feet, basically.
You also have to keep in mind that there's a Maestro play that can see through those, but they gave them so much time to counter the Evil Eyes that it didn't really matter.
Yeah, by that point, all the work had already
Honestly,
been
if you
done.
see them consistently play Capital, bring a ward.
That's
I
actually...
mean, yeah, you can't run through the fire, and Canadian learned that the hard way one time, but you still...
Okay, there's one kill.
Hello.
Can he find a second? Yes, he can. Reed. That's two collected. Butters might have found Yeti, but it's an Ash. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things between the Mozzie and the Jaeger, but there's the peak. Grixer with a TK and creators for another one. Now that is bad.
That's got to feel bad when you get a TK and then get traded instantly as well on that and just die. That's not looking good for United on this round here, so it looks like we might have a recovery on the Armory Locker site for Tempo Storm. As long as Creators doesn't throw himself away so they can play that 3-man advantage, he should let his other teammates set up. They are going to be able to disable this Evil Eye and then shoot it. Thatcher, you got to shoot
why?
it. Thatcher, shoot it!
Why, Force? Why would you... Oh! Force, this is literally the one time you shouldn't run.
Well,
Why did he just go? He didn't even use his utility.
maybe the IGL's at fault. So go, run!
Wait for the teammate to kill the Evil Eye.
Yeah, it was-
Once that's done, you guys can come in together after
was-
you used your crossbow.
That was just a terrible round.
That was just awful, man.
That was like even the small details like, oh, I'll thatch this Evil Eye. I'm making sure it's looking so I could still shoot it, and then I'll ignore it and try and challenge the doorway instead. I mean, it wouldn't have done him a ton of good, but he could have backed up into the doorway of CCTV, hit it from there, and then had an ability to move into cover more. Because
I mean, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
At that point, the Capital just walked in. And
Yeah,
it was like,
he's
why?
really the one who ruined it, unfortunately.
Why? Stop.
Couldn't see the forest
Stop.
from the trees.
That was the time to stop.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Well,
bombs.
unfortunately, we're not IGLing them right now, so they're making their own calls. But Armory being one, they'll finally go to vents here.
If you want to hire us, 1-800-CASTERS.
Pretty sure it's a conflict of interest to be IGLing now.
I mean, look, man, if Flynn can cast and
Play. I wouldn't call that playing.
this is
I mean,
CL.
or casting. Let's be
That's true.
You know, when you're able to do two things mediocre, it doesn't make you like a Renaissance man.
Oh,
Love you,
10
Flynn.
seconds left.
look, I hope Flynn's going to
5
Invitational.
seconds left.
Maybe he'll get the host invite.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
He's
defuse.
definitely the one candidate for it, right? Not even a team, just Flynn 1v5ing everyone.
Just screaming at them. Okay, that aside, we were memeing one of our coworkers.
Oh, and Yeti.
There's Yeti.
Screaming. There's Butters down early. That's a good Ash rush there. Good push from Yeti, who's been
Not even a rush. He just fired through. See, you were talking about it. You always shoot through this
Well, I just mean,
one
like,
window.
He got up on it because he knew that they pushed out from there last.
You'll just always find something.
Yeah. There's a lot of good things to fire through here. Reed up there with 11. So the
Alpha
temp
Ma-
sub out fragging right now.
You're going back to France.
Sorry.
Je suis désolé. Perdóname. You have to go.
Sorry. Well, they have control now of CCTV. Trying to set up. They need to control Armory, and then they can start to push a little bit downstairs, but they're still struggling with this wall. However, it's only a minute in. Reed's got to hit that EMP, then they can start to set up for this. I like the cover here from Grixer to make sure no runouts come from the door, as well as from Yeti. Good, they stacked up in a way that they weren't going to shoot each other in the back of the head. That's always nice, especially after that team kill from Grixer last round. Now they can start to set up for more of a push here once they get things open. Opening jail as well. Call it going to be setting that up so they can... I imagine that's going to be for Yeti to push into customs. Drone's lost there, unfortunately, top of metal. So now they're going to start to rotate for downward pressure. No one actually taking advantage of armory lockers to press downward from there as well. Buck has been banned, but Sledge was still available. Instead, they, don't have breach charges either. It's just, they don't really want to play a lot of downward pressure, it doesn't look like, from the... Oh, Reed, nice. Continuing his frag fest. Filthy, though, trades it at least. But still, 4v3 now. E United at advantage again.
This is why taking top floor and then coming down is usually the best option, but it doesn't matter. Yeti actually just turns around the corner, gets one, and they're ready to get the second one. Beautiful pickup here from Grixer, but it's crazy that it gets Yeti. Just peeking around from the window here. Call is looking for it, but Grixer will be able to take down Crazy. It leaves only one alive. The Valkyrie, Filthy, is low on HP. He's got the MPX. All the walls are being opened up here because a lot of the utility was used upstairs and in jail. Why? Because you were expecting United to push in from the top floor, which they didn't. They just pushed in from jail. It was great play from United to kind of, read things in that way. No pun intended. You'll see how Filthy tries to recover this. He has a Nitro cell. Even though he's low on HP, he can deny things. It's time that he can play around with. The pre-fire on the corner was very well done, but Reed was ready for it, and he puts... How is it now? Like 13 kills? 12?
I think it's at least 13. Because he got 2 that round. Yeah, 13.
Man.
Looking good for him. Like I said, he wants to keep that job. At the very least, he's hoping to be picked up as a sub or something from another team. Like, that's the thing is, now he's performing for an audience that could scout him out. So let's say he gets dropped for Alfalma, like the plan is. Now everyone's like, well, Reed's maybe a good candidate to pick up.
And this is how new talent is born, really gets injected into the region.
Or you could do like certain players and just coach and then move into player spots. That's another path, I suppose. Vents again. Second try here.
Attackers need to
see if they're
locate
able
and
to
defuse
do
the
it better
bomb.
this time. They got shut apart pretty bad last time. They got the Nomad in play here to cut off rotations as well.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So it's looking good for maybe United to take it a second time. But I imagine the same plan won't work twice for this, maybe. Although if Yeti stays on fire the way he was playing and Reed doing excellent work as well, that might be hard to contest.
Yeah, he got 2 kills in the previous round and then got promptly shut down. Yeti's been finding kills, but I don't know. I don't know how effective he's supposed to be for the team because it seems like the drones are a bit slower from United. A lot of the players are very eager to get in and start.
Especially people like Yeti. But he's always been kind of an engine like that. A lot of times it was on Buck, and Buck being banned, obviously he's going to pick up the Ashe instead. I'm almost surprised he doesn't play Zofia. I think it would be a good candidate for him as well, but he's been fine on the Ashe, so. I just don't know if Grixer's necessarily been as on top of it, but hey, as I said, he's got 7. Yeti to take down Filthy, though, as he is just fine on that Ashe.
Oh, okay. This is, you were just talking about it. United, this is a great start. They want to confirm at least their singular point for the day.
It's a Nitro cell off the board as well.
Yeah. It's huge.
So there should only be 2 max left from the Mute and the Bandit, although either of them could be carrying something else. The Jaeger with barbed wire.
Why is he shooting up the wall?
Feels good. Aim practice. No, don't shoot your teammate in the back of the head. Call out standing right in front of him there, just ask for it. Reed looking to go ham again, potentially. They're going to do the job here, opening the wall first, like they did last time, and then we'll see if he goes for jail for the second one. Bandit going for the trick here, and nope, he's forced off by the Zofia lifeline, stunning him. Don't want to try and get caught mid-animation on that and end up dying when the wall explodes.
Good stun, good crowd control play here.
Smart on the players as well to move off the Bandit, just not sticking that was the right call.
Yeah, at a mid of 40, this is actually great if you're United. You have control of armory, you've pushed players back. Yeah, you've only gotten 1 kill, but you
you've done a decent chunk of damage on the
Jail's
castle.
open again.
Jail's open. Now you have your flank that you can use to push in. It's all going up United. They have their claymores that are ready because, well, claymores are just so difficult to spot nowadays. And yet he's in. He's going to do the same exact thing as we saw him doing before with the breaching round. And he'll have another angle to play, actually.
I like that right there where he sets that up, the angle to be able to contest for anyone rotating around behind him. Smart hit towards the passport doorway. Quixer needs to practice shooting those cams, but at least, hey, they killed the default cams. It's always a good start.
There you go, stunts.
Close by.
That double destruction ones, right?
Yeah.
Double impacts. They were used one side and the other. Grixer, you got the angle. It's Dream to find one. Actually, E United are going to go for the plant right now. It's kind of getting a bit slow. Oh, no! Dream finds one and Crazy with the Nitro on a Forest. They're so low on HP right now. There's 2 players so low. You could turn around the corner, you get 1 kill. Crazy is full HP, and Dream has barely anything left. Callouts on the floor. This is actually very smart. It's very difficult to deal with a player in this position, but Dream, he's so low, he's dead now. It's Crazy on his own. The wall that was opened up previously by Yeti might just play to Tempo's advantage here. Shotgun being pulled up by Crazy. He's going to go for the 1v1 fight. He'll do damage. No, not enough. Grixer takes him out. E United secure the round, and they are 1 away from total and absolute victory here. Their first point in Pro League ever has been guaranteed, and they might be able to get 2 more on top of that. To
I have a tip for both these teams. Stop playing Vents. Like, both teams have lost it twice. They can't win it. Don't do it anymore. Not that they can afford to, because if they lose again, it's over for Tempo Storm on this map. But man, Vents has just not been working the attack strats. Especially we got to see a good attack strat, I think, overall from E United. Just the way they hit the checklist. They weakened a lot of the positions of Tempo Storm. They set up good flanks. People like Yeti were able to get in and do some damage. But it was also the coverage in the plant. Like, once they had 2 people upstairs trying to contest Armory, still that opened up an opportunity for the plant to go down, especially with Grixer covering rotates. So they couldn't rotate from the bathroom teller side. Just really holding it down very smartly after opening things up in a somewhat safe way. We'll see Rook play everyone get t-shirts this time. Interesting. Don't see a lot of Rook play these days. I think Rook actually got a bit of a nerf as well. Kind of an indirect nerf. When they changed the way that limb penetration works, now that limbs can be penetrated, I think that was the biggest nerf to Rook overall. Because he was the one who often benefited the most from limb penetration in terms of his animations, where he would often have his arm blocking a lot of his head. But also, in general, when you ADS, you still end up blocking a lot of your head with your shoulders. Not to mention the collars that tend to count as your body instead of your neck. So overall, I think he's a little bit weaker in that sense, in terms of headshots being a little bit more likely now on him. But that being said, he hasn't played a lot these days, so it's hard to say how much that might have affected him. They are going to do the opening jail routine still here for Yeti, even though that's not the bomb site. They still want to clear the bottom floor, and that's smart to do. You want to make sure that no one's able to play down there. That typically was his job as a Buck before, so he's still playing into that same sort of role of, like, my job is to make sure downstairs is clear because I'm the entry fragger. Everyone else is going to worry about the top floor. It looks like they could actually be going for offices. Nope, he's just sitting in Claymore. They're going to go again, I think, for Armory then. They have what they need. They have that Capital again. I imagine Yeti's going to end up on the sandwich window, kind of what we saw before. We'll see if they smoke cover themselves on accident. You want to, like you said before, you don't want to smoke yourself. But Filthy getting smoked first again. He has been struggling a little bit on that Jaeger.
Yeah, that's not a great start. And Reed gets Butters here for free. That's the alibi.
This jump out's not working out. Both these teams trying to play aggressive when they can, and it's not always working. Grixer has taken a little bit of damage, but that's certainly not enough.
There you go. There's where he died. He went up for the classic vault in Vents and ended up dying outside the window. All right. This is not great for Tempo Storm, I think.
Yeah, this looks like it could be over here soon. If the pace continues from E United, of course, they are getting a little slowed down now, trying to find the last 3 players and getting set up for an execute. Now they don't have a Claymore on that window, though, the Vents windows. Remember what I was saying before about jump outs on there, and now he's going to have to potentially worry about those as well as upstairs on the Archives windows. Yeah. The other Vents of Sword, there's the ACs right there.
Who knows, we might have gotten to this to a point in time where EU is winning an NA, so
certainly try.
This might be the game. This might be the game that starts it all off. Some players laying in the back, just not really spotted. We're not really sure even who that is. I think it's the Maestro. It is down.
Nice long angle with that ACOG.
It is. And he's trying to go for the run out. He's got creators as well to take up his position, but the double stun's coming in from Grixer. Lock him in position. Dream will be the one lost there, but Yeti is in a perfect spot. He's going to spot a second one, but gets shot from the side. Creators on the run out. They'll get more than enough time for the plant to come down. Grixer finds one kill as one player is downed and out. That's Cal. And, well, that's the Thermite on the floor. It's a retake now from Crazy. Around 30 or so HP. There's one player on the floor, as you can see behind, I believe, what is a reinforced wall, at least what's left of it. Crazy turning around, pre-firing every single angle. It's got so little ammunition. Actually, less than 30 rounds left in total, 20. So left, he fires to all the bodies, gets one kill, 9 bullets left here. Can he find 2 kills with it? No, he cannot. United find round number 11 here on the victory. And they'll be able to win this out. Tempo Storm had the comeback. They were basically inching in one after the other, but a 7-4 is what we're left with at the end of this matchup for E United.
It is great to see the player, that 10 player, just do so good. Reed definitely played to the top of his ability, and I think Yeti was a good pickup as well. His team looking pretty good. I got to say, E United impressive towards the end there. Grixer as well, up to 10. He had some great standout rounds in terms of just great coverage towards the end, playing that Zofia well. Overall, looked pretty strong. I mean, their defense was a little bit weak, but their attacks looked very good. It just it seemed like there much could do about it. But that being said, Tempo Storm had a great attempt with the last 3 players in that round. They managed to kill the Capitao and then the jump out onto Yeti, onto the Archives window, getting the kill from there as well. That was a great start to take back, especially since you saw a player at that time trying to cross the smoke, Yeti missing his shots and then immediately dying. They had some room to play, but since it was already like I think a 5v3 or 4v3, huge advantage to EU that Tempo Star wasn't able to come back from.
I'm still not sold on the team's performance today.
Oh, yeah.
Even after how United were able to win and the mistakes that both teams were doing.
Both these teams lacking quite a bit of experience.
Yeah.
At least Yeti has quite a bit, as he's been in Pro League a few times now.
But in general, I think this doesn't bode too well. There's a lot of things that both of these teams will be looking back on at the end of this Playday and are like, okay, this is what we need to work on. This is the real test, the real experience. Challenger League is not the same as being in here.
Very
specifically not in NA.
Yeah.
And, you know, Tempo Storm will have to play against LG in a couple of days, and then United have to play TSM. It's only 2 days. That's barely enough to prep.
That's true. That's not a lot of time to look back at your mistakes.
We have an interview, though, so let's have a quick chat with the coach, United's Execration. There you go. Hey, Jacob. Just to be sure, we're supposed to say Execration, right?
Yeah, that's it. Most people call me X, though.
Okay, well, there you go. X, my man. Welcome. Congratulations on your first ever victory here with the squad in Pro League. Your first day, a 7-4 against Tempo Storm. Now, first of all, can you shed some more light on how things are going with Alfama before we dig deeper into the matchup?
I would say things are going pretty good. You know, we've been trying to integrate both and trying to split time with them. Mm-hmm. But Alfama's been a really good, you know, kind of secondary IGL and somebody that brings a lot of experience and kind of in-game knowledge. So it really helps us a lot.
So hopefully we'll be able to see him playing with the squad very soon, as soon as the paperwork is done, of course, part of it.
Right.
But hey, Reed, is he going to be part of the team consistently? We see him here and there, or is it just subbing until Alfama is ready for the spot?
I mean, I think we'd all like to have him, you know, long term, just because he's a great player.
Yeah.
He definitely doesn't get a lot of credit. And he deserves a lot more, honestly. People really doubt him, so this is definitely a platform for him to show his skills.
Yeah, and you know, if it doesn't continue his career with United, I'm sure a lot of teams will be looking at him and saying like, maybe this is, you know, a player we should consider in the future. This is how a lot of careers get started, right? But both of the teams really looked super frag heavy in this first matchup. From your perspective, you know, watching, listening to the players and how they're doing their thing in the game. Did it seem that it was just the lack of experience, the coordination under these sort of pressure positions, or what was it really that wasn't going well for the strats to work?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You kind of cut out.
For me, both teams looked very frag heavy. It seemed like maybe there were some of the strategies that were falling apart, and it devolved into fragging. From your perspective, you were watching this. What was really happening in the team that wasn't allowing your strats to come through?
I think it's just gaining that experience. I mean, we're both coming from Challenger League. We both are trying to adapt to kind of different tempos, and it's a little bit of a different game now. So we're trying to kind of be even keel with how we handle our rounds and kind of adapting our tempos and being able to adjust. And so, I mean, I think both teams are kind of learning that, and we'll get there.
Mm-hmm. Of course, it's your first time under fire in this way, so expect it. But of course, we'll have through the season to learn through things. However, it seems like Vents was not really the site for both of the teams. Can you walk me through some of the mistakes that you were seeing from your side? Because you guys seem just a bit too spread out.
No, I mean, I think it's just a little bit more preparation, and I think we'll be able to close some of those gaps that we have. But I definitely think that it's a site that it's been played a lot, and we're trying to find new ways to hold it. So I mean, it's just a matter of kind of experimenting and then seeing what works.
All right, that's it. Congratulations on your victory here for the first time Excretion. It must feel great, even with the way that things ended up happening. I'm sure you guys will look back at this and will learn so much from your first experience. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people that are just fans of the org, maybe first time watching Rainbow Six. Anything you'd like to say to them?
Just thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the support that we've gathered, and I really hope you guys continue to tune in and just support our team. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations again on your victory. We'll be seeing your squad playing in just a couple of days on Wednesday, January the 8th. You guys will be going up against TSM, so really looking forward for that matchup. Thanks so much, and good night.
Appreciate it.
Well, it's good to know that they're giving Reed somewhat equal time with Alfama to try and balance it out, right? Because you end up with that struggle of like, well, we really need to prep Alfama, and you don't want the sub syndrome that you end up with in this game in general. Why we don't have a lot of subs is, well, you need to balance out how much time you give them, and that's difficult to do. So it's good to know that, if nothing else, and, Reed gets lost as a player, it's valuable experience, not just showing his skills, but also the Pro League experience. Like you said, a different tempo in this game. However, that first match was against a team they already know. It's really the challenge going forward. They face the enemy they know. Now is the unknown, 6 other teams that are Pro League teams that have been Pro League teams.
Yeah.
They have to go up against. That's the mountain to climb. I mean, this was a good warm-up for them. So
honestly, the big problem is after the way TSM manhandled Reciprocity today, it's going to be really scary. You only have 2 days to prep because of our super condensed.
Especially with obviously Bagel doing a good job of prepping his team.
So yeah, who knows? It really is up in the air, and it is the most difficult for newer teams to really learn. But this is what you need to do, and at least this season kind of gives them more flexibility of not having to worry about getting relegated.
6 months and no relegation. It's definitely a good position to be in, especially as a newer team.
All right, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more game to go, and I have to say the best for last for some people.
It certainly should be good.
It's going to be huge. Dark Zero versus Space Station Gaming coming up in just a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our final game of the evening is about to begin. Dark Zero versus Space Station Gaming, two of the most hyped up teams in the region for very good reason. Dark Zero, of course, the finalist of Pro League Season 10 Finals, a semi-finalist at Pro League Season 9 in Milan. They didn't make it too far in Raleigh. Of course, all of North America getting kicked out in
Dark Zero is
groups.
unfortunately just not great on land.
I mean, they made it to the grand final of Tokoname. Then they lost with a lot of mistakes against Navi. You know, it happens. Still, Space Station Gaming, they're able to qualify for Invitational. Of course, both teams are going to the event in a month's time now.
Crazy.
And Space Station being the U.S. Nationals champions. So a lot of work has been done with these two teams over the past year. And I have to say, this matchup really is the culmination, even though it's online, of all these matches going up to.
Let's take a look at SSG's roster. Even though it hasn't changed since last season, they seem to have found a better groove with Canadian being now more on a hard breach role rather than entry. You've got, of course, Bosco, Rampy, Thinking Nate, and Fultz all finding great roles, especially Bosco and Canadian really working well together, but you still have those really on and off plays from Rampy. He can really go off, but sometimes he's just not on. And Thinking Nate and Fultz, though, have been great at supporting that and playing fantastic on their roles as well. So overall, a really solid team at the moment. I mean, we'll see how they do online, but so far offline, they've been a very strong team on LAN, and especially what they showed at USN showed that they have figured out a lot of kinks, but of course they showed a lot. So question is, are Dark Zero here going to be equally prepared for that?
Now, of course, Sky is coming into the squad as well as Eclipse. So, of course, Sky's from old Reciprocity lineup, and Eclipse off of the remnants of Rogue. Back in the day, Hot and Cold, Mint, and Hyper, of course, close out the rest of the roster.
Also, BC back on coach role, stepping off from being a player.
There you go.
So that'll be interesting to see whether or not that has any effect. I imagine he still had some role to an extent while as a player that was, he's providing something. But now he can step back again and kind of take a look at things from a fresh perspective. While Skies and Eclipse have taken some time to get situated, I have to say both of them had fantastic performances at USN. The team as a whole didn't do great, but I think those two individuals showed that they were a good fit for this team, that they could perform well. It's just the whole team now needs to get that chemistry in place. And like we were talking about earlier, they all live in the same house. So as long as BKN's still making them breakfast, hopefully they'll be on the right foot this time now that they can all play from home in the bull pit that they play from.
I would assume that Bacon has also bought them all some Crocs to run around the house with.
Well, I mean, if they're anything like Team Reciprocity, they got to have the same pair of shoes. It's important.
Good God. This is like 2010.
But Skies could be bringing that over, Like, come on, guys, we all need team shoes.
They started infecting Alfama. It's done. It's over. Sua has already fallen to the other
turn
side.
Into a pandemic.
Yeah, it really is. So here we go. We're going to play Villa.
All right.
So the only map that we haven't played so far would be Cafe Dostoevsky. If we look at
Coast.
Did we see an EU? It wasn't an EU.
Oh, you're talking about your...
Yeah. I'm combining everything.
Okay.
I think overall, Cafe is the only one that hasn't been played. We've seen Villa now play twice. Border played twice.
Well, Villa was an interesting one earlier. Between these two teams, they know it very well. Should be interesting again. We'll see if it ends up somewhat attacker-sided or not.
I mean, both TSM and Reciprocity had a lot of experience on it going into it. Well, let's just say that it didn't go the way that Reciprocity were expecting it to.
No, definitely not.
It was our hyped-up match of the night.
Yeah. It should have been, to be honest. It was.
What do you guys think?
One-sided.
60% for Space Station Gaming, 33%
They've been steadily building up a fan base, for sure.
I think a lot of people were surprised that winning USN doesn't qualify you for Invitational. I'm like, why would a national tournament?
Yeah, like, we have nationals all over the place. You have like the Russian nationals, French nationals. None of those qualify you for that event. So it's kind of how it works, guys.
Come on.
Qualifies you to win some money. That's always nice.
Actually, a decent chunk of money at the end of it. So
yeah, the thing that surprised me is that there was 3 former members of Rogue playing there, so they had 3 chances to hold their title. Still couldn't.
I don't think that's how it works.
That's how I hyped it up. Come on. We'll see what the bans are, though. We've had some interesting ones today to an extent. Goyo has yet to be banned, but not much played. So far, we only saw him for 2 rounds of border, and that's it. Habana getting banned here on Villa, always an interesting one, but that is a useful operator on this map. So not a huge surprise. This means you have to play around that. It is interesting, though, that that's coming out from Dark Zero. Skies had played a lot of Hibana on Reciprocity. Dokkaebi going to go, though. Definitely something that could be pretty strong. Coming out from Bosco, if I remember correctly. He will still potentially have the Jackal for smokes or the Gridlock.
I would just be excited to see Slash play the Dokkaebi Boss G again.
Yeah.
Even though he's not here,
again.
but...
He's here in spirit doing it.
Yes, please.
Well, again, no Goyo ban. See, everyone was afraid that Goyo was just going to be banned all the time and played all the time. Now I know it's early, and that will develop over time, but the scare factor doesn't seem to be there.
And the 4 ops that we see here are just very normal operators. Yeah. There's nothing too special about it. I think this is the first...
The Dokkaebi ban's the only, like, semi-unusual
and
one.
Even then, it's when you look at it as Villa, you're like, yeah, it's actually...
I can understand that.
I can go behind that.
Yeah. I mean, there's quite a few ops you could ban on attack on Villa that would be useful. But it definitely will help the roam.
Fuse.
Definitely not Fuse. Goyo, 6th picked, though, by Mint.
Goyo's not on tap. Oh, no, this is what you mean. Okay.
Yeah. It's good. Thank you, Mint. I appreciate that.
I really want to see how they set up for this one because it's not so easy to shoot out the Volcans from top 4, right?
Yeah.
So from above, it's a bit difficult, but...
Right. So one in bathroom.
Let's just watch the Goyo.
Yeah, I want to see where these get put up. Because
I want Emzo to fall asleep.
Well, we need to establish a meta with these.
I want Emzo to fall asleep tonight, knowing that all the Goyo spots have been seen.
There's 2. All right, one to go.
All right.
So that one's good for the
drops down. Can we drop down with him? Yes.
All right, Mint, you got to put it up quick so we don't get bored. Don't go across the map with it. All right, there we go. Last one there to guard.
Yeah.
Laundry entrance.
So you corner people into bedroom. You don't allow them to grab bathroom easily at all.
So you don't allow them to take from above or from below easily, essentially.
Essentially, and that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
It's a great use of the Goyos. You could even potentially set up angles through the floor where you can shoot, where you can be playing down below and shoot the Goyos from below potentially. Those might have to be pretty long angles though because there is a bit of a like a bezel or whatever you want to call it, little metal frame around it. So you have to get kind of a bit longer angles. You can't have it as shallow.
Yeah.
But I imagine you could set up some from through the floor though that would be relatively safe to play to hit those if someone was pushing in. But you probably don't need to. You probably don't need to babysit them. Just make it a pain for them to get in. We'll see that Jackal play here, though, from Bosco. As I said, he's been playing pretty good on the Jackal and or the Gridlock, so he could be the smoke for Canadian's plant and get different kinds of utility depending on what they need. Both of them good for dealing with roamers and flanks. So either way, he'd be pretty good at that.
Bosco checking for anybody peeking around the study. Definitely not the case here, but maybe something that was seen in scrimmages before. Let's see. Faults with the Zofia already downstairs here. He's going to move up closer and actually find the Jaeger. This is great here, catching Hyper off in the rotation, but he's going to get killed himself here off of the mudroom. Sky is moving out, and he also had Hot and Cold to give him info. Unfortunately, they're a bit too slow.
With the Goyos in play, trading a Jaeger for the Zofia, absolutely worth it.
Yep. Now it's going to be pretty much all up to Rampy to do all of that.
Yeah, you can hit and back off just enough and not take damage. It looks like they might have cleared some of them out already anyways. Now just opening up angles from Joel. Jackal also tracking some of the player downstairs far off, as C4 went off, didn't do any damage. So looking decent for the attackers so far outside of losing Fultz. But they have burned 2 minutes now. They need to try and find some picks. And this is where teams really kind of mess up in terms of stalling out hard here, trying to get picks from above. At the very least, though, it looks like we might be able to get footprints from above. So that's going to be Pulse getting tracked down. That's a good person to track. He has burned to C4, but he's still going to be someone worth trying to keep track of, as he's going to be keeping track of you most of the time. And there's the C4 there from Eclipse. Might have been helped by the Pulse, as you see Hot and Cold looking up there. So that is the second one. The Jackal now off the board, so Pulse will be safe once those pings stop.
At least the wall has been opened up here from laundry room. You just go in and plant the dining, but Eclipse, a great shot here. Reminding me a lot of how NBK was running this a bit before, but Rampy takes down Eclipse, a 2v3, but there's so little time. SSG have to walk on in and go for the gunfights, but there's so many angles they have to watch for here. 2 players in kitchen, as Skies will go for 1. Thinking Nate is all on his own. Skies is low on HP, but it doesn't matter. Hot and Cold collects the last. Dark Zero win back the round. I love the way that they doubled up in the living room.
Yeah.
Even though they lost the Jaeger, they were able to get the refract immediately on the Zofia, and the Goyo in the end didn't have much of a real effect.
No, it slowed them down a ton, so they got choked up in the bedroom.
Yeah, it forced Space Station out of the idea of, yeah, we're gonna take bedroom and then use that position to, push below.
Yeah.
It forced them to just come into laundry without any other preparation.
And that's the thing, is they usually do push from laundry eventually, but the thing is when you get slowed down, Goyo is great against SSG right now, because if you watched USN, SSG are playing a bit more Vitality style. They take a long time to get to execute. They get down to like the last 20 seconds or so, and then they usually smoke for Canadian to plant. And that worked for them very well throughout USN. However, if you bring Goyo like they did last round, or you bring Mozzie like they did last round, things like that slow them down, that is the way to deal with them right now. That, and I would like to see teams bring Warden against them, because they really like to use the smokes for planting. And we don't see that often. You don't really see a Warden very often for dealing with smoke. He's more so for, like, say, server stairs on bank, dealing with flashbangs.
10 seconds to go.
You'll see them set up their defense upstairs here, though. So they will be playing in Aviator games, but setting up a little bit of reinforcements and trophy to make it a little bit harder for them to take the master bedroom. As you said, that is kind of the gateway to this map. They're going to have extra cams around as well from Eclipse. That's going to be on the Valkyrie this time. They have the Cade to be able to help hold the walls. He's very helpful for holding the walls here between his Electro Claws that can now hit 3 panels and the Impact Nades. Both of those very good for stalling out anyone from opening, especially with the Thermite charge, trying to get in through the study. Right now just trying to find any openings they can. You see Rampy there on drones, for example, and the rotate switching up between Foltz and Bosco, taking up different positions. But they've got to hit their checklist. Again, they are very slow in their attacks these days. Time management can be an issue for them, so they need to make sure they execute on their checklist items quickly to have enough time left to go for an actual execute. They're not playing the Buck, even though it is available. They do have the Jack who could hit from below, but instead it looks like they want to hit from below with nades. You saw a grenade being cooked up there by, I believe it was Rampy for a second. But I don't know if it ever went off. Good shield usage even if they're not bringing the Goyo. Trying to help hold this study doorway here.
I think just having that extra level of destruction is the reason why you're not seeing so much Buck and way more Sledge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no, they just go into the site.
Hello,
Mint! He collects 2 kills. How is he even alive?
He's got like 2 HP left.
How? You sneeze on the man and he falls. His whiskers are literally the only thing keeping him alive. Canadian's going to be forced back for just a second there with all the smokes thrown into his face, but it's a 3v5. A lot of damage has already been done to Mint, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Like, how much can Canadian last right now? It's not going to have that much of an impact. The wall has been opened up. Mint wasn't able to really do anything with his Sertilas, and Hot Cold will be forced back for now. Thinking nade, grabbing one, but in Hot Cold with another one. Finding the headshot, the SMG-11. Bosco, great shot on the skies. That's a 3v2 with solo HP. This is a potential comeback in the round for Space.
It's Bosco Canadian. If any duo could do it on this team, it's these two.
Hot Cold playing behind the indestructible bar there, so you got to be careful. The Evil Eye is giving information and making sure that Space Station can't just rush from the side without being contested. There's the preparation. Eclipse missing his shots. Unfortunately, no Nitro Cell for him to use. Bosco will find Hot and Cold. They're going to walk right on in, but they forget about him. The Valkyrie coming around will find 1 kill. Spraying through the second, pulls out the Deagle. Just playing on A, playing the smoke in his advantage. Firing down on the Jackal, but there's 1 kill. Mint, last alive with barely any health. It doesn't matter. The headshot comes on through. We forgot all about him. There he was.
That was a game of very violent hide and seek. Just very extreme peeks, pokes, just trying to get in anywhere they could. I mean, it was a great attempt by Bosco Canadian trying to fight 3 like that, but unfortunately it was 3. They kept trading and left down to Mint, taking him in the end, just because they had the 1-man advantage. That's all it takes. Like you said, the 2 HP and a dream, and, well, dream came true. So, Dark Zero, starting off strong. Definitely showing TSM level defense here in terms of just continuous defense wins.
You know, I want to get your point of view on this, Devin, because the Jackal so far has been kind of meh over the 2 times we've had Villa played. So
honestly, a lot of times, especially on a big map, you can, like even Bank, you can catch someone. Bank is a little more contained on your rotates, whereas on this map, I think you could ping someone, and it doesn't do you a whole lot of good because a lot of times they're on a different part of the map you can't execute on, or they're in a position you can't get them from above. So you see, for example, a lot of these top-down attacks, right? So like the first one when they were going to attack Dining, you could ping people all day long. Yes, it's great extra intel. The problem is it doesn't really do anything to get that kill from it, or to even really contain them much if they're on site or in a position where they're far off on the map. They tend to change positions quick. And you talk about the nerf to the timing of the ping, so it's a bit shorter a lot of times. I think he's still a very effective operator, but the effectiveness in terms of getting kills from his pings has decreased, and it can be a bit map dependent. It is great on large maps in theory, but if you can't execute on that with kills and good map coverage, I can understand why it doesn't turn into a whole lot. I mean, sometimes it's almost about as effective as someone getting pinged by the alibi prismas, but they're outside in a place where you're not going to get them anyways. I mean, we'll see. Bosco's been a fantastic Jackal player overall, and you saw him even go for a ping and a smoke at the same time to try and get good positioning on the players last time. It's not all about his gadget, but he has a great secondary shotgun that can be very useful. He has a great primary gun, the C70, and he's got the smokes. He's a decent operator. I don't think, you know, he has utility, has not been as effective. He's not necessarily fragging out, but I still think he's worth bringing if smoke plants are very important to him.
There's the first grenade going off, and Eclipse will take a bit of damage off of Rampy. Drone will come in, and actually 2 of them, and they both survive. This is actually huge. Keeping those drones for later round information gathering is really big. This is you're going to be able to set them up in 90 here, and Rampy will actually put himself in this position specifically. Muteheimer blocks him for a second, but it's fine. He can still keep on creeping his way up 90.
Oh, they're stacked pretty hard here.
Yeah, this can be very good, but also very bad if your opponents realize what's going on and push on you. And I think this is going to be the same strategy coming up from Space Station: is thermite the wall into the. Oh no! Gets shot in the air. This is huge, but this is what you. Did it get shot or it just got destroyed with the electricity?
Yeah, hard to say.
Sure.
Either way, it was ineffective.
Yeah,
Ozzy gets downed as well.
There's the kill, and now you can just go and plant behind that indestructible bar. That's the entire strategy. Both walls are open up for you to play with. Eclipse will dodge 1 flashbang thrown into him. The second one will come in, but it will be successful. There's Fultz with 1 more, and there's the fire. Eclipse will miss the shots. Fultz hits it, and the diffuser, well, is it still safe? Yes, it is. Canadian side, and they have to push in to the bottom floor. This is kind of a border-style defensive setup.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to clear that top floor to play down from above. But again, time management becomes an issue when you're playing down from above and you don't get kills. However, the fact that they got 2 initial kills is helpful, but you're down to 30 seconds and most of your team is upstairs. There's not hatches to drop down in a lot of places on this map. Yes, there are some, but not as many in vital spots as some other maps. Bosco, though, you're talking about the Jackal, he is still effective at getting kills. That's 1 more player down. 2v5 now, despite Fultz's low health. Skies can't land any of those important shots.
Mint on his own. It's a 5v1 now. Bosco will find 1 kill. Sky's spraying out. Finally pulls out the pistol, but it doesn't matter. He might be able to find 1 kill, but Rampy is there. He got very close there for Space Station, but they'll grab around. It happens.
Yeah, they're very first, though. This has so far been a very Dark Zero dominated map, and
it is still attacking side on Villa, so how, you know.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know how much that applies anymore in terms of the meta, but it was Library, so that was already a bad choice.
That is a bad choice.
I mean, it's not indefensible. We saw it defended by TSM just fine, and we saw it just now attempted, at least, by Dark Zero, but they had too many. They're split up too far from each other, lose too many people, and it's not a great side to defend. Mint, again, going to try with the Goyo on Dining Room here. We saw it help a bit last time. I imagine the placements might be similar, if not the exact same. 3 Goyo shields, they did help the win previously. Not a direct contributor in terms of kills or anything like that, but they caused enough delay to basically win on time. So we'll see. There's the first one, similar, going into the bathroom. Imagine the second one going to go into the doorway position again once he gets his reinforcements up. He's also great at setting up a lot of destruction as well with the TCSG 12, the slug shotgun, and the impact nades. He can open up a lot as well for angles, things like that.
10 seconds
Overall, just a very, very strong, useful operator. So it does surprise me to see how little he's been brought, because I think he is just an overall great operator. And if you don't like the TCSG, you have the Vector as another option, which we know is very strong for Mira. So it's like, there's no going wrong with Goyo. Unless you put the shields in positions where you accidentally kill your teammates, then, well, that's going wrong. There's the last one there for the laundry door. Hold that off as long as possible. Eclipse setting up extra barricades and reinforcements here to make sure they can't push in as easily to the flanks to go for a plant. Last time they did try and sneak in for the last-minute plant. But if you're Dark Zero, you know all you've got to do is just burn a lot of time. And SSG will lose it on time at that point. They just haven't been able to get a lot of... I mean, they do a great job trying to thin out Dark Zero early, but if you don't give them kills, they don't get as many. It's really what it comes down to. It's simple. They did spot the Goyo shield there. I mean, they know where the Goyo shield positions are from last time they attacked, so it's nothing that's going to give them any kind of big advantage here. Just confirming what they already probably know.
There's no real change, but I really want to see how they tackle this here, SSG, because last time it just seemed like the shields themselves weren't really doing any work, but they were at least forcing...
I think
SSG.
Fultz might have killed them both before dying.
Did he?
And I think that might have been the case. It's hard to say. I mean, he did die, but they were like the top two were taken out. So I mentioned, Fultz, great catch on Skies' attempt to run away.
First of all,
Rampy though.
How is Skies even there and not droned the whole time?
Mozzie? That's the only thing I can think of. That and a quick rotate.
It is so odd to just have him sitting there, especially as a Legion.
Yeah.
But fair enough. Dark Zero will find a kill on the sledge, so it obviously limits you a lot when it comes to your destruction. You don't have the soft destruction, plus you don't have those grenades anymore. You're going to have to over-rely on the Zofia to deal with Goyo shields. I'm not sure if the grenades were used before to really do any work. Bosco gets shot as he drops. This is huge. Hyper finds the kill. Very necessary there. Even though there is no echo, at least you can spot out the pulse here and there. That's a great gun to have, regardless there with Commando. No, still leaves Eclipse in a very strong position. Playing by the bike rack here, and also trying to move in. Players down on the floor, and they're waiting for him.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I assume Eclipse is sitting behind the wall there.
Scanning.
Is he? Yeah, he is. It looks like the Mozzie. They're trying to find him. And drones are going to come in. There's 25 seconds left. You were talking about slow playstyle. This is definitely the case here. Fultz will find Eclipse. That's the play you were looking for, but it's a 3v3. There's one coming out the corner. Fultz finds the headshot on hot and cold. A 3K for him on the Zofia. But Mint, TCSG, making a lot of work done here. Though Mint is on the floor. He's not actually dead, though. He's going to sneak around and try to find the kill. There you go. He takes down Canadian, worming his way to victory inside of Kitchen. The first time he got fired upon, I'm like, oh my, they dropped him. This is an actually possible plant. But no.
Nope.
Wasn't the case. He did it on his own.
Got to finish the job.
He played for time, and that's what I really appreciate about that play. Still, Dark Zero with 3 rounds on the defense. Great, but not great enough. One more would be a pretty good start.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they've shown that they can defend Dining Room with the best of them, especially with the delays they're able to create upstairs. Also, though, I think Space Station did a much swifter job of setting up that time. At least in terms of getting downstairs and getting set up for some pushes, trying to get some picks, trying to make up for what the problem they had the first time, which was just stacking up upstairs and trying to find picks to the floor. The problem was that still didn't give them an execute. You saw Canadian having to rush in while he's losing teammates everywhere. They just didn't have a lot of downstairs control because so much time is spent upstairs. Even when they get downstairs early, they're not able to control a ton of the map because they've lost players by that point. So they're not able to have the level of coverage that they want, either up or down. So their execute attempts aren't really being covered properly by smokes. So Canadian's not able to get into a position where he could just, I'll plant and be fine. The problem is when you're trading blow for blow against defenders, and let's say you're 3v3 at the end, you're essentially 3v2. Because if you got a plant, someone's got to be off their gun planting. So it's just not a great position to be in. The smokes kind of help fix that a little bit by cutting off the defender's line of sight. But if you don't get those out, Canadian's in an almost unwinnable position because it was like 1v2, 1v3, where he has to turn it into a 0v2 or 0v3 by planting. So we're not seeing the smoothness of executes that we saw from them at USN. But Dark Zero's also been doing a great job slowing things down and also making a lot of good trades. We're seeing some great plays from pretty much everyone on the team for the most part, trying to find picks wherever they can. And also good use of utility. There's that shield again, similar to last time where they hold the shield towards the doorway from the top of the stairs to be able to guard study. Didn't really stop them last time from entering study in terms of the attackers, but it does help a little bit. Make it so that it's unsafe. It does spot the player behind there. Makes it a little unsafer to hit the barbed wire that's in the doorway of study as well. Just thinking and hoping to catch someone on a lucky angle. Good drone position there from Rampy as well. Smoke's already coming out early from Hot and Cold, but Canadian the one to find a pick on Skies early. Not great. Bosco lost half his health in the process though, and they need to keep Bosco alive. Instead of the Jackal, he's going with the Capitao, a little bit different way to play a similar smoke roll, but you also get fire, something you don't get with Capitao. Outside of the, the tip of his gun, of course.
I'd just be glad that Bosco was kept alive in the Capitao.
Yeah.
It would have been a shame.
Oh, did the ADS eat that?
Yeah, it did. So that's one taken away. At least not a frag grenade.
There's still one. Yep, there you saw that last charge go off on the wall.
There's the flashbang. Go for it. You can deal with it. You got Bosco here that can just throw in one of his crossbow bolts, even deny Hyper the ability to just maneuver so easily.
Oh, the firebolt.
Shield. It's spreading, but it's not actually spreading into Hot and Cold. It's doing a lot of damage to him, but he's still alive. And you can't obviously just push up from the stairs themselves. It's such a difficult position to play against. You really have to be careful there with Nitro Cell coming up. Bosco, a great shot onto Hyper. Nitro Cell being set up by Mint, but he's mostly setting up to deal with any players downstairs. There's nobody actually coming in with that sort of pressure anytime soon. Bosco's going to rotate away. Maybe he's the one to go for it. He's checking. Mint going for the Tila. I'll be able to hit both of those walls. Unfortunately, all the charge is going on the other wall, perpendicular to it. There'll be an entry here for the attackers of Space Station, but a lot of players take a lot of damage, and Eclipse will capitalize. Canadian is dead.
Well, that means Diffuser now down on the ground with 30 seconds left. Someone has to pick up the slack. Rampy, though, going for kills instead. Who's going to grab it and go for that plant? 25 seconds to find out. They could just go for frags here, Hot and Cold on low health.
No. Mint through the smoke will take one bullet damage. Nitro Cell ready it up to go. Nobody on the diffuser and will not connect. Unfortunately, that came in a bit too slow. Rampy going for the plant. 1 second left. We'll be able to set it. Bosco's supposedly here on the floor with Rampy and Fultz thinking nade as well here in support. It's Mint dead, and Space Station Gaming collect another round.
A lot of that due to Bosco's great pick on Hyper, the Maestro on the stairs. That was the problem they were going to have to deal with because they spent so much utility taking out that shield or trying to fight the player on the shield. The big problem, though, was Hyper came up and pre-fired, gave away his position a little too early. I'm not sure that they knew he was there. He went for the pre-fire, and then immediately after he tried to retreat from that, that's when he got picked off by Bosco. And that was a big problem because he was a great deterrent right there in deterring them from coming into study because he could spray 80 bullets into that doorway. So it's very difficult to cross that.
Losing the Maestro not only meant that you would lose the stairs, but as you said, you lose the study. And that's double as bad.
Well, we'll see them try Goyo for Aviator this time, having won it, then lost it, and wanting something a little bit different. I agree with that. It's definitely great on these doorways, for example. You can guard both doorways. You can also, set up really all three doorways. You can have two in Aviator and then the one in Games.
Here's the question, though. Since we haven't really seen that Goyo combination, I don't really think it is really a combination, but...
So the combination, the way it works is if you electrocute the shield, you deny Ash the ability to take out the shield. So if someone is using Ash regularly, then yeah.
But here's my question, is that in the case that they're bringing the Goyo, especially in more confined spaces like this, do you kind of want your opponents to open up the walls and try to push in from there and then use the Goyo shields to your advantage?
You can actually set it next to the reinforced wall, and when the reinforced wall explodes via a thermite charge, it will actually explode up the shield and then send the fire to both sides of that entrance, so they won't be able to rush through it. With SSG being low on time, if they're going for a breach late in the round, that could actually be useful to move a shield there, but you're usually going to have all 3 deployed by then. However, it's not a bad idea. If you know they regularly go for a strategy where that will counter it, it can be pretty helpful, but just having it in doorways and forcing them to commit utility to it, you saw how much utility they forced them to commit with just a single deployable shield last round. Like, you can really burn up a lot and then force this, especially if you can pick off the sledge, so they don't have any renewable sort of a utility to take care of it. Because right now, the sledge and the Zofia are the only ones that can take out the shields. If you can kill one of those players early, knowing that they're going to be going for a pick on the shield, like when they go to peek it, you take them out. Like that right there, for example.
There you go. That's one of those Volcans that has been destroyed.
That's the only unfortunate problem with that one is, yes, you do burn their thing, but they are going to take it out early, and it's not really going to be very effective because they can peek that one so easily through the doorway. Almost better if you put it slightly around the corner or even blocking the back of the display case so they can't get through the display case to plant.
I agree.
Well, you see another deployable shield here, probably just a regular one this time.
Yeah. I assume so. It's the same strategy as used in the previous round.
This is more just an adjustment by adding 3 more shields.
Exactly. I assume the Maestro is also in position here. You're trying to burn off that shield. And I assume it's been destroyed as well, because, yeah, there we go. There was a Goyo shield set next to it. You see the fire on the floor, or was that from the Capitao? No, that was the Capitao. Okay. So that was Bosco trying to burn in combination.
Like he did last round.
Yeah, exactly the same as the last round.
Burn and stun.
Exactly. So it works well. You also destroy the shield. I'm not sure if they were able to force the Maestro back. The Evil Eye is still in play as you see it. There's no real way to destroy it without expending utility. Well, you can also breach hammer it, so there's that.
Problem is now they've expended all their grenades and their Zofia lifelines. They have to sledge shields at this point if they want to take out any more Goyos.
So what's the play here? You'll see the Capitao rotating around the map, maybe to put pressure on the back.
Oh, he did have one where I was kind of saying a little bit more inside.
Tucked in.
Yeah, tucked in a bit more. I still think it's better closer to the display case, but it's still not a bad spot. Because he can peek it from games through the soft wall hole and hit it when they try and rush in for a plant.
What?
Well, they're just going to try and open stuff up here.
Was it not close enough?
It's not.
Because it was put right on... Okay, that was odd.
Well, now they've got the wall open here from behind bar. Now they can't play there safely. At least one toxic canister used, if not more. Not sure how many hot and cold has left, but 23 seconds left, and Fultz finding heads, and so is Rampy.
Space Station looking for the walk-in, but there's one player behind the bar. It's hot and cold. He'll get one. Rampy, though, the kill on Hyper. We'll see all Space Station trying to rush on in and take down H&C, and they will be successful in it. Mint is trying to lock himself in, but everybody's running around him, and he's in a 4v1. Those Goyo shields won't do much for him, but he finds 2 kills. Goes in for the reload. It's definitely possible here with the TCSG. And 1v2, even though you don't have a Nitro Cell or anything of the sorts, there's always a possibility with the power that this gun gives you. Unfortunately, you don't have a ton of ammo in it, and all the 2 angles have been set up. One in 90, and the other one all the way from the balcony here. There you go. Easy kill for Fultz on the Zofia. That's the round.
Well, 3-3. This is about how I would have expected it from these 2 teams. More balanced. We'll see, though. Side switches could definitely imbalance things a little bit. We don't always get mirror matches when the side switch. Sometimes something changes. It could be momentum. Could just be exhaustion kicking in, although there's a best of 1, so it's less likely. But sometimes people get tilted a bit. Just psychological issues that carry in over to the side switch. But SSG winning the last 2 in a row have the momentum right now. We'll see how they can play on their defense, though. Fultz going to 6-pick over to what? Castle. We've been seeing a lot of 6-pick Castle today. It's been, I mean, pretty effective in terms of them not making any changes to help counter it. Like in this case, they're not bringing a sledge to deal with it, but they've still got the Zofia and the Ash. I guess Buck can nade them as well.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, you can also breach them with Thermite, but you're never really going to see that.
Bomb located by attackers.
Plenty of opportunity here, but it was always good to hide it. Canadian going to be on his favorite pulse there. See the stats for the bomb sites as well from the last 6 months. Overall, defense in a good position, but Library's stats have not been updated after the wins and losses earlier, I guess. Well, I guess we had 1 win earlier when it was played, and it would just be the one from this match that would affect it, I suppose. That will ruin its 100% win rate, as it was lost when SSG attacked it. And get the old Maestro in the typical spot there. Nice deployable shield as well to peek around from Astronomy's connector. See if that gets used, but Ramby could put that to great effect with that ACOG on the Alba, which I imagine he has. Even with the Hollow, though, you're still good at fighting at long range with that many bullets. It's okay to not be as zoomed in. See, we're going to see Eclipse on the Ash here. Interesting choice, and Sky's on Buck. Some nice shifts from the usual lineup in terms of how they play it. So normally be someone like Nyx on the Ash, who they lost and replaced with it. Eclipse, so I suppose that makes sense in terms of taking up the same role.
And then like Sky is running the IQ, right?
I guess BC would have been on Buck sometimes, so maybe it's kind of a straight 1-for-1 swap.
Well, next up, Skies is going to shave his head. So
there you go. And Taro first, now Skies.
Rest in peace, North America.
He's just got to make a bet. If he wants to guarantee head shave, he could bet NA will win something.
Oh my!
It's not my fault.
I didn't say that.
It's not my fault.
Well, they won USN.
I guess.
So Eclipse is now on the rappel. He's looking for rotations, any quick peeks. And well, actually, Hyper's got to be one.
Oh no!
No, he gets shot from the side. Rampy, oh my! He's still on that staircase. Oh, nobody was expecting him there. The drones were just not in position. I mean, this is that should not have happened.
Yeah, that was definitely just too many missed shots. Didn't go for the head. He was aiming a bit too.
He didn't even know the Maestro was on the astronomy stairs.
Yeah, these surprise Maestros on the stairs are definitely effective. This guy's, he has an idea someone might be below him, and there is. He just needs to capitalize. There we go. Doesn't hit the angle because of the bars. Unfortunate.
Yeah, he's going to be forced back for now. You hear the Ash charge going off. Eclipse opening things up.
The important thing is they got this top floor control, but it turns into a death. Canadian's so good on pulse always. You can't do much about that. You really need to take him out. That's where you need that IQ, just to be able to counter Canadian. Fultz though with a nice kill as well, bringing it down to a 2v4. Looking like Space Station might get early advantage, continue their momentum from the last 2 rounds.
There's the one hole that you'd love to have. I guess this was set up by the defense.
It's a good counterplay as well. Problem is, in that example right there, your feet show first. So you're at a disadvantage because of that lip. Oh, and he sees the feet. He knows he's there. He can't hit him. Yep. No. There we go.
Oh my God, they're unsure. They didn't know that Rampy was on the other side, and he gets 2 off of it. Rampy, oh my.
The best surprise Maestro in NA, apparently.
There's 1 kill, and pop. There's, oh my God, that was Skeet shooting right there.
Well, good start for SSG.
The way he dropped.
Might as well have been into a hole 6 feet down.
Oh my God.
That was terrible for him.
That's hilarious.
That's the problem when you have 81 bullets. You don't even really have to reload, so you can just be ready for that next one. Canadian on the Warden. Is he actually going to stick that? They don't really go for smoke plants. Maybe they go for flashes that he's trying to counter? No, he's going to 6-pick it. That makes more sense. Oh, Hot and Cold is going to bring out the smoke, though. The sneaky switch from the Hard Breach.
Okay.
You don't expect the Hard Breach to switch off, especially on a bomb site like this.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
They definitely have a lot of hard walls you could hit, so interesting choice. You see there how the rounds are broken down so far. Most of those, a mix of attack and defense wins, although a couple of attack wins towards the end for SSG, and then 1 defense win just now. So far, SSG have the lead, but things could shift. We are going to see that Goyo in play, though. Dicky Nate. So hopefully will be used effectively here.
10 seconds left.
Again, it can be tricky to have it in the right spots. Just in terms of, you want them to have to expose themselves a little unsafe to take them out if possible. Or even better, just have them in spots where they can't take them out easily. Interestingly, he opened up the floor next to the vault door as well. Maybe either to be able to fight people down below in a particular spot, or to be able to stop people from below if they go to plant on that side of the vault door for whatever reason. Well, usually it's the other side of the vault door you have to worry about.
I wonder why that window is opened. I assume that someone, like Hot and Cold, might rotate through there later on in the round.
Yeah, possibly. It also could have been that they droned and found someone near there and just trying to pre-fire it just in case.
Possibility.
There's the Goyo shield, at least one on the door, I think. It's hard to say if that one's for sure a Goyo shield or not. The Vulcan shield. Until you see the other side of it. I do like that they look the same, mostly because I like that you have to drone and actually verify what they are. And it didn't look like it. I don't think I saw the metal lips. That might have been standard deployable shield.
It looks like it. No, it is not, actually. See?
Verified? All right, the lip just not big enough to have seen from the previous angle.
So
I got to drone them.
this is an easy play here from Eclipse. Hyper's already destroyed that shield. Thinking Nade running the suppressor here on the shotgun. It's not a bad idea because this gun does 80 damage up to 20 meters without a suppressor.
Yeah, you're not gonna lose a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're still gonna be able to double tap people across the map, so you're good to go. You're fine.
This guy's spotting a hole there, but trying to use the angle to see if he can spot anyone through it. Just not getting lucky on that. A lot of drone position coming out now, but they're trying to figure out where the players are playing in terms of roam, or if they're going for any rotates they can catch them on. As Sky starts to pressure them a little bit off, you can see a little bit of barbed wire through the floor as well. Trying to get some intel, they're just not getting a whole lot. This is similar to watching SSG stall out on their attacks from above. Now instead they're doing it from below. Well, at least they don't have to worry about some of the shields now, but there is at least, I think, one left of the Goyo shields.
I'm not sure where... Is it on 90? Is it at top of it? No, is it on site, though? That's not a big question right now.
They could have all been taken out too. Oh, there we go. We see the one right there.
That's the normal shield.
And, no, the one on the other side of the vault door. So if anyone goes to plant on that spot, you can hit it with an impact nade or shoot it from games, and that denies their ability to plant there. That's the kind of spots that I really like to see it on. Similar to the way it was played on Archives. Border. Oh,
there we go. One more for Fultz. He doesn't see the other one on the floor. He keeps firing and actually close to winning it, but no, he actually does no damage. He'll be able to reload even with 17 bullets left in the magazine. And that box will be refilled. Rampy. Grenades flying over his head, but it will be alive. Nice. There's a second one being caught up by an ADS. Fultz will find a kill of his own and leaves only one alive as he pre-fires, barely alive in this one. Here, 5 HP left. The smoke will be more than enough. Bosco finds the kill. Space Station rack up one more on defense.
Bosco, one of the best smokes in the game, too. Easy victory for him there. And all the barbed wire in that hallway definitely helping with that. You see it on the either side of the doorway, I believe. Make it hard for them to push in quickly, because you need to push in quickly. You saw that's the way SSG did it, is they would push in quickly and attack the bar. It's not going to happen for them. Dark Zero, now on the serious back foot here, 5-3. They were so good at the side switch. But like I said, sometimes that can carry, sometimes momentum can carry, and so far it has. We're going to see a library again, though. Today is probably the most library we've seen in quite a while. It's just
like 3 library?
Yeah. Well, we saw it once earlier from TSM, and it was win, or 1. And then it was once earlier from Dark Zero, and they lost it. So we'll see if SSG can pull a TSM here. Just win it. No Goyo for down here, but it's been good to see that it's been used a fair bit with some varying positions for different strategies. I feel like it maybe a little while. It'll be a little while before it becomes a bigger part of the meta, but at the same time, it's always nice to be able to force your opponents to have to bring and use certain utility, and then get the benefit of a really good fragging operator as well on top of it.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Nice Maestro Evil Eye there, kind of hanging out of the plant a little bit in the hallway of the corner.
5 seconds left.
Well, strategy overall with Villa especially, I think, is just that onion. Just keep peeling off and peeling off. That's why Goyo has been so strong in the past few rounds.
Add extra layers to the onion.
Yeah, exactly. So you go for the shields plus your standard ones. Fultz and Rampy doing a ton of work here for Space Station.
Fultz is having an on day.
Definitely.
He's a great player. He just sometimes had off days previously, but he's really been up there today.
So Hyper will drone on in, make sure they're not being contested from below. So no nitro cells are being prepared for Dark Zero, at least to greet them in. This is again another power of that Mutant Mozzie combination. You know,
that and the wooden barricades. If you really want to deny them, you know, at least for the mute jammer, set up the wooden barricades because you can't jump over the mute jammers then.
Really slows you down. Well, because the stairs are not jammed, you'll be able to at least walk on in. The default cams are still up, oddly enough, even outside the map, so outside of the building itself. So a bit odd, but here we are.
I feel like Canadian's the biggest proponent of setting up wooden barricades. It seems like. Is that what?
The soft wall that's being played upstairs here in the vault. So
Mozzie got a drone as well.
I'm going to turn around, thinking Nate loses the gunfight. Unfortunately, Hyper will be able to find him, and Rampy turning around the corner. Does he see the Zofia? Yes, he does, but unfortunate for him.
Hyper was already crouched in ready. So you knew that there were 2 players who are going to pick up the 2 kills and your drones at the end of it. This is pretty much a positive all the way through. Ramping thinking they had lost. Canadian will find one on Skies. At least this slows down Dark's here for just a minute, but Hyper
should be winning any of these fights.
The third one is
3 impossible fights.
This third one out of everything just should not have happened, and he's still alive. Does he have any utility left? That's really the big question on my mind.
Well, we know there's at least 2 Ash charges left for Eclipse.
Use them at this point, like.
Right? Well,
it's really tough to come back from this mentally here.
I mean, SSG had the momentum. This definitely could break it, but it's still, you know, SSG I think will be fine. They have a 2-point lead right now, so even if they lose this round, they're still in charge.
Yep. Of course, Space Station, the darlings of North America, as some like to call it.
Great the choking out going. He choked out the defuse planter.
It was a great smoke through the wall here, and you can still use 2 of them. The diffuser will be set as it at least force the attackers off of the wall itself. Yeah, there's nobody there right now. Volt's gonna come around. I'm gonna lose one of those drones. They've been set up for rotations. There's a second one. And just spraying everything. Not sure where your opponents are. And you can't really tell. There's one here inside of the vault. You pre-fire, you find Eclipse. There's 3 left. Not much time for it. You're going to have to come around different angles. There's a smoke. This might actually cover the smoke himself to go for that diffuser. There's 2 players that are going to try to rush into him. There's one flashbang shotgun right into hot and cold. Go, stick that diffuser. You're going to have to hold it. Hyper and Mint are in. Bosco will find 1 kill, but Dark Zero will take the round. As Bosco's already dead, there's not much that he can just keep on doing. Oh, there we go. He had to rush out. There was no other alternative.
Unfortunately, the Maestro took way too long to rotate to help his teammate. Bosco was fighting a 1-man army there against like 3. And he's not fighting to win. He's fighting just to even get to the diffuser and spend time just typing on a laptop. Really needed Maestro's coverage there. That was definitely not an ideal way to take it, but Bosco put in a valiant effort. He really tried, like you said, use the smoke to cover for him to try and move up. Fortunately, he was running low on smoke, so I think that was his last one. Just doing what he could to try and stop it, but he spent so much time fighting that hole in the floor upstairs that really took him away from his job of trying to stop the defuse from being planted. So good distraction, at least. Now Space Station going to go upstairs to Trophy, a site they have not played yet. Losing Library, though, not a big deal, but now they've done the tour of all 4 sites. Something we had yet to see from the team here, I think, on... Yeah, because we didn't see any of the teams do all 4 yet, I believe. Because we didn't see any trophies, surprisingly, from Dark Zero. When I think about it. Interesting.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, either way, it's still not even yet. Dark Zero need to win 1 more to kind of close the gap a little bit. But if Space Station gets 1 more round, they guarantee themselves the 1 point and a possible tie. Tie is, I think, in some ways, the most likely outcome in this, especially given we had the 3-3 split in the middle. But at the same time, if someone gets up a couple rounds in a row, that could be enough, especially if it's Space Station to do so now. That would be enough to close things out. Volt still picking up more kills. Mint, though, doing a great job trying to help his team, but everyone else on the team slacking a bit at 4 and 3. Hyper, outside of that last round, hadn't really been showing up a whole lot, but man, did he show up that last round. If he'd been playing like that the previous rounds, I feel like Dark Zero would be in the lead here. Nice drone spot there. He almost throwing it like a black eye to set that up. I like that. Give a good view of 90. Take out, of course, their visibility of 90 by shooting the default cam. To rotate around from behind here, try and control from the aviator side. More wooden barricades, I'm telling you, it's Canadian probably. He's always setting those up for warning signs and flank coverage, especially as the pulse. He needs to know if they're coming from a particular side that he's not.
Yeah, there you go.
Yet. He loves doing it. I remember seeing him do that back in like Oregon and being like, he just loves setting up those barricades. So if you see SSG having those up, it's probably him. But it works. It definitely helps in giving some idea how they're moving through the map. It allows him to better coordinate his heartbeat sensor, find out how many are moving and from where.
Yeah, Hyper trying to shoot the Valcam there, but he's really afraid of being shot in the back. There we go. Finally finds it.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is get killed trying to shoot some utility.
Yeah. Well, Rampy's watching from the living room, and there's also the pulse downstairs. Nitro Cell has been thrown up. I think we can hear that. At least we could at some point. Yeah, that was Rampy's, but it's just placed. It's not been used. And Canadian's just giving out information.
Could be calling out even for that particular one to go off, since that way he can stay on his heartbeat sensor. Hyper, though, a little cautious now. I mean, he got lucky with those gunfights last round.
So a lot of pressure being put here on the bathroom. Not sure about this one, Rampy, though.
Nice try.
He walks on up, and Skies was looking at the right spot at the right time.
Took a little bit of damage, but less than 25.
Walks on into the bathroom, and you can hear that's the nitro cell that was preset. Canadians looking around.
Oh, the wood barricade's working against him that time.
No, unfortunately, he couldn't see anyone through that barricade. Hot and cold. We'll be able to find him now. It's a 3v5. There's no nitro cells left for this defense here. Space Station Gaming. Sky's slowly making his way up through the astronomy stairs. Bosco's on the floor, literally in the middle of astronomy. I believe that was second to last smoke canisters that has just been used. And there's the Maestro down on the floor, hot and cold. Great shot, 2K for him in the round. Fultz and Bosco are last in with 14 seconds left. They can just deny this diffuser. This run could be won by Space Station. They're going to be able to down one, and from behind it's Skies to make this round a flawless one for Dark Zero. Fitting well. Just this is such an upgrade of the olden days Skies that we used to see. Was so aggressive, so up in your face, and a lot of times getting himself killed in the process.
I think his time switching more to an IGL and hard breach role on Reciprocity helped with that.
Yeah, I think now he's more comfy, he's more calm under fire, and it's really showing. This is the upgrade. This is the Skies of the future.
The sky's the limit now.
I mean, yeah, you are your own limit.
I would hope so. It would suck to have another limit. Rampy actually 6-picking over to the Warden. This will be interesting here for Aviator Games. I mean, they are going to probably flash into the room somewhat, but I don't know if they're really going for any kind of smoke, so it's more just for the flashes here, I suppose. Or if he just happens to like the kit, which I doubt. Not necessarily big fans of Warden's kit out there. Part of the reason you don't see him used so much. And we'll see how Rampy decides to set him up. He does have one deployable shield. They did have a shuffle a while ago on who had deployable shields as they shuffled it around just prior to the release of the new shields. And definitely prior to the release of Goyo. I'm going to set up the usual reinforcements here on the walls rather than playing a ton of soft walls. Still going to have some, though, from games on into Aviator. One deployable shield set up and guarding the Gun Vault door.
Attackers are moving out.
I like that they set it up with a little bit of a gap that they can move through if needed, but making it hard for the attackers to do that.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Interesting to see what Fultz can do with the dock. He can play the long angles. I imagine he's going to be guarding 90, taking advantage of his long angles to do so with the ACOG. But we'll see. He can peek it quite often, and then if he doesn't get killed, he can heal himself up as needed. So just try and hold 90 for as long as possible, and that, of course, then holds the doorway into games. Definitely a good idea to do so. Loud Jones coming out, no Mozzie or Mute in play to stop them, but we do have a player getting spotted off in the corner of Study, but someone trying to defend him here, jumping up on the furniture. Now Crouch, it's Fultz trying to back up his teammate Rampy. Gonna go heal him from across the way as he's gotten naded a bit, down to almost half health. There you go, he gets the Doc's nade, just time to die.
Those glasses are just, look, those glasses might protect you from being blinded by Intero's bald head.
They don't let you see it coming, though.
Unfortunately, it doesn't save you from a grenade.
No. I mean, I like the idea with the Doc, though. It's just that was a tough spot to play. They needed more ADSs, possibly. I mean, they might have just got Thatchered out.
This is double as bad, because one of the Doc charges was also used up.
Yeah, it did waste a little bit of utility.
So, yeah, overall, great grenade coming up here from Sky, excuse me. So here we are, Dark Zero in a good spot. And a lot of these walls are open.
This. Now I see what that shield is for. To play this long angle, take advantage of the peeking through them with the ACOG. This is great. They are not even going to get into Study at this rate.
What do? You just end up burning all of the utility, and then that
half
shield
their
is
ammo.
dead.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely take it out once they clear the ADSs, but in the meantime, he's really holding them back here. I mean, they've still got a minute 10 to play with, but if they can't take him out, he's still got some impacts as well if he wants to just chuck one over at them. Trying to also watch the doorway here, but that takes his eye off the other door here in Study. There we go. They're going to take that shield out. Now Maestro has to work for it here. He's just going to use the doorway of the vault to fight it still. But watch a tighter angle towards the door from Classical Hall.
Strong position regardless. So maybe he can find the head. Oh, that's a crouch level push, and he loses it. Eclipse on the reverse rappel.
Great bait from Hyper.
This is fantastic. Now Skies can walk on in because of that reinforcement that's set in the middle between the two sites. It's not going to look pretty. It's just will allow Dark Zero at some point to walk on in. 2 players lost here for Space Station as False is finding a 90. Smoke will come out from Bosco, and I'll push him in back, but Bosco takes a lot of damage. Eclipse with 1 kill on the Canadian. Smoke canister will go off again, doing even more damage to players in the back, but Han Cole walks on in, and Hyper for the last flawless from Dark Zero. Space Station have gone down, and that's round 11. Half match point.
Well, tie incoming, possibly?
I mean, it's space tie-in gaming.
I mean, if they go back to Dining, maybe? That's definitely was their primary here, or their first bomb site they played, and worked pretty well for them. There they go, back to Dining. Seems like the smart play at this point.
Definitely not the round for Dark Zero to go dark.
No. And definitely not going 0. We'll see, though. I got to see this tie coming. Dark Zero, though, guaranteeing themselves 1 point. So good start for them. Of course, now those points matter a lot to Dark Zero because you saw them top the board last season. Managing to come out ahead because of points. And already off to a great start to doing that this season. No Goyo in play here, anything crazy like that, but Canadian going to be back on that pulse. Was fairly effective with it from downstairs here in Dining.
Bomb located by attackers.
Get those evil eyes up as well. Try and get some coverage out here on site. Now, Bosco's going to have to make sure he has some teammate backing him up, as he's been left in a few lone situations that have been a bit of a struggle. Rampy's surprise Maestro definitely has helped with that, but Dark Zero seem to have gotten wise to a lot of the plays of Space Station and are just being a bit more methodical about taking out their utility.
10 seconds left.
And then, honestly, just winning a lot of gunfights. It's still helping them. You see a deployable shield there as well. Possibly going to be Maestro playing that, because he is going to be playing maybe the stairs again of Astronomy right there, or maybe not. There's a castle barricade on the Astronomy window to help him be able to play on the stairway, and then also use that shield to his advantage if he needs to go fight in Trophy. Skies, though, had a great round last round. Could be looking to do the same again this round on Sledge. Especially if Hyper can perform like he did the 1 round when he did good. The 1 round he did good. Well, they have enough utility.
You're always so eloquent, though.
I'm trying to keep my street speak up.
Better than going off in lead speak.
Yeah.
So Eclipse watching maybe some runouts here from the kitchen. Nothing will be had. And Hyper opening up the wall here. See, so much soft destruction, of course, coming with the Ashe plus Zofia combination. We talk about it so often in here. There's a big reason why it's being brought to deal with shields. But in general, there's so many soft walls. You're not going to be reinforcing everything. This creates so many extra alleyways.
There's really a lot of rotations you could set up with those in this map, because there's a lot of rooms you could just set up rotations between, as you see right there. But the Sledge also really adds to that. Not to mention the grenades you get, of course.
Okay, are they going to walk on in? Yeah, but Canadian will hit his Nitro Cell on the Mint. Seems the one player that was inside of the bedroom. Hyper will find a kill on Thinking Nade, and then watching for any rotations. Now more barricades that have been set up everywhere. There's Evil Eyes, but you can't really deal with them, as unfortunately for Dark Zero, they're kind of limited on utility.
Yeah,
right
they have
now.
to sledge those at this point.
And go breaching.
Oh,
I knew it!
rip.
I knew it!
Well, Rampy trying to be surprised Maestro again, sneaking around, but they are going to at least drone now, make sure that their flanks are somewhat clear. Try and drone out the red hallway, make sure they can push here towards this door with the barbed wire on it to kitchen. Get set up for a potential plant in kitchen, possibly, if they want to go that way, depending on how clear the path was.
This is the moment.
For it.
Dark Zero, do you have any grenades left? Any utility that you can use? Because right now, it's like Space Station want to throw everything they've got at you. And Eclipse, okay, this is it. Canadian just spotted Eclipse, and as he took his heartbeat sensor off, that's when Eclipse was able to come on in and find the kill on him.
So he's going to try to walk on in. Rampy rotating all the way from below and false. No, he's missing all his shots. Going to take some damage here. And the diffuser will be planted. Dark Zero looking to close things out as, yeah, Bosco will find hot and cold. That's something that'll help you out in the retake in a 3v3. And Rampy gets one more, but Skies with a refrag on a false. Bosco now pushing up. He's got the Maestro in the back to help and support him. And this might be the moment. But still have to watch for players upstairs, and these barricades actually play against the defense. You see them breaking things open. Bosco finds one on the Hyper. It's Skies is the last man alive. He's going to watch every single angle on his own. And the first one he's going to be looking for is that diffuser. Oh, he goes for one kill. Pulls out his L85, and he gets it. Skies with a 2K to clean up the round, and Dark Zero with the victory, 7-5. Space Station not even able to get that tie at the end of the day. Unfortunate, but it happens. Skies absolutely beautiful play today for DZ in his debut on the squad in PL.
Fantastic. Definitely Skies appropriately clutching that at the end in a situation probably shouldn't have been able to win so easily, but the holes he probably himself had opened in the floor definitely working in his favor. And like you said, the wood barricade's actually working against the defenders there, forcing them to rotate very loudly. A great attempt, though. You saw them really pushing for it. Skies definitely left in a tough spot, but they just didn't have a way to start defusing and bait him out without him just being able to shoot them from above.
Canadian was finally, for me, removing Canadian downstairs was the big deal.
I think pretty much they lost every round where he died early.
He didn't die early in that specifically.
No, but I mean earlier.
Yeah, it was a 4v4 right before the attack was also going to happen. Both Dark Zero and Space Station playing a bit calmer, a bit slower when they're on the attack. But once you cleared out that bottom floor, the wine cellar itself, the basement, once that was done, the Maestro had to be the one to rotate and play the game. You won gunfights, Bosco was able to win gunfights, and it came down to only Skies on his own. The barricades were in your way. The diffuser was planted with a hole open specifically for Skies to be in there. And genuinely, as the Maestro went for the diffuser, it should have been the smoke just coming up the stairs and trying to fight and delay.
I mean, at that point, you could have even had smoke going for the diffuse plant, and Maestro's firing at the floor or at least aiming at it because he's got so many bullets to just hold that off. Yeah, you can't hold it off for a full diffuse, but you could make him think twice and force him to consider rotating. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities. I think got anyway, but Skies played it smart.
I think the mistakes happened way before we got to that point.
I mean, like we were talking about Canadian dying, but he'd already gotten a kill, so it was just a trade for him. So it was really down to the other players not getting kills to stop the plan. So good droning though as well to be able to set that up towards the last execute. But at the end of the day, Dark Zero looking pretty good on their attacks. We had a bit more of a balanced first half, but the second half, we thought it was going to be Space Station. They were doing so well at first. Then Dark Zero was like, no. They figured it out. They slowed down. They got more methodical. They used their utility. Yes, they used a lot of it early, but then they kind of won the gunfights towards the end. Instead, just like, okay, we don't have a ton of utility left, but we're going to win these gunfights because we've corralled everyone into positions we can control.
And this is why you're forced to use your utility early on, because it allows you to put people into smaller or more restricted areas. Box them in, and then just, turning into a shooting gallery and just take them out one by one.
Well, Dark Zero looking like they could repeat last season's success, at least in terms of one game. Of course, SSG, I got to imagine, are still going to be strong against a lot of other teams here, but overall, still, I think a good match for them. Just people like Skies really coming alive there on that match for Dark Zero, having now really kind of found their groove, I think are doing quite well. And overall, I think the team is now even stronger.
Yeah.
Both teams really are stronger at this point. So.
And really for a lot of fans that are watching right now that are big fans of Dark Zero and Space Station, you'll see them playing again in 2 days. Pretty much the same starting time, 8 p.m. Eastern.
The schedule has changed a bit from last season. The way Latin America works is now on its own separate days, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we will have EUNA on Mondays, EUNA on Wednesdays, or depending on what time zone you could consider NA starting like we are on the next day. But either way, it's a little bit easier, I think, to follow a schedule for everyone this season.
Yeah, and easier for us as well to have a schedule, an actual schedule to work around with. So, you'll see these two teams playing again as Dark Zero will be playing against Reciprocity. That's going to be very sweet. That's in a couple days, so Kixon and Taro are going to have a lot of fun.
Nix's revenge? No? Yes?
Skies, who knows?
Yeah, that's right. You'll have the Knicks and the Skies swap fighting against each other. Reed, definitely some good stats there for him for today.
Yeah, and of course you'll see it's Space Station playing against Evil Geniuses in the next couple of days. So, unfortunately, we don't have an interview for this matchup. So
you know why? Because Knicks isn't there anymore. He was always the interview for the team. He's make Skies or
should we just interview Bacon?
No. Definitive answer you wanted? All right, let's take a look at the results.
Here's the results for the evening, of course. 7-5 victory for Evil Geniuses, 7-2 for TSM over Reciprocity, 7-4 for E United against Tempo Storm, and finally it's Dark Zero with a 7-5 over Space Station Gaming. Overall, you look at this and you can compare it to EU, where half the games were really close. One was a runaway victory, and then one was kind of a middle of the pack.
The big difference for me is TSM showed up today.
Yes.
Everything else is a bit more expected. But TSM, if they could keep that up, this could really be a different season for them.
You know, I really want to see, like, how many points in total were TSM able to grab in the last season?
Just barely enough to not be relegated.
That's a good point.
That's pretty much it.
So they got a total of 15 points in the 14 play days. Today they're able to grab 3. That's 1/5 of the points that they got in the previous season.
Look at you mathing it out.
I mean, hey man, I didn't go through school and then 6 years of university to not be able to do math on stream.
I thought you were going to stop there, that you didn't go through school and 6 years of university.
Well, I did all of that to be able to realize when I should be wearing sunglasses, or at least thermite glasses, to not be blinded by Intero.
That's right. By the light.
By the light. Not his beauty, though. But I guess that's pretty much it for us here, ladies and gentlemen. We've gone through EU with Dixon and Taro, and, now we've gone through NA with both of us.
Playday 1 for Latin America tomorrow, then.
Yep, that's Kixon and Taro returning for that. I'll remind you of the games. If you haven't checked them out, it's Black Dragons versus Elevate, NIP versus FaZe Clan. Of course, Elevate coming in from Challenger League. Team Liquid versus INTZ, and then Team 1 versus MIBR. The MIBR that has come back swinging.
Oh, the old MIBR is back. We'll see
Yeah.
tomorrow, though.
Yeah, that's for tomorrow. That's for Kixon and Taro in their matchup. We'll both be back for EU. So that's on Wednesday, 7 p.m. local time here in the EU. So from both of us, thank you very much for watching. Congratulations to all of our victors today in both of these regions, and we'll see you very soon. We love you. Good night.